Do you believe the woke era a failed experiment? The ESG, the DEI, the kind of push for that. When you talk about things now, you talk in a practical sense, what we can do, what we can...
What I really love about this is that everyone understands what woke means now. Because back in 2020, if you use the word woke, you had a lot of gaslighters go, but what do you mean by woke? Like, what's that? Is it like human decency? Is it like compassion? Like, what exactly are you talking about? They knew exactly what people were talking about. But now, apparently, you can actually just say woke and nobody has to ask, like, but what does woke mean? Instead, they say, oh, we're so tired of this topic. Oh, can't we move on? Oh, wokeness, it's over. You know, like, there's never an actual time in human history where you can have a genuine conversation about wokeness, except on this show. And I'm very interested to see what the head of BlackRock has to say about it.
Can get done. Looking back at that, how do you see it?
Society moves, the pendulum moves all the time. In BlackRock's cases, you know, we are responsible for managing money for everybody. And even today, as you said, maybe these, you know, renewables are less talked about it. I can tell you right now, we have many investors worldwide are investing in renewables, trying to emphasize solar and other things like that. We're working with Occidental Petroleum right now to building the best carbon capture factories in Texas right now. So do I believe the pendulum 5 years ago was too far? Yes. Do I believe we're more I'm personally more pragmatic too.
Fine, Warrior.
And I believe.
But do you think BlackRock pushed some companies a little bit further left than you thought?
It was never our intention, because our job is to be, I got to be a fiduciary to everybody who gives us money.
There's another interview where he literally talks about instilling behaviors into people.
Mm-hmm.
He's so full of shit.
No, never forget that one. Never forget that one.
That actually want to know what happened. Like the idea that small companies just went mentally ill one day and started making financially poor decisions, and that BlackRock just had no choice. They were swept up by the wind and they had to invest money into things that they knew weren't profitable is ridiculous. Okay. What really happened, I believe, starts with the banking crisis in the United States. And so citizens noticed how when their business ends up going bankrupt, nobody's there to help them. But when the banks are going bankrupt, well, their own taxes, their own citizens' taxes are now being used to bail out the banks. And so people wonder, like, how is this fair? You know, like, how is this a fair playing field? So the banks, they actually get to make whatever policies they want, and when it ends up that they're making disastrous policies, they get bailed out, and the managers, they get a premium. While the average Joe that starts a business, well, I mean, he's on his own, right? And so there was massive protests. There was this movement called Occupy Wall Street back then. And it had literally everyone from across the political spectrum. You had Democrats, you had Republicans, everybody joined hands. And they basically said, we are the 99%. Like, foreclose banks, don't foreclose people. And so the rich, they panicked. Because they noticed, like, the entire peasantry is now united. And if you know anything about governing a nation, you always want to avoid that. Like, you want the Democrats and the Republicans to be at each other's throats. You don't want them to be at the actual source of the problem. And so this is when they began funding the academia. Like, they looked through the academia and they realized that there is an ideology called identity politics, which is extremely well at fragmenting people. And that's when they started pushing it. And if you look at words such as white privilege, identity politics, political correctness, they noticed a massive surge right after Occupy Wall Street. And this is when, if you were on the ground in Occupy Wall Street, you would notice, like, students with rainbow hair going in there and starting to take command, to try and dominate the conversation, because those students had a lot of time while other people still had jobs to attend. And those students were basically saying, like, no, we need to have an order of speaking. Like, if you're white, you get to speak last because you don't have privilege. We need to have, like, black people and marginalized Latinos and homosexuals talking first. Now, the reason they were doing it is very smart, right? Because by managing to dictate who gets to speak when, you actually get to control the conversation. So it's not the person that has the most sensible point to make that's going to speak. Instead, it's going to be the person that the speaker writes on a paper, right? Because now they get to decide the speaking order and shit. And so, like, all of this was done in order to destabilize the movement against Wall Street. But then companies noticed that, hold on a little bit, this is actually very profitable. Like, we can actually use this movement in order to open borders, right? To get more cheap labor here. We can depress the wages of the people that are working here. Feminism is excellent because we don't want married men out of our company, because married men, when they go home, they go to a nagging wife that asks them why did they spend so much time at work. Instead, what we want are men that are divorced and have to pay child support, because they're going to be more likely to sit in the wage cage and slave, and when they go home, they can continue writing letters for the customers and represent the company there. And it's also, in a world of political correctness, every single man doesn't fear God, he fears the HR woman. And more importantly, and this is what Amazon found out, people are less likely to unionize if you promote diversity. And so if you go in and you have John and Juan, well, John and Juan normally, if they just go at the workplace in order to stack Amazon crates, they don't have any problem with each other, right? But if you have like a diversity officer that says, hey, you know, the reason you have to take a piss in a bottle because you can't have time to go to the bathroom at Amazon isn't because the boss is having something to do with you, it's because the white man is keeping you down, right? And all of a sudden now John has to justify himself, Juan is being under attack. They're less likely to form a union. They're less likely to work together in order to represent their rights. And when Juan has a problem, when he is mistreated, the white man is not going to try and help him out. He's not going to say, hold on a little bit, my cousin knows a lawyer, and he may actually help you because the company... No, like, he's actually happy that Juan is having a problem and he's being fired, right? So, once you notice all of this, you notice that it was actually very beneficial for the big corporations, for the big companies. And BlackRock, they definitely had incentives, and they tried to instill behaviors in other companies to behave woke. So, for example, all of the ESG funds. Like, what exactly is an ESG fund? Well, an ESG fund is a risk assessment fund. So, before the ESG, and even now, banks, when they invest in a business, they want to know, like, what is the risk for that business? Is it still going to be profitable 5 years down the line? And they usually have, like, various ways in order to determine as accurately as they can. But when they created the ESG, like, it has nothing to do with profitability. What they call is sustainability, but it's not really even that. So the governance, the G in the ESG, like, means governance, right? How many homosexuals do you have on your board? How many women do you have on your board? Like, what the fuck does this have to do with how good the company is, right? The energy, like, does it pollute? Does it use renewables? Does it use carbons? And you get to notice that a tobacco company or something like car manufacturing would actually have a lower pollution score than Elon Musk's Tesla, right? Because, again, it wasn't really about trying to see if a company is profitable or not. It was like, how much are they pushing the ideology? How much are they pushing the politics that unironically did benefit the rich? Because notice how every single company, they were pushing for, anti-racism classes, and how they had, like, people going into these various retreats where they were lectured about social justice and shit. But none of the shareholders, none of the people at the top, none of the Larry Finks would be at those retreats. So, like, literally the people that mattered, ones that decided how things go into the companies, or even like the HR ladies themselves, they would never sit down on a bench. Like, they were the ones giving the presentation. They were the ones lecturing. So, like, it was all a sham. But the most important thing, and this is what I want people to understand, is that psychologists found something very interesting about social justice, right? Turns out that most people that work at a company, after a while, they want a promotion. Whether it is like them getting a raise or whether it is like them actually ascending the ranks, it doesn't really matter. Like most people, after spending 5 or 10 years at a company, they want to advance. They want to climb the ladder. And if they don't, they quit. They find another company. And here's the insidious part, right? Like, this is why wokeness was such an amazing ideology. What many people found out, that if you organize a march, right, whether it is for trans rights, whether it is for gay rights, whether it's Black Lives Matter, it doesn't really matter, right? If you run a company and you organize your IT department to go on a march, and they have an assignment, like they have to make all the billboards, they have to make the marketing and shit, and then they actually go on the streets and they protest, apparently they genuinely feel as if they accomplished something, and for some reason that makes them less likely to ask for raises. And so it's not that Larry Fink didn't know what was happening. Oh, the pendulum is swinging. No, like he knew exactly what is going on. And unfortunately, yeah, like it's possible that the gravy train has to wrap up, and that a new grift will have to emerge. By the way, a lot of people don't realize, but there are Christian grifts. Like, humanity has lived for thousands of years, right? Like, you don't need woke ideology in order to make these styles of grift. You can go to something that also worked in the past, right? Like, grifts always existed and will always exist. And so, it can even be a secular grift. It doesn't have to be a Christian one. It doesn't have to be a left-leaning one, right? Like, you can always have, like, some sort of grift. And I'm pretty sure that the people at BlackRock have some of the most intelligent individuals on planet Earth to figure out what the next grift is going to be. Let me know what you guys think, though. And as usual, I will see you in the comment section.
Take care.
Take care.
Means the game just got even better. We now have up to 1,000 storage. You heard right, patch 102 makes the game even better. And we're gonna go through all the nodes and show you what exactly happened in-game and how we can abuse those changes to make the most out of it. Depending on your progress with the Greymane Camp expansion, the capacity of your private storage can now be increased from 240 to 1000 slots, with the final camp expansion giving you 360. We're currently sitting at the 4th camp expansion with 135 hours in the game. The best part about this bonus storage is now that we can do some very juicy things with our mission dispatch, getting ourselves a nice amount of artifacts and rare artifact crafting recipes. More on how to optimize that after the patch notes. They added a new Abyss Nexus in Payloon and improved the visibility of explosive barrels when using light reflection skill or when shining the lantern on them. How about we just remove them wholesale? If I die another time while clearing a quarry because I've been slicing and dicing enemies and I have zero visibility and a barrel goes off and kills me, I don't like them. They fixed an issue with combat missions where comrades would not return until the mission timer expired if the mission was completed before the time limit. And for our cat lovers, there's a new armor set and helmet. Most importantly, they improved the conditions for using Abyss Nexus, allowing them to be used even while moving slightly, except in certain situations such as while mounted or while using flight. Usually, you had to wait for your character to be absolutely stock still. He can't be moving a single centimeter. No. Then we can go to the teleporter and teleport. Now, as I'm sprinting and even still moving, I open up the map, I can teleport. Try that again. See, he does the last steps. I open up the teleporter. This would usually prevent me, and I can actually teleport. This will smooth on my gameplay so much. They also added movement control options, basic and classic. On basic movement controls, you hold the sprint key to accelerate. On classic movement controls, repeatedly press the sprint key to accelerate. Under settings and input, all the way at the bottom, you can choose which one you would like to have. I personally do prefer basic because it allows me to just do this, have my cliff go on, instead of having to really go with God damn it. Yeah, basic it is. Stay with that. The stamina consumption for mounts has been adjusted. With basic movement controls, holding the sprint key consumes stamina at set intervals. With classic movement controls, stamina is consumed each time the key is pressed. Now, there has been a weird thing with mounts and basic controls, that you kind of felt like your mount would always just alarmingly drain away the stamina. It felt almost twice as fast as before, to be honest. So spamming the key was in that case better. Now as I'm riding here, it feels more normal. I mean, look at how slow it's draining. I think you'll notice the difference if you have been riding any time. I was doing some horse races and my stamina just vanished more or less. I literally had to, stop during the horse race to then wait for a second for the stamina to refill. And now this is just way closer to what I would expect it to be. Improved so that flight skill can be activated even when holding the jump key in mid-air. This is now the whole process of double jumping and then just holding the key way smoother. Because sometimes he wouldn't take the tab, so he would double jump and then tap, and he wouldn't actually start flying. He would just take it as some weird ass input. But now, without a fail, every single time I double jump into a flight. Perfection. I also improved the responsiveness when inputting jump after an attack, which means we're gonna attack, jump, jump. Yeah, that's like just fluent. Step, jump. I mean, it kind of feels like I only have to press the X key one time anymore.
Okay.
I'll admit that often it felt like I had to do this if I wanted to jump, right? Where I'd really just have to mash the button, as if the game just doesn't take the key, or there's some weird key queuing happening, especially when you put attack multiple times. But now again, without a fail, we're actually getting up here from the ground. Added an escape key guide when affected by elemental status effects, and they fixed where the focus states would not be cancelled when using aerial roll during flight, which is actually sad because there used to be a new movement mechanic where you jump, then you go into flight, activate focus state, and press aerial roll. This would usually keep you in the focus state for a new movement mechanic. Now, sadly, it doesn't do that anymore. So that fix is ruining the cool new super flight that we have actually been applying, because you could then aerial roll and then you could unleash and then you were like super ultra fast. So that fix is sad. Fixed an issues where weapons could not be drawn inside Demoness Castle under certain conditions. Also, some bosses would teleport too far away during combat, and the double boost horse ability would not activate properly, draining more stamina than it should. And this is probably the issue I encountered. Fixed an issue where repeatedly pressing the spring key would allow a horse to run at maximum speed regardless of its stats, which means I probably have been breaking my horse by just spamming the key too hard. Now to some quality of life fixes. UI improvements. Improved the UI so that the save and load game menus are separated. Thank you. This might have never affected you, but I have accidentally loaded when I actually meant to save. Now we get save here and load on the other side. Plus, it's actually easier visible. We have save 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. And the timers are properly displayed. Sometimes they actually messed up. This will definitely help me to not oversave the one save I didn't want to oversave, as I'm doing as a content creator multiple saves with like backup rolls and so on, so I can try out things multiple times. I also fixed for keyboard and mouse that the cursor doesn't disappear anymore in the storage menu, which has been galling me a lot as I play with controller, but whenever I'm around in storage stuff or in menus, I tend to pull out my mouse to make navigation easier, but sometimes my mouse wasn't just simply there. Good news regarding the headgear visibility. We can finally turn it completely off, or at least in cutscenes, so Cliff doesn't have this hollow weird voice. And additionally, a feature to hide weapons shown on the character's back, which many players have requested, is also be planned to add it in the near future. I will say that I got used to the look of my absolute amazing shield, but I would really like to disable the bow, especially when I'm trying to take cool screenshots of my Cliff. But the first thing I'm definitely going to do is under settings, languages and gameplay, to change my headgear to hiding cutscenes. As fun as it is with certain helmets, it just does ruin the vibe completely when you have this hollow voice going on. Also, fantastic news for the
I like the change in the voice when you have a helmet on.
DLSS users. The quality's improved.
I actually prefer it.
They fixed some DLSS ray regeneration stuff, and also the memory usage with DLSS ray regeneration. Overall, it should now work better and smoother and look improved to what was there before. I personally play with FSR 4.1 native AA, frame generation on 2, with ray regeneration off because it used to torch FPS, and my graphics settings are all on ultra. Now if I actually turn ray regeneration on, my FPS are not dropping to 20 anymore. However, my frame timings went up to 30 ms instead of 6 ms, and something does feel weirdly clunky. So that is still not where I want it to be. However, if I now turn ray tracing on, the FPS stay the same. It is fluent as ever, and the game does look a smidgen more beautiful in its reflections. Hello, little puddles. Okay, yeah. Overall, I do believe that it is a bit more crisp now with FSR, as people have been complaining about a blurriness going on before. Lastly, stability and performance got optimized even further. Tell me in the comments definitely if you noticed that. Now, I promised you some nice camp artifact farm abuse while you're AFK sleeping. That is now very much easier possible as we have unlimited storage. There was a big problem before with your camp and certain missions, and those were the mission rewards. Because missions in Delicia, like the cacao farm, gives you 7.1k provisions, which we'll need for the Time Worn Ruins, but you were also getting these cacao beans, and they were just overflowing your inventory like there's no tomorrow. Why would you now want to have those 7.1k, or actually 11 to 12k if you put the right comrades in? Because in the Crimson Desert, there's the Time Worn Ruins excavation. This takes 3 in-game days, so quite some hours. However, it is extremely expensive to do. You need 24,000 food, 31,000 money, we need another 14,000, 12,000 weapons, which means that in a matter of 3 in-game days, we need to do enough missions to be able to afford this. And I usually tend to let my PC run overnight because that gives me a lot of resources and actually does finish the artifact mission. The biggest issue with this whole process was that the missions would just auto-board if you had no more storage space. It would just stop functioning. Now I can run them continuously without a problem, but there's actually then a new problem because running this also cost me 7.1k coins. So I need to take the right missions to not drain my coffers empty, that still run long enough so if I do them 3 times, I have the right amount of provisions. For example, this one takes 20 hours to complete. That would mean I can do 3 of them during the time of 1 Time Worn excavation. With the right dudes in, this will give you 11k in rewards. So that's already perfect. In Delicia, there's also the Tinkertown dig site. I think you'll have to do a Tinkertown quest before that. This one is actually fantastic because as you put in some of your protection dudes like Wybert and Brand, it gives up to 25,000 coins and has roughly the same 20-hour timer as the cacao farm. Now, the biggest problem I have is finding a mission that gives me more weapons. This one gives 1.5k, which is arguably not a lot. However, at the very bottom, we got Mukin and the Salt Road Trading Post.
Apologies.
Which give me 2.1k and
He's pretty much done. Okay.
So I'm coming back to World of Warcraft, and one of the things that I'm genuinely curious about is what's the community like? What changed? Now, when I went on the Burning Crusade anniversary server, it was pretty much what I expected. Most people were around my age. Most people had children, and they have extremely little patience. Like, if you go into an instance and you die once, then they all leave. They find dying even once unacceptable. They also treat gear score like it's the most sacred thing in the game. It doesn't matter your experience. It doesn't matter if you can do the content. If you don't have the gear score, then you're not welcome. And so that is the attitude there. Now, I wanted to see what it's like on retail. And, oh my God, I genuinely hope, like, this is not the norm, and I just found the exception. But I'm playing on retail, and all of a sudden, someone invites me to a guild. And it's like, okay, well, sure, why not? And I asked, like, is this a raiding guild? And apparently the person there is trying to create something new. So he's inviting random people in the hopes that once everyone reaches max level, he can start raiding. All right. We talk to each other, you know, they seem to be nice people. Some of them are from Sweden, others are from the UK. The Guildmaster especially was from the UK. And today I realized that the Guildmaster was spurging out. I was like, what the fuck happened? You know, why is he spurging out? Well, he's spurging out because someone on Discord had a picture of a penguin with a noose attached. And he wanted to get that person to change his profile picture because it's promoting suicide. And I'm like, what the fuck? You know? So, like, let me get this straight. Like, this guy probably had the profile picture for a long while. But now because he's joining a World of Warcraft Discord server, like, he needs to change his profile picture. Like, obviously not. You know, when I start pushing back on the Guildmaster, and I ask him very politely if he is mentally retarded. And then he starts hitting me with shit like this, right? So, unfortunately, because I left the guild, I can't have access to the old conversation. I should have screenshotted it before I left it. I forgot that once you leave, your conversation gets removed. But as you can see here, right, like he's literally saying he had the penguin with the noose, and I politely asked him to change his profile picture on Discord server, and he refused. Well, I would have refused as well. It's just purely out of principle. Like, even if it is a bad profile picture, like, who the fuck are you to tell me to change my profile picture? And then look at this shit, right? Rules are rules on the internet as well. Yeah, but like, I suppose you're right, but a profile picture with a penguin and a noose, like, don't you think you're exaggerating? Like, if this guy was doxing someone, if he was promoting child sexual abuse material, right? Like, if he was doing something like that, then sure, I would understand, but what I'm getting the memo is that if a picture of a penguin with a noose causes you Oscar, then when we actually start raiding and I actually start cracking a joke and I relax, there will be problems. And there won't be problems from my way, right? There will be problems for your way. And he then doubles down, and this is where I finally started losing it. The goal is to have nice people in the guild, not dickheads. If you don't like that idea, you can leave. So, in other words, our beloved Guildmaster is trying to create an inclusive space.
Oh, God.
I don't know why, but I've been in many communities, and what I've noticed is that the more inclusive a space becomes, the more socially suffocating it is.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's usually the exclusionary spaces where people actually have fun and they relax, while the inclusive spaces seem to have only a couple of people, usually the moderators, that are having the fun, usually at the expense of everyone else. And so, yeah, this is not the type of guild that I want to be in. And then it's the interpretation of the Guildmaster. It was a suicide profile picture. Like, motherfucker, it was a cartoon character with a noose. You know, like, shut the fuck up. But even if it was a suicide picture, right? If it's fake, like if it's an actor in a movie, if it's a cartoon, if it's something like that, I don't give a shit. And I literally told him this, and this was the response. Let's see if I can manage to find it. He basically said, what's wrong with being against bad things? And when that's your mentality, like if your mentality is like, what's wrong with being against bad things?
That's basically borderline.
Being against bad things.
He's basically teetering right on the doorstep of everything that I think is correct because I'm a good guy, and everything that I disagree with is bad because it is a bad guy. And it is a bad guy by default because I am a good guy. And there's actually no further logic beyond that whatsoever. That's just how they see everything, as like that clear cut, black and white.
Right. The world has bad things and good things in it.
And you see V's going right into that fucking talking point.
And also, who the fuck are you to decide what is bad and what is good?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I would understand if the overwhelming majority of the guild would have been butthurt by the picture and they would ask you to do something about it. And, you know, like the likelihood of literally everyone in the guild wanting something to be changed, then okay, well, that's just democratic consensus. But
wow,
you unilaterally just go around and decide, no, I won't have these types of pictures in my Discord server. Here's my question, like, what happens if you do? Like, literally, what happens if you allow the picture to exist? I mean, the 2014 internet had those pictures. It's not against Discord's rule. No one is being answered by it except of you. So I genuinely think that you're power tripping. Like, I think that you created a guild, not because you want people to go in, enjoy, and have fun and relax, but you created a guild because you want to have power over other people.
Yep.
You're a Reddit Jenny. Right? So, like, you genuinely feel comfortable when you get to decide what is good and what is bad for other people. You basically want to be a preacher without Jesus.
The Reddit mod.
Work that way. And so I told him that it's not working out. That myself and some other people actually did leave. Now, here's the interesting part. There was another individual here, which apparently agreed with me, right? He said that it is a display of weak leadership. And I said, it's not even about the penguin, to be honest. I can just see how things will go down once we start raiding.
Yep.
He'll destroy the guild trying to please everyone. See, many guilds like it to fall. I don't think he is trying to please people because nobody besides him got asked her. I think he just wants to be seen as important. Yeah, and I generally don't like this type of guild leadership where the guildmaster is acting like mommy and a moral enforcer. You need to know your place. It's a video game, right? Like,
Wait,
we're not blood related. We're not even in the same country. We don't know each other outside the game. So if it has something to do with the game, like someone ninja loots or someone grifts, okay, fine. You know, like you as a guildmaster should step in. But it's off-platform stuff, like what people do on a Discord or shit like that, then absolutely not. And not to mention, you know, when he invited people, he didn't set any rules. He didn't say that we're going to review your Discord pictures. Like, if you want to review people's Discord pictures, like, maybe first become a world-first guild, you know, like a mythic level raiding guild, and maybe get some sponsorships and shit. And then, yes, you can actually start moralizing people because you actually achieved something, right? So, like, you worked hard, you got in a place that's now exclusive, and so you can filter out people a little bit more. But when you're a starting guild, like, don't come with that bullshit where, we just didn't like your avatar profile picture. Anyway, right, here's my question. Is this normal? Like, this is literally the first interaction that I had with the World of Warcraft community in retail, and it's concerning.
It's possible that it is normal.
2014, 2016 era internet, and back then nobody gave a shit. You know, you could have whatever name you wanted on TeamSpeak. There were some limits, obviously, but I guarantee to you, like a penguin with a rope were not part of those limits. Let me know what you guys think. I did pay 1 month subscription for this game, so I'm going to make some videos to milk everything that I get out of it, and I'm also interested in finding out if my experience is actually normal or not. How do I get you guys to add me as friends? Like, maybe I can start the guild. Like, if people are going to be this retarded, then obviously there's a niche in the market for a normal, sane guild. I guess I would have to give you my Balda social. Like it's V #1498. Like you can literally add me, right? Let me know what you think in the comment section, and I'll see you guys there. Thank you.
Fear in the politics of deception. All right, let's see this.
Over the last year, something really strange has happened. The same political movement that spent a decade telling us that the Founding Fathers were villains, our Constitution was structurally racist, and America itself was an illegitimate white settler colonial state built on genocide and slavery, has now suddenly rediscovered a deep reverence for pretty much all of these things. The left has gone all in on embracing this aesthetic. They dress themselves up as patriots and cosplay as the Founding Fathers while attending protests under the tagline, "No King." And many on the right are just staring at this, completely dumbfounded. Didn't we just spend the last 10 years watching these same people essentially declare total war on the American mythos? All of us remember the cultural revolution that was the Great Awakening. We all lived through the 1619 Project, the tearing down of statues and monuments,
I
the
remember.
incessant lecturing that America was never great to begin with, the very public character assassination attempt, and several of them were quite successful, against everyone from astrophysicists to CEOs. The relentless, personal, and ruthless attacks on white men for being the root of all evil in the world. The explicit attempt to shut them out of all institutions and elite career pathways.
This shit is so fucking evil,
We
by the
were
way.
told there was nothing to celebrate about this country, and that its only hope for salvation would be to hand everything over
Then get the hell out of here. Just get out.
to the very people who framed their hatred
You don't
for
like
us as a
America, then you
universal
can get
moral imperative.
out.
So what exactly are we supposed to believe? That the Founding Fathers were irredeemably evil in 2020? But now they're sacred guardians of liberty to invoke against the current occupant in the White House? Why does it seem like there's a sizable chunk of the political divide who
Jeez.
expects us to accept their appeal to things they themselves were trying to
They
tear
them?
down just a few years ago? I think you know where I'm going.
I know. Yeah, I know
You've
where
already seen the title of this video.
he's going with it.
At the same time, there's been this huge blow-up over to what degree the American founding can be used as a political football by one side who openly hates this country. There's been a similar cultural battle over an anime that came out just a few years ago, Beyond Journey's End.
Love this
A
anime.
handful of left-wing anime fans have argued that, like every other cultural icon of the last decade, Frieren obviously belongs to them.
What?
But there's just one problem. Frieren is as close to being explicitly right-wing as any anime possibly could be. And it's right-wing in a way that explains virtually everything that's happening to American politics at the moment. Now, for those of you who haven't seen it, here's what you need to know about the world of Frieren. In this world, demons exist, and they've evolved a
Just like
very
ours.
specific survival strategy. They look almost exactly like human. They have the same bodies, they have the same faces, they even speak with the same voices. The only thing that really gives them away are the small horns on their head. And you've got to remember, these things have spent centuries studying human beings and learning how to blend into society. They've picked up human speech and behavioral patterns, but none of it's real. The whole thing is a performance. It's a manipulative play with one purpose and one purpose only: to weasel their way into a position close enough to do what they actually came to do. which
I
is to
understand
eat
how
the
this is
humans
okay.
themselves. And in one of the most memorable scenes of the
That's
first
funny.
season, Frieren's party encounters a demon that has taken the form of a young girl. I want you to pay close attention to what happens next. The human hero of this party, Himmel, simply can't bring himself to strike this demon down, even after it had just murdered and eaten another child. From Himmel's perspective, all that he sees is a small and frightened girl, not a monster with no compassion for its victims. And so he just can't do it. He can't swing his sword and strike this demon down.
This show
Because
is so
it goes
good, by the
against
way.
his own principles, his own moral compass, really his entire worldview. What happens next is that the village chieftain steps forward and offers to take the demon in as one of his own. He basically promises to raise it as a human and to show it love and compassion. But in doing so, he's playing right into the demon's hand. It has no interest in integrating into human society or reforming itself along humanity's moral order. All it's interested in is manipulating the emotions and principles of the humans around it in order to continue killing. And so, tragically, the same principles that drove this family to open up their home ultimately result in the village chieftain being killed, his homestead burned to the ground, and his daughter nearly suffering the same fate as the first child that Himmel failed to avenge. Frieren steps forward to do what Himmel couldn't, and in this moment, we learn everything we need to know about the world of Frieren. The demon cries out yet again for a mother it doesn't even have, and when Frieren presses it on it, it finally admits that it's simply a magic word that keeps people from killing them. As Frieren herself
That
explains,
episode was crazy.
奴らにとっての言葉は人類を欺く術だ。
That's
That's
the line
become-
I put at
yeah.
the beginning of the song.
奴らにとっての言葉は人類を欺く術だ。
The point here is that demons use human empathy and morality to their own advantage, despite never adhering to those moral principles themselves. The entire thing is a trick designed to cause what would otherwise be the demon's enemies from recognizing themselves as such. This is why I said earlier that Frieren is deeply right-wing, so much so that there's an entire collection of memes pointing this fact out.
There's so many.
And this one scene from a Japanese anime perfectly explains the current state of American politics today. I've summarized the phenomenon here in a tweet that ultimately inspired this entire video. This has been the story of American politics for years.
Oh,
win an
this
election,
guy! I know this guy. I saw this tweet too. I've seen this. Oh, that's crazy. Everything comes full circle. I saw this. I had no idea who this guy was. I just thought he was a regular fucking tweeter.
Appeal to the Constitution, the rule of law, Christianity, and the founding fathers to ensure that that's true. They always do that. But Jesus said this. But the Bible says this. They always do that, man. The leftists always do that whenever they can. And ensure that the conservatives never act against them. Leftists win the next election. They immediately discard all of these principles and begin ruthlessly imposing their will on society. They go way too far, lose the following election, instantly go back to appealing to the Constitution. Conservatives, the Constitution, huh? Why do you keep using that word? Leftist because it stops you from killing.
Arguably decades even. The Constitution, the rule of law, separation of powers, checks and balances, federalism, the founders' vision for this entire country. All of these things are generational commitments on the right. We see them as essential elements to who we are as Americans. They have to be honored and defended, even when doing so is painful, and even when honoring them means sometimes losing. But this is exactly why the left appeals to these things. Even if they don't fully understand the reason why, they do understand that these things carry an almost mythic power in the minds of conservatives. And it's a mythic power they're all too happy to exploit when it suits them. Perhaps there's no better recent example of this than this year's Democrat State of the Union rebuttal.
Oh, jeez.
Virginia Governor Abigail Spanberger deliberately chose to deliver it from the chamber of North America's oldest legislative body in Williamsburg, just a few miles from the site of the first English colony at Jamestown.
Do they even kind of look
the
like
birth
demons,
of
dude?
America's independence at York.
Like a little bit, you know?
And in this speech, what did we see? Explicit references to the Declaration of Independence, our Constitution, and the Bill of Rights, invoking the story of America's independence from tyranny. Direct appeals to
what our founders envisioned.
Spanberger even went so far as to quote George Washington and regurgitate the old conservative adage about law and order.
It's
Yet
fucking
somehow twist it
disgusting.
into an attack on ICE, even after an illegal migrant from Sierra Leone with 30 prior arrests stabbed a woman at a bus stop in Northern Virginia. Keep in mind, all of this was happening at the same time the Democratic Party.
Did you guys see the thing recently where, was it in San Francisco? There was like a guy that like killed some dude and he didn't even go to jail for it. Did you guys see that shit?
There's been too many of those to count.
Is advancing bills to terminate Virginia's cooperation agreements with ICE, limit
Was that
the ability...
was that San Francisco where that happened? Was that I think it, hold on, I'm looking it up. I'm pretty sure they had to pay a fine. I don't remember which one it was. If anyone knows the case, it like recently happened. If anyone knows the case, like send it to me.
of law enforcement to share information with federal immigration agents,
Do you have it, DACA? Do you have the info on that one, DACA? Was it in New York?
immigration arrests near courthouses, and turned schools into ice-free zones. And the same illegal alien who stabbed a woman to death at a bus stop in Northern Virginia, that all happened literally the day before her speech. And a week later, Spanberger refused to hand him over to ICE for deportation. Does she believe this is what the founders would have wanted? Illegal migrants from another continent coming here and killing Americans? How do you stand there in the birthplace of America, quote the founding fathers, and then go home and do everything in your power to govern in a way that would horrify them? The answer, of course, is that she isn't confused, and she's not being inconsistent. She knows exactly what she's doing. She's invoking the things she knows conservatives hold sacred, because invoking them constrains conservative action. The moment her party is back in power, and the Constitution becomes an obstacle rather than a shield,
they'll get rid of
stop
it.
being a sacred document and go back to being a relic of white supremacy, just like it did before. And this gets to the fundamental problem at the heart of American politics right now. To conservatives, the Constitution is a civic Bible. It's the cornerstone of America's identity. It's the guarantor of liberty for its people, and the crowning
It's a fucking
achievement of our
Codex
country's
Astartes.
contribution to political philosophy. But to the left, the Constitution is something else entirely. They don't appeal to the Constitution because they believe in it. They appeal to the Constitution because you do. The Constitution is, at best, just a procedural tool to invoke when it gets you what you want. And at worst, it's a founding document.
And again, this is the same reason why anytime they can, they'll appeal to your beliefs by using Christianity or other kinds of morals that like they don't actually believe in.
White supremacy, written by white patriarchal slave owners to protect a system of oppression that progressives are determined to tear down, sometimes quite literally. It's the political equivalent of that same survival mechanism that demons have in the world of Freerin, which might conveniently explain why a subset of the left openly identifies with them in online discourse. But of course, these two views are not compatible. There's no political system on Earth, no matter how well written or long-lasting it may be, that can survive a dynamic where one side treats its founding principles as a bedrock of civilization, and the other treats them as a means to deceive their enemies. So what does this all teach us? Well, for
Zoltran.
years now, I would argue that almost everyone on the right has been able to feel this, even if they've struggled to put it into words. The left has spent a long time essentially abusing deeply held conservative principles in order to force them into situations that actively harms them. And they've just expected to keep getting away with this as long as they can string together the right magic words. That's precisely what the demon does in Freerin. It doesn't need to overpower Himmel. It just needs him to hesitate and to doubt whether he's looking at an enemy at all. But this spell only has power over someone who believes in it. And this is what the right has been painfully slow to come to terms with.
It's true. It's
The
hard.
Constitution, the rule of law, separation of powers, checks and balances, federalism.
God, I love
The
America.
founders' vision for America. None of these things came first. The revolution did. The rules and procedures only came after the question was settled as to who this country belonged to and what overarching vision would govern it.
The best.
Right now, there's a new battle.
Some might
being
say the
waged over
best.
those first order questions. And recognizing this isn't an act of cynicism or an abandonment of. To go back to the Freerin analogy for just a moment, when she strikes the demon down, does she somehow stop protecting the humans she cares about? Does she become the demon herself? She just stops pretending that extending mercy to something that will use that mercy to keep killing is synonymous with being merciful itself.
And that's why we gotta get Ilhan Omar out of here. Am I right, guys? That's why. She needs to go. Time to go back. Time to go back to Somalia.
Ultimately, the right doesn't need to stop believing in the Constitution or the rule of law. It just needs to stop extending these principles in a universal, automatic, and good faith manner to the very forces that have made it clear that they'll invoke them when convenient and discard them when they're not. And doing so isn't a betrayal of what the founders built or stood for.
I heard that they said they'll take her back. Did you just hear about that? Apparently Somalia said this morning that they're willing to take her back.
It's actually the only way any of it can possibly survive.
Man, that was a good one, actually.
Agreed.
What is this? Blair White says, my first instinct was to clown her, but I actually feel bad. She's in a prison. Taylor Lawrence, if you're traveling to Cuba or any impoverished community or just generally, you should be wearing a mask. We're 6 years into an ongoing pandemic, and jeez. Okay.
Oh God.
An airborne disease
I
is
just
a
looked at
real
whose
event,
account
and
that
how many
was.
leftists want to scream and stomp their feet and shout RFK talking points. It's really easy. It's really so easy to not infect and kill people around you. No one is saying you have to be perfect, but if you respond to disabled people asking you not to kill and maim them, whoa, maim! What are you, a tiger?
Wonder if Alana knows the deep lore on Taylor Lorenz.
Folks, by having a meltdown instead of showing a basic solidarity, you are not a serious person. And Shu chews them out and says, these people loved COVID. Inside all day, censorship online, greenlit by to be moral busybodies, the school people for being maskless, untrusting the science, overly cautious, bubble-wrapped society. The world was a massive longhouse, a shit-lib paradise.
And yet you still represent them.
She's so based for that. Oh my god, she popped the fuck off, dude. She was right, by the way. It was also an HR paradise. I had a job for a little bit during COVID. HR departments were having like an absolute field day, shoving mask mandates down people's freaking throats and firing anyone who didn't comply. I remember them separating everyone's desk by like 6 feet or whatever. You know, 6 feet, separate yourself, right? Putting those stupid fucking feet stickers on the ground 6 feet apart. So all of you people need to know you need to stand this far apart when you line up. And if you, God forbid, you didn't put your feet exactly on the stickers, some fucking retard would walk up to you and try and fucking woke scold you. You were an HR lady? Oh my fucking god, you have no listening comprehension. I didn't say that. I worked a job that had an HR department, you ding dong. And not, by the way, let's not forget that these same fucking retards that would like scold you for not staying 6 feet apart or for not wearing your mask would touch every single fucking surface in the building or the grocery store, turned every single doorknob in public, and then
Oh, we have bad guys up here.
dumb stinky fucking fingers to adjust their fucking mask constantly. Oh my god. You're turning the thing on your face into like a literal petri dish by like
Whoa, there's a lot of people up here.
touching your face and touching surfaces. Like, and then they would all wear it all fucking day. I saw this day in and day out back when I had a job during COVID. Like, I hate it. They never change it out. They wear it by themselves in the car. I saw that pretty frequently as well. And then they wonder how they got sick, even though they were like following all the rules. They didn't actually give a fuck about not like getting other sick people sick or getting sick themselves or protecting the elderly. The only thing they fucking cared about was getting to fucking woke scold you and call you a fucking Nazi and a science denier, whatever the fuck. If you got like a little bit upset that you had to wear a fucking mask for fucking 12 hours a day and the lip balm on it, oh man, that shit was greasy. You just gave me like a flashback. Yeah, I had to fly to Singapore 15 hours for the mask. Yeah, but then let's not forget that let's not forget that the airplane is literally an incubator for getting sick. The lipstick on the masks, oh my god, don't remind me, man. What a nice day! You didn't step in the red circle! They what? Stop trying to kill people! Oh my god, the people spanking your ass. Oh. I had the Tokyo Ghoul mask and told people to fuck off. Alright, don't cut yourself on that edge, buddy. And by the way, keep in mind, to this day, there are people that mask everywhere they go. They're not sick, they're not immunocompromised in any way. They don't like have a debilitating disease. They're just mentally ill. These people are unironically like excited and praying for a COVID too. Electric boogaloo. Jugaloo. I still see them. Yeah, I see them occasionally too. It's insane. Unless you're from Japan. In Japan, it was a cultural thing to wear masks before COVID, and I totally get that, but like in America, it was not a fucking thing. Yeah, we're talking about America. America.
It's time to
So this is another thing. Let's watch this. Chat.
Rappling.
Again, we're just going through
Huh?
stuff I saw and I thought it was dumb. Just wanted to talk about it. What is this? I hate fence sitters. Oh boy.
There are streamers who are like trying to
Wrestling is a test of wait.
everyone. I couldn't imagine ever doing that. I couldn't live knowing that a MAGA bitch watches me, you know? Like the moment I even get a hint of MAGA-ness in you, like you gotta go. Like,
What does that even mean? A hint of MAGA-ness? What?
Huh. You look like you could hold your
I
own.
don't with that at all. It's okay if you're a Republican and you watch me, because that's like different, right?
I guess. It's always my favorite part of that comment, I guess.
Shit, that's you saying that, okay? Yo, you're a Republican, that's fine. Okay, bro. Alright, whatever you say.
Yes. But if you're MAGA, you're not even human anymore.
You're not even human. Okay, alright.
I watched the Grey Mains in
You know,
battle.
there's liberals in my chat, and I don't mind them at all as long as they behave themselves. Same for fucking Republicans. I don't give a fuck. What a weird, dehumanizing thing to say. I've also had people come up to me and be like, Alana, I agree with some of your fucking takes, but some of your takes I don't agree with. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. That's called, like, having a human discussion. Oh, you agree with this policy, but not that policy? What? No way!
I'm just like a cultist member. I don't vibe with that at all. So when I see YouTubers that are
Yeah, but then, you know what the other thing that irks me about this is that people will also say that all Republicans are MAGA. So, I mean, you're just moving the goalposts whenever it's convenient for you.
fence sitting with the whole ass like fence up their pussy. I don't understand how you ever deal with that shit in your community, even like knowing something like that is around you. Ew. The righties like to argue about like, oh, you claim.
Ew, it's so icky when people disagree with me. Ew,
Have we met
you're so gross.
Your place is a safe space for all, but you don't want these people like MAGA in your community. Well, yeah, because the moment you enter, it's not safe anymore. You dumb. Like you're a parasite. Duh. Because you think that, like, everyone's existence in this chat, including me, is like not valid. So, like, why would we want you here? Are you dumb? Like,
You literally said that if you're a MAGA, you're not human. And then you have the audacity to say this.
this chat, including me, is like not valid. So like, why would we want you here? Are you dumb? Like, what a stupid fucking argument. You're actually brain dead.
Man, if only you could listen to yourself, boy. Oh, that's crazy. That's kind of insane. I don't know why when I listen to him talk, I can only see a drooling mouth breather in my head. This is the same guy, by the way. This is the same guy.
Still.
That thinks you can't be racist to white people. I'm not kidding. And he's double, tripled down on it. He said it openly, like, you can't be racist to white people. This guy's entire business model hinges on the fact that he's a professional retard that appeals to, like, extreme fucking feminists and shit libs. He's basically a lol cow. Every time he posts, he just gets mocked relentlessly in the comments. A racist cultist calling other cultists. Like, bro, you're a crybaby loser on the internet with a mental illness. Little buddy would say this, any of this IRL to someone, by the way. No, they won't. Hey, you follow me. That's funny. Yeah, dude, no, it's crazy. Like, how much of a fucking hypocrite can you be?
Oh, did I go out of the ring? Oh no, I got him.
My lord. Also, I want everyone to take a second to like understand that this isn't clipped out of context. That someone didn't just go into his stream and like clip this and like edit it down, right? He clipped them himself. Likely paid an editor to subtitle this and put the little, you know, the Twitch logo so that people know where to find him. And then intentionally posted this on his fucking account. On his Twitter account of all things. And probably cross-posted it on several other platforms. Like, this isn't a repost. This isn't a fan edit. This isn't like someone saying, oh, gotcha, you know. This is shit he's said on stream.
He's proud of it.
To something like, yeah. You know what? I'm gonna watch this back. I'm gonna clip it. I'm gonna send it to my editor. This is a banger. I'm gonna hire someone for like $100, and make it into a short. To be fair, it's rage bait. No, it's not, because then by that logic, him saying shit like, "Oh, you can't be racist to white people" is rage bait. He unironically
he
thinks
believes
that.
that.
It's not like he goes around and says, "No, guys, it was a rage bait. It was a joke, guys. Don't pay me hate." No, it's real. No. What a weirdo. And by the
We
way,
always say
offensive
when
is
people show
fucking
you who
bogus.
they
I don't
are,
give a
believe
fuck
them.
How much you wanna cry a bitch and shit your freaking pants, and I'm not gonna be forced to have an opinion on topics I don't give a fuck about. I'm gonna happily and proudly sit on the fence,
No deals off the
swinging
table if
my
the money's-
feet,
You'll find it
because I
useful.
don't feel strongly or really give a shit about either side of a debate. Like, it's really not that deep. Don't let retards like this
Why don't you
tell
pick
you
out
you
some
need
more?
to care about any one topic. They'll tell you,
No
like,
deals.
oh,
No one's bound to
silence
deal
is
with me.
violence and silence is compliance. What they're really saying is, like, if you don't get off the fence and agree with me, I'm gonna slander you and call you a fucking Nazi. Because anyone who's not with me is against me. Like, this is, like, peak retard cattle mentality. Like, you can't think for yourself at all. Yeah, I'm just kicking my feet and minding my own business. What pisses me off is they think they're so moral and good while they say shit like that. No, it's insanely hypocritical. I don't know how you can say that with good conscience, but you know, people like this exist. And again, this person actually makes a really good point. This motherfucker is never gonna say that to someone to their face. He's never gonna walk up to a fucking white person in real life at a Walmart and be like, "Yeah, I can't be racist to white people." Cracker. Yeah, he's never gonna do that because he's a pussy. He's just gonna virtue signal to his dumbass, you know, freaking audience. Even if if very little fucking audience that he has. Also, someone said that they have a fansly and they show their butthole. I don't know. Have fun with that. You have a gooner audience. All they want to do is goon to you. You think they care about your fucking political opinions? I don't think so. Most people just want to see your hole. Huh? No, yeah, I remember last time we talked about this guy. It's just funny. Anyway, I'm talking about this fucking clown. What is this? Breaking news! The Crunchyroll breached through outsourcing partner in India.
Yeah.
Say what you want about Indian scammers and like people who send phishing links.
Finally.
It wouldn't be a business practice if it
fine
didn't
bit of
work.
Hats off to you.
That's the problem.
Seeing the grain stack grow higher
Like
and higher
that is
kept me
the
awake at
problem,
night.
is that it exists because it
Now
works.
I can breathe easy.
A threat
and
actor
enjoy the fruits of this bountiful
exfiltrated?
harvest.
Is that the word? Exfiltrate? I don't know if it was. Data
bless
from
the children.
Crunchyroll's
They
ticketing system also
absolutely
managed to pull
love
100
watching
gigabytes
the
of
windmill
personally
spin.
identified customer
Their parents
analytics
are
data.
overjoyed their
We've
grain
analyzed
won't
sample
spoil.
data and includes IP addresses, email addresses,
It's all
credit card
thanks to
details,
you.
and more. Thank
So
God I don't
please
use Crunchyroll.
take
Holy
this,
shit.
a token of
An
our
employee of their
gratitude.
outsourcing
You're
partner,
always
Taylor's,
welcome
had
here.
executed malware on his system, which gave a threat actor access to Crunchyroll's environment. Oh my gosh. Oh no. They opened the Slack too. Oh no. Yo, they got him, dude. They haven't publicly disclosed the breach. It's been 2 days. It's kind of strong. Yeah, people they gotta stop clicking links, man. You gotta. I remember when I worked my old job before I was a VTuber, they used to have literal training sessions that the IT department and like a bunch of like young fucking guys usually come out and they say shit like they have to explain what a phishing link is, and it's like, oh, don't click on this link, don't do it, like double check if you're gonna click on it, please. It's a waste of time, man. Stupid people are gonna click on links. No amount of training prevents it. You can take someone who fucking does it like 20 times to a training session 20 times, they're still gonna do it because they're that dumb, especially older people. Younger people can obviously do it too. I've seen it too. But like older people are very susceptible to it. Like this is what happens. They try to teach you how to spot a phishing link. but the people clicking on the links never even get that far. What they do is they read the email that says urgent, action required, and they freak out. And it's an email designed to make you panic and think you did something wrong. And then at the bottom it says like, click this link to go solve X issue. And then they never even look at the link. They just click it because they're low IQ emotional people that want to fix an emergency. I actually had one of those in my spam the other day where it was like, Smug Alana has been breaching copyright from Rodrigo Gomez, and I'm like, what the fuck? And I didn't click on anything, but I immediately knew it was a phishing link, and I was like, what the fuck is this? And then the fucking link is, hold on, let me find it. The link itself says, give me one moment. I read it, I thought
2 seconds. Okay. Apologies. Had to go make myself some lunch.
Thought it was so funny. Ah, here we go. Copyright notification center from YouTube. If these terms are not met within 7 business days, we will have no choice but to file an official takedown request. u2.be-dmca.report/?abuse ID equals @Smugglana. And it's like, it's this fucking email from Stefania Aggiato from an Italian website. Yeah, dude, I'm totally gonna click that. You breached the freaking copyright. Like, that's how they get you. They get you scared, and then you click on it. Apparently, a princess from Nigeria says, I can save her, guys. This is a dream come true. Yes. Click on the link right now. No, it's insane. I get those all the time in my spam email. I sometimes just, like, open them to read them just to see what's going on, and it's just, like, the funniest thing ever. You breach the copyright. The other day, I got a phishing email filter from some official supposed Microsoft account. The font made the user very confused right now. R and N is M and G. If it's fairly amusing. Yeah, they do all sorts of trick to make you like click on it, but it's just funny because like if you have half a mind, you just don't click on it and you let it rot. Who gives a fuck? And they always do this like weird guilt tripping shit. Yeah, like, urgent, if you don't click on it, you're gonna lose your account. No, I'm not clicking on it. I'll lose my account. I'll sue YouTube. If it's real. Does YouTube copyright just take the video straight up? No, it's not how it works. People will threaten you sometimes. I've talked to people, like, through, like, the grapevine, and apparently there's, like, massive channels that get huge ransom notes. Like, I'm talking about in the hundreds of thousands. I'm talking like people who make millions every month, right? Through YouTube. And they get billions of views. And they get emails all the time from like scammers from different countries, not just India, saying like, if you don't pay us like $100,000, we're gonna delete your account and we're gonna sue you. And they never do. They just want to extort you. Yeah. Just fucking dumb as fuck. We got your info. Send money to this crypto link. Yeah, they lock up your computer or whatever the fuck. And you know what the most fucked up thing is that when you open a link like that, even if you just click on it and you don't like actually click on anything else, they still have you. It, like, extracts, because everything is so linked up. It can like go through 2FA. Like it's over for you if you click it. Basically, that's why people get hacked so often. Yeah, quite fascinating. Yeah, it was all the dumb shit I saw today. It's pretty funny, pretty good. I got a phishing link while you're talking about this. Well, don't click on it, dum-dum. Extract cookies, yum. Yeah, straight out the oven. Ah! Blah, 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 blah. Oh, Plania messaged me. Oh, interesting. Cute. Got an email from Smegolana. Dude, chat, this is a PSA too. I'll actually attach this kind of. If a Smugglana ever messages you, don't fucking give them anything. I don't DM people unless it's for business, for art, or it's like, I don't know. Like, it's gotta be a good enough reason for me to contact someone. The only people I talk to are mods, artists, and like an editor for my shorts. That's it. Like, that's the only people I talk to. So like, if I ever talk to you and ask for like money or like give me your account or something, that's not me. And also, just in general, anyone else? Any VTubers? There's people who impersonate VTubers all the time. He stole my something for Spigalana. Shorts? Don't you mean jorts? No. Shorts. It's not you asking for my credit card? Yeah. There's people who impersonate mods too. I've seen that as well. So be careful. Don't ever give anything to like anyone, basically. Yeah, keep your shit close. I do it on X all the time? Yeah. I had an impersonator for a while, but I think I got him banned. I got them banned off of Twitter for impersonating me. This was like maybe 2 years ago, I think. You're my third favorite Fen dealer. Thank you. You're welcome. Trust nobody, even yourself. Okay. Man, this tea is going right through me. This tea is blueberry. Tasty.
There was another thing that cropped up on X today that just made me chuckle. And also made me feel a bit disappointed in humanity as well. So like it's got that effect on people. It was talking about an actress here who was apparently asked by a director to hold in her stomach a little bit. Now that sounds horrific. I know it's traumatic, right? But the story here is like done in Variety, and it says here, the Riverdale and Forbidden Fruits actor Lily Reinhart recently took part in a video interview for Cosmopolitan magazine and revealed that a male director once told her to suck in her stomach a little bit between takes. She didn't reveal his name, but joined by her co-stars Lola Tung and Victoria Pedretti, Reinhart was asked to name the acting note that she took personally. She didn't hesitate to answer. When I had a male director come up to me and silently lean over and go, "Just suck in your stomach a little bit." Now, to put that in context, this is what the gentlemen of Marvel have to produce for us. just as a random sampling, right? Now, I think that goes a little bit beyond just holding your stomach a little bit. And yet, they do not get any recourse on this. They don't get to complain about it. They're just expected to do it. And probably kill themselves in the gym for like 6 months prepping for that one moment where they have to go shirtless. When they never really have to go shirtless, it's not necessary for the story. It's just to provide a bit of eye candy for the female audience.
Was it necessary, right, to strip him naked but not do it to Natalie Portman's character, who didn't have to work out, just had blue dots on her arms to give her the muscles?
Yeah, and so I'm sorry, if you're
also
farming for
remember
outrage,
how he said he was uncomfortable during that scene,
Yes.
didn't want to do it, and he was basically forced into it by the director.
Yes.
Yeah, Taika Waititi said you got to get bums in seats about, which is fascinating. It's just nowhere near as much fanfare for talking about
Yeah.
that subject.
Henry
no
Cavill
one
in Witcher,
cares.
who didn't drink water for days so that his muscles hung over his skin, he was like, by the end, I could smell water from across the room. Like, what? It's clearly an imbalance here of how we're treated. Like, thank you for the sacrifice, but also...
Yeah, so forgive me if I don't exactly like shower you with empathy or anything, but I kind of don't give a fuck that you had to hold in your stomach for a few seconds when these guys have to kill themselves for months on end to get ready for this.
It also doesn't it make you wonder about the context? Like, what if this dude was literally like, "Hey, do you think just real quick if you could do that?" Versus like, "Hey, fatty, hold in your stomach."
Well,
I wonder. It's like,
I'd be fine with that though. Like,
it would be funny.
Call me crazy. I would imagine most actresses want to look good on camera, and so like maybe if it's a scene where she's like, you know, leaning at an awkward angle or whatever, it's like, hey, if you don't hold in your stomach, you're gonna look not great here. So maybe if you just do that, it'll give you a better shot. It'll make you look better. That's a note you take. If he came to her and said like, hey, I need you to drop like 20 pounds in a week, okay, that's unreasonable. Like that's not something you should ask of an actor. But like that just seems like a tiny bit of direction. Why would you take that personally? Why should anyone be outraged?
That really bothered me, because a lot of the time what actors don't realize is the cinematographer and the director are always looking out for them to shoot at the most flattering angles. They don't want their protagonists to look bad, because they'll have to go, they might have to correct it in post. An actor will get angry. I'll tell you something, a lot of people don't realize this, but there is a lot of post work done by VFX to remove blemishes, to fix hair, to do all kinds of little cosmetic stuff to actors so they look better. And these are all effect shots, and they all cost money. And
The
even the
Supergirl one.
actors.
Why did no one say, hey, when you turn your head that way at that angle, it gives you a double
Not only
chin
that,
and it
dude.
makes you look way older?
The effects could also fix it. Nobody
Yeah.
fixed that at any level. It's so
Right.
weird to me.
Also, though, this wasn't just a random note. The question she was asked is, what is the worst actor's note you've ever had? And this
Worst
is the one
one.
she answered without any waiting. So she has lived a very comfortable life with no one making any comments about her at all, to the point where this has stayed with her as like the major thing that she thinks about in Hollywood, which kind of shows the exact opposite of what she's trying to say. That nearly everyone wouldn't even dare bring this up in the current climate, which is probably one of the reasons that movies are worse. If people cannot criticize you, you will never know what's wrong to improve it. And that matters. And you have to think with any of these things, like, why do the men do it? Well, it's for the pleasure of the audience. You are not really a person in a movie. You are simply an object on the screen to entertain people. And so you should look your best. You should make things as worthwhile for the paying customer as possible. And you should want to do that. Otherwise, other people can be there who will for the same amount of money. And when you get paid this astronomical amount of money, I don't think socking your stomach in is a big ask.
I mean,
here's the
actors
issue
get
as well,
paid,
right?
Too. They get
Yeah, I
paid
mean-
to do this.
Yeah.
Here's the issue as well, right? Like these guys are all from the MCU, right? And they're all from superhero movies, which are predominantly geared towards a male audience. I know that's sacrilege to say it, but that's the reality of it, right? Guys don't need to see this. This is to try and appeal to a female demographic, right? But there's no equivalent female representation like this. Okay? There's nothing for the guys where it's like, okay, a girl in a bikini or like a low cut top or whatever. That stuff is verboten now.
But
It's
also,
just
hot
not
take, I
allowed.
want my superheroes jacked. When Ben Affleck looked all jacked doing his
Sure.
Batman workout, I like that. If I'm playing a video game, you better believe I'm putting the muscle slider all the way up to the top.
It's
Well, yeah, but I
fine.
want Angelina Jolie in Tomb Raider. It's like we can both have what we want in this.
Well, that's the point I'm trying to make here, where it's like, okay, why can't we cater to both demographics and say, right, okay, there's these guys here for the ladies to ogle at, and just it makes the whole viewing experience a little more enjoyable. Why can we not get girls who are like showing a bit of skin and like who are really like, you know, in great shape? And it's nice for the guys to look at, but that's apparently unacceptable. But this, what you're seeing on your screen right now, that's totally fine. It's like, okay, somehow make that make sense for me. How is one thing acceptable and the other is exploitation? I don't get that. You can't explain it because it's just a double standard.
It's double standard.
But
yeah.
you're not
Well,
supposed
it's
to point
because-
it out. Well, men and women are different, though, so I'm not sure whether it's a double standard or that we have to stop thinking that men and women are the same and they have the same standards and the same problems. So men don't get insecure around men that are muscular. If anything, it's like, well, I could do that if I could be bothered to lift. Whereas women will feel more insecure. They are far more intersexually competitive. That's
Wait,
just
you
how it
can
works.
get better. You can get better, significantly healthy, all of that stuff, if you just lift. You cannot get their status if you just, like, and I emphasize just, lift. To be clear, I take his bigger meaning, but you're not going to become a fucking movie star physique just picking up a weight and doing nothing else.
We get inspired. It's like, bro, how did you get your abs to look like that? What fucking workouts are you doing? What are you eating? What's your diet?
Yeah,
I'm gonna
but
try and copy you.
It's like when I was on about Nintendo before, it matters what your target audience is, and if your target audience is men, then they're the only people that matter. That is the opinion of people that matter. So it doesn't matter if a load of other people get offended. They're not your target demographic. And when you niche down on who your market is, you end up making better movies because you hyper-focus on one group of people. And that makes it way easier to predict the box office and everything else when you do it. There's only advantages.
No, we get
Well, yeah,
the
it's-
wave of bodybuilders that were inspired by like Conan and Terminator and all, like, you know, I want to look like that. Now it's super hard to look like that, but yeah.
I don't want to look like that. I'm too lazy. I know I'm never going to look like that.
Well, I mean, if you got a
Clearly.
choice where it's like you could just instantly look like that, I'm sure you happily would. It's just
Right.
you
Oh
don't
yeah,
wanna
if
put
I
in,
could
like,
eat
the years of
Cheetos
training.
and have a six-pack.
I would substance it real quick, but
Hey, what's up guys, Ruff here. So in this video, I'm going to be talking about the Super Mario Galaxy movie and the very interesting and polarizing reactions to it, where largely journalists are having an absolute meltdown over this film and saying some very disparaging things in their reviews of it. They are reminding us why journalists do not deserve any of our respect. Now, nobody is surprised at the success of this film in terms of its box office. It's already surpassed 122 million worldwide in just 2 days. This is a cash cow IP. Nobody is surprised by this, but what's interesting is the reaction of moviegoers versus critics. You can see on Rotten Tomatoes here, a 90% rating among moviegoers, 40% among critics. And these pompous, smug reviews will leave you basically scratching your head. Some of the people who are making
Is Luigi actually in this one? I would think he is.
these reviews criticize the film for promoting things like the toxic manosphere. Some journalists claiming that this is the downfall of the entire movie industry, and other reviewers coming out and saying they had to physically harm themselves in order to get through the film. Very weird stuff, but perhaps even weirder is the reaction from the so-called journalists over at Kotaku, who have seen this movie for kids and have been inserting very bizarre headcanon on characters like Bowser that they're claiming are bisexual for some reason. Very interesting stuff from Kotaku as expected. You can see what's going on here, right? On the one hand, you have moviegoers who seem to be enjoying this film. That's not really too surprising. But on the other hand, you have this barrage of weird and aggressive behavior from all of these journalists. Now, when it comes to the film itself, again, it's coming off of the previous iteration that made nearly $1.5 billion in the box office, and it looks like Galaxy is heading in the same direction. If you enjoyed the first film, you're likely going to enjoy this one as well. If you don't take it too seriously, if you're not going into this expecting a Shakespearean level of storytelling here, I'm sure you're going to have a fun time. It is what it is. Nobody's expecting a 10 out of 10 polished piece here when it comes to a Mario movie. But this is a big project, and there's a lot of big name actors providing the voice roles for this film, and it's so important that even people like Brie Larson were on their best behavior for this entire project. A pretty redeeming arc for her. She did not use her spotlight here to bash men or other potential moviegoers like she has in the past. She was on her best behavior when taking the role of Rosalina and seemed genuinely happy to be there and grateful for the opportunity. But while she was not saying anything about men or toxic behavior or anything like that this time, some of the reviewers took time to talk about things like the toxic manosphere. Once again, thanks to Grace Randolph for providing the absolute worst take you'll ever see about a piece of media.
I continue to feel that Bowser and now Bowser Jr. are a little bit too actually evil. Like, it goes beyond cartoon villainy. I think maybe because they kind of mimic, like, the toxic manosphere that is, like, I don't know if it's becoming more and more popular, if it's maybe finally reached its breaking point, but, you know, I see a lot of similar talking points there.
The toxic manosphere, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, that is a crazy term to be thrown around in 2026, but that really represents a lot of things going on here, where the official reviewers are bashing this for the most ridiculous reasons, but the moviegoers are enjoying this movie, and you can see with the Metacritic scores here, the
I have another
user
gold
score
bar.
is a 7.8, generally favorable, and the critic reviews are flipped. It is
I got 2 gold bars off that guy?
unfavorable with a 35.
Holy
and when you start
shit.
looking at the reviews from these critics, you start understanding how unhinged these people are. Here is the Times and their 0 they gave this film, stating this: the film is torturous to sit through and, for me, provoked periods of actual physical discomfort. I had to stab myself repeatedly in the hand with a pen to distract from the howling distress. It's that bad and that offensive.
The fuck is
Ladies
wrong
and
with you?
gentlemen, send this guy straight to Arkham Asylum. You're admitting in your review that you were inflicting pain on yourself to try to get through a physically discomforting movie-going experience. Like, it cannot be that deep. Oh, but it is. Here's the actual review from the Times saying, the Super Mario Galaxy movie review. Is this the end of cinema? Yes. They believe this is the end of cinema, and again, describe it as a physically painful experience to get through this Mario movie. But they continue on with more insanity, saying, and yet, how can anyone involved in this emetic effort live with themselves at a time when cinema is fighting for its existence and defining itself as a recognizable expression of lived human experience? This is precisely
I
the
see
kind
you,
of
asshole.
ugly, over-branded, lifeless digital marketing vomit that represents the sinister end of it all. This person is so dramatic, it's actually pretty shocking, even for a journalist. I mean, they're saying, how can the people involved with this film live with themselves? You would think this was the people who created Cuties or something. We're talking about the Mario movie, okay? Like Mario Galaxy here. Like, this is, it's not that deep. I think you went into this with way too high of expectations. Just because, yes, it is a movie tailored towards kids doesn't mean it can just be a steaming pile of garbage. But I think your expectations were a little bit too high for this one. And anytime someone unironically uses a phrase like lived human experience, boy, you're about to read the worst take imaginable, and that proves true once again. I don't know if that's worse or better than the toxic manosphere, but they're pretty obnoxious, both of them. But it seems like all ends of the spectrum here are upset about this movie, at least when it comes to journalists. The New York Post says this: Super Mario Galaxy movie review. It'll make $1 billion, and it sucks. Please, don't make it so obvious that you are literally seething about this movie. But again, this represents the disconnect we see with Rotten Tomatoes. The 40% versus 90% here. A huge, huge difference. But people on Twitter are defending this disparity, saying this just proves that fans will mindlessly consume slop. Which is interesting to say, because I got a very different takeaway. I think this proves that people don't want to consume the slop that journalists are making. Nobody wants to listen to these critics anymore, because this is the disparity. They're out of touch. And in this case, being genuinely unhinged in their reviews, like genuinely angry and talking about stabbing themselves and doing crazy stuff like that. But this leads me into Kotaku, who didn't really have much to say about the quality of the movie. Instead, they're making insane headcanon-fueled articles about various characters. But I want to talk about Kotaku just for a second before we get into their articles. Because Kotaku has a very interesting relationship with Nintendo. About 3 years ago, you can see Luke Plunkett here, a contributor for Kotaku, making this very racist post. And for context, this is what he had a reaction to. This was his reaction to finding out that Nintendo had placed Kotaku on a publisher blacklist, meaning they weren't going to give away free products and games for Kotaku to test out.
This guy sells ginseng?
If they wanted to review something, they'd have to go and consume it, go purchase it. So this was his reaction to no longer getting stuff for free. An insanely racist post. So yeah, I can understand why Kotaku would be blacklisted by Nintendo. And if they weren't already, this might have sealed it up as well. Where this is their big article, posted just today, titled, Bowser, I Know What You Are, Bisexual. The Super Mario Galaxy movie is giving gay Bowser truthers ammunition. This is unhinged. These people are so desperate to find, I guess, validation of their identity through media like this that they're going to watch.
Oh, this actually looks cool.
Really just a movie made for kids, largely. And look at one
This
of the
looks
characters
really
and based
cool.
on basically nothing burgers, assume the character must be bisexual. Here's their proof, by the way. So let's read. The Super Mario Galaxy movie is
Oh,
a
that looks cool,
98-minute
too.
barrage of references to Mario history, and while it was absolutely not Illumination's intention, I'm choosing to believe that Bowser giving Mario a sloppy wet kiss is a reference to this 30-year-old meme, and I am prepared to dig in my heels on the claim that Bowser is absolutely a pendulum swinging both ways. I'm sure some conservative parent was miffed that Bowser kissed Mario, but I was not mad because it gives me and all the other bisexual Bowser truthers ammunition. This last sentence right here is diabolical. Calling yourself a bisexual Bowser truther is gotta be one of the most embarrassing and cringe things I've ever seen. But on top of that, they're basically admitting this was not their intention. But I'm going to make this headcanon anyways and describe his character's pendulum as swinging both ways. And then they bring up conservative parents. No, I don't think these parents were upset about a like goofy kiss, okay, that was supposed to be like just silly and fun. They probably did not have this overarching agenda here that was like, oh yeah, this is validation for my headcanon about this fictional character's sexuality. Like, no, that's not how people were reacting. Only Kotaku was making something out of this scene. And you can see some of the reactions. You know, God forbid you say Eve from Stellar Blade is hot, but saying a character from a children's game is bisexual is totally okay, though. Yeah, very ironic for Kotaku, who bashes you for enjoying appealing character designs, to come out and make these sorts of posts about Bowser's sexuality. And you can see some more reactions. First, you want to F animals. Now you're doing the annoying thing of taking a fictional character and throwing your dumb F-stan flag behind it. No, none of these characters were made with your liberal BS in mind. I think people like the guy who wrote this should be locked up in prison.
Use of the Skull
Why
Knight's
are you
defeat.
speculating on the sexuality of a kid's video game villain? Disgusting. Slow down, Kenny. I haven't been able to get around to posting my video on your furry stuff yet. Don't worry, that will be another relevant article to talk about. Leave kid things alone, you pervs. Challenge. Stop being degenerate perverts, Kotaku. Impossible. But let's continue on with the article because, again, it's just very, very cringe-inducing. So they say, though Bowser may plant one on Mario, Nintendo and Illumination probably knew better than to have him kiss Luigi, considering the small but very loud and passionate fans who have shipped the two for years. They were already playing with fire with that scene in the first movie in which Bowser interrogates Luigi while twirling his mustache, and making Bowser give Luigi a smooch would send those fans, including myself, into overdrive. A forbidden romance, while Luigi's disapproving older brother eventually comes around because Bowser makes Luigi happy? Tell me you don't
Jesus
see the vision.
Christ.
Though Bowser doesn't kiss Luigi in the movie, their loving glances and closeness are giving the Bow-Ouija shippers some crumbs. So yeah, because this guy, this journalist, sees these sorts of benign behaviors and thinks, oh, this must be some sort of declaration of
we
their
need to get all of
sexuality.
these people
I guess
out
everyone
of
has to
our
believe this
fucking
now, too.
shit.
I mean, this is completely
Just
insane. And then
across
all
the
this
board.
talk about shipping, like this author's like 33 years old. Okay, I think there's a point where it's getting to be a little bit too much. Talking like some teenager on Tumblr or something, talking about shipping characters like this from a movie like the Super Mario Galaxy movie. Okay. But of course, it kind of reminded me of another post that's gone viral about shippers watching this movie and their reaction. Okay, whatever, this looks very termly online, whatever. But then I scroll down, and there's a community note saying the user is a predator groomer. And there's a whole Google Doc on this individual and all of the allegations they're facing. I mean, you turn a stone over on Twitter and you never know what you're going to find. And this person is apparently a very infamous one based on these allegations and just won't get off of the internet and keeps making stuff like this. But anyways, Kotaku wasn't done. The same author came out here and said, look, I'm not a furry, but when I see Fox McCloud, I get it. The Super Mario Galaxy movie better not awaken anything in me.
Jesus Christ.
At the seasoned and experienced age of 33, I know myself pretty well. And that understanding myself doesn't include any furry tendencies, but I can't deny somehow end up playing and watching a lot of furry bait franchises.
Dude, these people
Yada,
self-report
yada, yada.
themselves all the
And
time.
they're
It's
just
actually insane.
Exclaiming their love for Fox McCloud. This is hard-hitting journalism, ladies and gentlemen. This is Kotaku in action. Who asked for this? Absolutely no one, and they're getting torched on Twitter for this one as well. But yeah, pretty much anything connected with Mario is in some form of controversy. We're not even getting into like all the Pal World and lawsuits and stuff like that. That's a whole other story. But there's one more thing I want to talk about quickly because I thought this was funny. The White House, as always, is posting meme-type videos, and they included, obviously, Mario in it. And people were freaking out about this.
I'm sure they
This
were.
tweet with 122,000 likes says, it actually sickens me that the White House obsessed with Nintendo IPs and that Nintendo is silent for the first time ever when their IPs are being constantly used to promote MAGA propaganda. Now, this is actually a video promoting NASA, so I don't really know how, you know, accomplishing feats in space is MAGA propaganda. I'm not quite sure what the connection is there, but this person is seething and I guess hoping that Nintendo goes out and sues them for using their IP, but they're not. I mean, for all we know, they have no issue with this. Because if they did have an issue, we know how Nintendo operates, okay? They will take down just about anything. They've proven that time and time again, but they didn't here. Because I guess they didn't find this to be as offensive as this user and 123,000 other people took it, right? They took it very, very personally. They think this is very offensive. Well, too
Waiting
bad.
for this asshole.
But anyways, that's really
Wait, which
all
one
I
of you's
have
gonna run?
for
You.
the Super Mario Galaxy movie situation, whatever you want to call this, because yeah, journos are doing everything in their power to be unlikable, and that's not too surprising.
Hear this.
You know, being halfway honest about the situation. But anyways, that's gonna do it for this video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoy the video, and I'll see you next time.
I only looked inside. There's fascinating stuff.
Nothing as fascinating as this.
Oh, you'd understand if you tried it yourself.
Try this.
I'm begging you. Let me go just this once. Couldn't you look the other way? Just this once. I didn't know it wasn't allowed.
Well, now you do.
This is for you.
Go take a look. Impressive work.
So after Hassan
That's the
has
one.
gotten waggers upon waggers of shit online for his opinions on Cuba, he is now having a different take. He's now backpedaling a little bit. Let's listen to it.
Paint us a picture of what it's like on the ground. What'd you see?
When I first landed in Cuba, I was taken aback by how beautiful everything was. You know, you got the 1950s cars, and it's a tropical island destination. But very quickly thereafter, as soon as we got into Havana, the main city area where people congregate, I couldn't believe the sights that I was seeing. It was very sad. You had homes that looked like they were bombed out. Our tour guide at the time said that this was somewhat of a product of hurricane season and how difficult it is to like repair these buildings. And I already had known about the rolling blackouts, and I experienced them later in the day.
Okay, we all saw this. It's not like we lived with you. You're a streamer. You decided to share with the rest of the class, okay? You weren't bummed out at all at the time, or if you were very silent about it. What actually happened, it's like we still have the recordings, they're still online, is Hasan goes to Cuba, he talks about how wonderful everything is, how amazing it is, and then he goes to his hotel, and during the blackout, he's basically saying, oh, you know, like, people here are so happy. They're so happy. There's a
They're
blackout
partying.
right now. They just don't care. You know, they're out on the streets, they're enjoying themselves, there's a party. And then you have, like, actual Cubans, like, absolutely seething, genuinely seething, and going to Hasan's hotel and showing how it's the only building in the area that still has power, and doing, like, the worst thing ever you can do in a third world country. They were filming the price tags at the hotel where Hasan was staying in order to show to the other Cubans. The only reason Hasan managed to get out there without getting lynched is because the Cubans didn't have internet. It's because they couldn't see what he was uploading. It's because they couldn't see that this is a man from America promoting the ideology that has brought their nation into ruin. And so, you know, like, he is lucky because of the innocent ignorance that the other Cubans had. And not to mention, like, the only reason he didn't get robbed is because they didn't know how expensive the shit that he was wearing was. Like, just so you can understand, an entire Cuban village could have lived off of Hasan for at least 5 years. Like, I did a check, and apparently most Cubans, they make around $300 a year. Okay? Hasan Piker's glasses worth $1,100. Like, you could literally pillage. You could pillage. They could use it like holy relics, right? Like, that's how priceless everything that was on Hasan Piker was. And at the time, like, he was genuinely saying, oh yeah, like, Cuba is so good, and America is so bad, and blah, 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 blah. And even his own people, like, even actual leftists, were giving him shit over this take. And so now, in order to be in tune with the audience, he has to come back to reality and basically say, yeah, you know, like, people were a little bit miserable back then, and it wasn't so great, you know.
And it was definitely unlike anything I've ever experienced before. Everything's pitch black. There aren't any traffic lights on. Like, it's crazy, right? But I was taken aback. I was very sad by all the poverty that I saw, and then I was very angry. It was actually Ben Rhodes who told me that I would get very sad when I first went to
Former Obama foreign policy advisor.
Former Obama foreign policy advisor Ben Rhodes, who was, you know, formative in the previous normalization agreement with Cuba that Barack Obama had orchestrated, and he was right. It was very sad to see, but then it was very angering. It was very anger-inducing because I felt like, you know, there was a lot of potential on this island that we were just robbing the people of, and it's totally cruel and totally unnecessary. And it was part of the reason why I went to Cuba, because I've heard a lot about.
Yeah. Now we have to get it back how the United States is evil somehow, right? Let me explain to you, Hasan, why these nations are poor the way they are, alright? Most people are unhappy, but there are people who actually benefit from communism, much like yourself. You know, like, look at Hasan. Well-dressed, has, like, glasses, $1,300. Who's paying for that? Who's paying for Hasan Piker's glasses? Well, it's probably the young socialist that lives by himself in a house and giving Hasan a super chat. That's who's paying. And this is literally the system you have in Cuba. You have the people at the top that absolutely do benefit from communism, and communism absolutely does benefit them. You know, like, for example, the hotel owners of that nice hotel that he went to. And so the system is not like, oh, you know, people are poor because America. No. Wealth is extracted from the majority of people towards the individuals in the top, the inner party members. Now, let me explain to you exactly how socialism fucks people's lives. I don't know much about the situation in Cuba, but I know a little bit about South Africa. And in South Africa, they don't have communism, but they have something very close enough. And what's interesting there is that the electricity, the power grid, the company that provides power for the people, is actually grifting with the politicians, right? So, like, a lot of politicians are taking a lot of cash from that company. Now, because South Africa has its own problems and the power grid is also problematic, they have constant power outages. They call it load shedding. And you gotta understand, like, a power outage doesn't mean that you don't get to play World of Warcraft or you don't get to stream. A power outage just means that people can't go to work. You know, like, it's very difficult to operate a job when the computers don't work, where the credit cards don't work, where if you have a restaurant or something, you can't have a freezer, right? And so the nation is suffering economically a lot because of this issue. Now, you could solve it overnight. And an American company actually did. Like, there was an American company, they went to South Africa, and they installed some solar panels. And because they had an excess of electricity, they decided to give that electricity to sell it to a nearby town. And all of a sudden, that town actually had power 24/7 while everyone else had to do load shedding. So the government steps in, right? Because now that's competing with their grift. And it's basically saying, no, like, this is not fair because we're promoting equity and we want everyone to be the same, so it's not fair to our consumers. And they basically ordered that company to shut down the contract that they had with that town. So this is what socialism means, right? Like, everyone needs to be the same. Everyone needs to be equally poor. The solution would just be to allow people to freely build their own shit, right? Like, if you
He's still there?
allow
I saw him.
to
Yep.
go to South Africa and build their own power and shit.
Which one is
I'm
it?
not saying it would fix the problem overnight, but it would definitely make it better. It would definitely improve it.
This guy?
But
in the blue?
it would also take away from the grift that the people at the top
This
are
guy.
having. So,
Fucking
all in
goblin.
all, this is absolutely hilarious, right? Like, Hassam Piker goes to a communist country and blames America for it.
You know what
And
is different?
The first time he actually
This.
went there to try it with the narrative that actually everything is fine and the people are happy and communism isn't bad. But
I'll
after
give you
he
a
got
share of
all that
this.
shit online, now it's like, well, actually, it's really bad, but it's America's fault.
Oh, you're
Sure,
so
Hassam.
high and mighty.
Whatever.
I got nothing. Snaggle. The hell kind of name is Snaggle? It's like yay close to fucking Smeagol. Can I double dip here? Can I just drop him on the ground really quick? Hand over the fucking butterflies and then pick him back up? I'm gonna try.
Do you understand the misery of having nothing?
Yes.
The rich have more than enough already.
Oh god, this is a socialist. It's double incentive to tournament.
Who's the rat that reported me?
Yo, mama.
Do you have a moment?
Way they sparkled it. Oh my. These patterns are absolutely breathtaking. Such soft lines where the colors fade. Nature truly is wondrous. Your help means I can craft something of remarkable beauty.
Oh god. Dude, this was an event? I didn't even fucking... Damn, I didn't even realize it wasn't. It's still going on now, at least. I'm gonna hear what he has to say about that, and we'll see. Because I saw... When I saw them talking about the event initially, they did it on April Fools, and that's why, like, I didn't take it seriously at all. But if it is a real event, then maybe I'll log in and go kill some chickens. Mm-hmm. That looks like the same poster. All right, fuck boy. Time to go to jail. Also, is he there? Oh yeah, he is there. He's there with Ted. No intro.
Every day.
Hello? They're both not here.
If I'd known, I would have gone straight to the Eastern Diamond.
What the hell? These guys suck.
Deep Eyes White Dragon.
Somebody press their stupid button.
I mean, somebody. We know exactly who.
It could be you. I'm sure you have the soundbite too.
Nope.
You know, every time I hear that shit too, I think of Tropic Thunder instead. This is Flaming Dragon!
Oh, that's it. I saw what you were doing.
Why hurt someone who's just like you?
I will update you in about 15 to 20 minutes, Ted. I might have found a way to do a thing that I never thought I was going to be able to do in this game. And you are not going to like it. That's all I'll say.
What?
10 to 15 minutes. And you may or may not get a screenshot. Wait, where the hell am I? Where's the jail? So I'm just riding without... There we go.
I heard Eastern Payloon was full of treasure.
I am currently... This is not what's gonna... what I'm gonna send you in 10 minutes. I'm currently getting to live out a player fantasy as an ICE agent. Carrying a goblin to jail.
Aha. This is not what you're gonna send me in.
No. I'll give you a hint. It's transmog related.
It's fucking colors.
It's not the colors. Even better, it's not about the colors this time.
Oh.
The colors are still gonna be the colors, but that's not what's gonna annoy you. What's the other thing you always accuse me of when it comes to transmog in video games? Besides the blue thing or the yellowy thing.
Oh. You found sweatpants.
Possibly. I must investigate. I bought something because of how it looked. I just haven't gone to see what it looks like yet.
The world forced me into this.
At the very least, it looked like a t-shirt, which is already halfway there.
Money buys innocence, and poverty buys guilt. I heard Eastern Payloon was full of treasure.
Hello, traveler. What can I help you find? What can I... If you've seen enough, don't let me keep you.
Who's the rat that reported me?
I'm carrying this big ass box.
The rich have more than enough already. Rich get away with worse every day.
Oh God.
Run. Please. I'm begging you. Let me go. What wouldn't you try when you need coin? I did it to keep myself alive. Nothing more.
This is for you.
Go take a look. Impressive work.
That's the one. Lock 'em up.
You know, we'll run out of cells at this rate. Still, you saved me.
Yo, I don't know anything about it at all, Rich. I'm gonna find out about it in like 1, 2, 3 tabs after a rabbit holing. Funny thing that happened where it's like, wait a minute, they weren't. It's actually the Spider-Man meme I showed Ted the other day that he showed a buddy on the pregnancy thing, where it's like you see something on April 1st and you think it's a joke because it's April 1st. Then April 2nd happens and you realize it's not a joke. Diablo 4 had these weird string of videos going out on April 1st where they were showing a bunch of chicken stuff in the game. And like big chicken bosses and chicken enemies and stuff. And I was like, okay, that's whimsical. It's comedic. It's like, okay, whatever. Tongue in cheek. Good joke, blah, blah, blah. Come to find out, that wasn't an April Fool's thing. And apparently there's an event that's been going on for like 3 or 4 days that lasts another week where there's actual chicken enemies in the game. But I don't know anything else about it. The chicken boss is real.
How do you do?
Richie, it's your calling.
It might be. And like in 3 tabs, I'm gonna find out the scoop on it because the headline I saw was D4 finally got an event right. But like obviously, like I you know, when I saw it, can I steal this move from this guy? He's doing the spin kick. He's kicking the fuck out of this thing. Or maybe if I was playing as Damien, I could actually observe this guy and steal the kick. Oh well, whatever. I saw this big ass chicken boss, and I was like, oh, that looks funny, but it's April 1st. There's no way that's real. It's got to be a joke. And now come to find out that thing is real. I was like, maybe I should log in and go kill some chickens.
Damn, hate crime.
Well, I mean, I've been killing chickens in this game. Anyway, but in this game, they give you food and upgrade materials, so you kind of have to kill them. Richie,
Hate crime.
what you have for what if you had to eat all week?
I don't know.
Mm-hmm. You go vegan all of a sudden, motherfucker?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Care for a hot meal or a enjoy your stay.
Hey, it's a little bit revealing, Ted. I didn't realize there was a second way. Because I always harp on games that don't have transmog, and I get annoyed by it because I feel like transmog should be one of those things that a game should have by default at this point. Like, there's never any downside to having transmog, ever. This game doesn't currently have a transmog system, but while it doesn't have one, it also absolutely does. But in a different form that I didn't realize absolutely works, and I kind of wish that other games would have embraced the same method. Where essentially, this game doesn't have your conventional tier system, where it has like white items, blue items, purple items, etc., or like an item that you find necessarily like 80 hours in doesn't necessarily automatically mean it's better than an item you found 1 hour in. You can basically take anything you find in this game and fully build it up to do whatever you want it to do and be as strong as however you want it to be. So essentially, it doesn't have a transmog system, but because you can use literally anything you want, you actually have more incentive to just use the items you think look cool and build them up, and they're exactly the same as if you found something that doesn't look cool and is super overpowered by default. If that makes sense. And I kind of wish other games did the same thing, where you can take a bullshit item and turn it into like the same caliber of like a legendary item that you would find like in the random corner in the world. By the way, this goes for weapons too. It's the same thing. You could potentially turn like a fucking broomstick into like the broomstick of like the of ending the world if you want to.
There's frying pan weapon.
You absolutely could. You absolutely, if you can swing it, if it has an attack rating, yes, you absolutely could build up the frying pan. It's one of those things that like I've never thought about it, so I've never like thought to like want it. But now that I've seen it, I kind of want it in other games too.
Enjoy your stay.
This is unironically a game that would allow me to wear a t-shirt and sweatpants and a face mask and a hoodie and still be directly on par with a guy who has like some shit that makes him look like Arthas.
My thanks. My thanks. All are welcome.
That's one of the actual things you can do in Skyrim.
Mm,
Is if you
that's
have
great.
if you have your smithing skill up, you can basically improve gear up to a point in which like whatever gear it like was when it started doesn't matter.
But they're so popular.
Because of the fact that like the stats are so there's such a negligible difference because like for example like the difference between like just a
could you bring me some
normal iron sword and like the best sword would be like a dragon bone sword is like a difference in 10 attack. Okay, but then the with smithing, the real way to improve that weapon is through smithing, and with smithing you would improve it like by like 50 attack. So by like upgrading it that much, it's like a that 10 attack actually just ends up making a negligible difference because you're also like factoring the fact that you have like buffs from your end and things like that are just making it like, you know, if you're gonna kill something, you're gonna kill it.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then also there's actually in Skyrim there's also an armor cap. Like you can only have so much defense.
Gotcha.
So I think like when you have max defense, it roughly mitigates like 80% of damage. Because it's like a percentage thing, and they don't want you to keep going up on the percentage thing, so you could get like negate 100% of damage. Because then what's the point? Like you're not playing a game at that point.
Yes, the game's solved. 100%. Yes. That's cool. I like games that actually kind of embrace that zero to hero philosophy, but fully commit to it, where you can literally just turn anything into the sword of I win the game. There's a lot of these games where like there's a lot of these games where I actually like how grounded a base version of an item looks sometimes compared to like how flashy something ends up looking when you find it later on, because I don't always jive with what a developer sees as flashy. That's actually a big reason why I do end up in a lot of my games with a very, very, very like tame, down-to-earth look on my characters, because I don't actually jive with like
down to earth, he says.
Yes.
You mean t-shirt and sweatpants? Fuck you. Down to earth, my ass. Okay.
It's grounded. It is grounded. What do you mean? Is that like a wrong word? I don't think it is.
I would say it's a casual look.
That's a good word too, actually.
I wouldn't call it down to earth.
So we can use your word then, a casual look.
Okay, it's a casual look, yeah. Down to earth is like a weird word to use. Oh, wait, I was going to buy something from the shop.
Bro, and these devs are absolutely fucking. I didn't get to see what these guys could do with Black Desert because it wasn't really my thing. I am getting to see what they could do with this one now that it has become my thing. These devs are fucking killing it with their fucking update cadence and like exactly what they patch. They directly address everything that everybody are complaining about in real time. It's fucking great. It's gonna end up being one of those things where it's like the longer you wait to play it, the better off you are.
That's actually an analogy people use with fighting games. Is the worst time to ever play a fighting game is right when it releases.
Right at launch, yeah.
It's because it'll be the most unbalanced, like, buggy mess ever. Like,
People think it's taboo to think of it like when a game releases and they still have to fix things. They do this stupid thing where it's like, oh, you guys are just paying to be beta testers. It's like, no. They can only go but so far without real live demonstration and live field testing, where we have to chime in and tell them something is working versus something. They have to see real data outside of their own offices. That's just the nature of the beast.
So I actually work with testers like on a day-to-day basis, right? So I actually know a lot about this. You can only like the thing is you think of like how, like you have to think about how a person's going to use something.
Bless you.
But then you put something out into the field and they do something completely weird.
Yep. Within the first hour too at that.
And it's like, and you're just like, well, like for example, our application has thousands of users. We're like, you know, we're like, well, we didn't think people were going to use it like that. It's like, okay, then we didn't test this scenario. It's like, yeah, this is a weird edge case, but I guess that because people are doing it this way, we have examples of this.
And it happens. It's fucking. It's just the process. It's not something to fucking demonize. Say, oh, you guys are just beta testers. It's like, bro, shut the fuck up. It used to annoy me with D4. Like every single hater that did not play the game anymore for the first 2 years were like, yeah, the game is still in beta. Despite the fact that it had a full campaign, it had a full end game, it had full everything, still in beta. Okay.
Yeah.
It's like you guys just don't like the product. That's all it is.
And I would say our bugs are way more costly than a bugs for a video game. Like for example, if we have a bug that causes like an actual issue with our system, we can get fined if we don't fix it.
Oh.
So like the FDA can come and say, hey, this isn't working. Because it's not working, you're basically giving us incorrect data. Here's $1 million fine. You know, they can, and they have. I don't think they've done it with our application. So, like, we spend like a shit ton of money on testing, and our tests are rigorous as fuck. Like, I will tell you, right? Like, I'm a developer. We spend more time testing than we do on developing. But the thing is that you still have bugs. There's nothing you can do.
Essentially, like a completely different medium, right? But the same exact example that because it's just came to my mind. It's essentially like a professional athlete that practices and trains on the one thing for like months and months and years. That does not guarantee that when the day of competition comes, he's still not going to make a mistake.
Oh, exactly. Like, that's why, like, whenever I, like, there are times when things are such a buggy mess, like, it's a valid reason, right? Like, I think, you know, Cyberpunk on release was a little bit, you could tell that they were like, oh, you know, kind of didn't do thorough testing at all. They kind of just like,
or the deadlines crept up on them on a really hardcore way.
Yeah, whatever the case may be, it kind of came out without like, you know.
And the bigger fumble with them, just to be clear, is that they hid the fact that it was going to be a disaster. If they would have been front facing about how bad those console ports were and the rest of the game too, it would have still been bad, but it wouldn't have been the egregious thing that lost them all the goodwill that they had from Witcher 3. Because that was damning for CD Projekt Red. They were basically like the community darlings after like the all-time generational thing they did with Witcher. And then they follow it up with one of the most controversial launches like we'd seen like in years with Cyberpunk. And it's like, damn, what happened to you guys? Like, we cannot trust you guys the way we did before. If this is what it's going to be. But thankfully, they've gotten that. They did get that goodwill back, but now they've moved on to Rebel Wolves. So those guys have our goodwill. The people currently at CD Projekt Red do not.
I will say that there's a sentiment in gaming right now where like that companies are releasing more and more buggy games because they're just relying on like people to be their testers. I actually don't think that's what's happening. I think what's happening is that games are just getting like more and more complex. So the way it works is if you release something more complex, the more likely you're gonna have a bug, right?
I think that's logical. I have a different take on what it is, but I do think that's very logical, and I see exactly where you're getting at with that. And I actually do think there's a measure where it's spot on. Like that is a part of what's happening. I don't think it's the full picture, but I think it's a healthy enough picture that it's warranted to bring it up. But there's a bigger I think there's a bigger problem beyond just the games getting more advanced and the technology getting more advanced. And it's not a problem that's just unique to games. It's everywhere right now, which is the hiring process. They're like the best people for the job across every single medium are not the ones being hired anymore because of this whole DEI bullshit. So you're getting a bunch of people unqualified for their positions, getting trusted with billion-dollar products, and then they come out faulty as a result because they're actually not qualified to do the job they were hired to do. They're just bad at their jobs. They were hired for the wrong reasons.
Good day.
Combined with, yes, technology advancing and then getting more complicated to deal with. But that's why it's like so much more important now to have the right people in those positions who can actually do the fucking job.
You know what? I'm also kind of curious because I start to wonder how. Okay, I have my personal opinions on outsourcing. I think it can be good.
Yes.
But at the same time, it can be bad.
I don't think it's inherently bad. No, yeah, I'm with you on that one.
When I'm talking about outsourcing, I'm not just like talking about like, oh, you take it to a different company and have them work on it. I mean like, you know, like actually outsourcing the work outside of the country because it saves a fuck ton of money.
Sure.
So, I am starting to wonder how many of these problems are not only happening because of like companies like, you know, hiring people for DEI, like, you know, DEI and shit like that, but also are problems caused by outsourcing. Because unironically, like I'm gonna tell you something. There's a reason my company pays more, like the company I do contract work for pays more for me. Like they pay like 3 or 4 or 5 times the amount for me than they do someone in an equivalent position in India. There's a reason for that. Because I am more reliable and they can, like, you know, lean on me much more.
They also can get away with lowballing people outside of the country.
It's not just that. Like, the actual quality of work goes down outside.
I'm not trying to dismiss you or downplay you, bro. I'm just saying the reality of it.
Yeah.
This is why it's hard. This is why it's hard for people like me, actually, citizens, to find work right now. Is because they have to pay us a base rate, non-negotiable. With illegals, they can basically undercut that completely with no pushback and pay them a quarter of what they'd have to pay me to do the same exact job. That has nothing to do with my qualifications.
if I was working, if I had a child today, like I would tell them never get into computer science because they will simply outsource your job.
Lately, and I'm not sure
Because it'll be cheaper to do it.
I've been thinking that I should bring in some new stock. I hear.
Would you still tell them that if they had, even if they had genuine interest, if you could see there was genuine interest, or would you tell them to follow it and just hope for the best?
I mean,
This is mainly me just curious, by the way.
It's genuine. I would say with genuine interest, but I'd be like, keep your options open though. Like,
yes,
don't,
that's
like,
good.
Put all your eggs into one basket.
Gotcha.
Because, unironically, getting a computer science degree right now means nothing. Like, the issue is that okay, you get a computer science degree, great. You know what? All of those guys from India have computer science degree as well, and they're gonna work for nothing.
Nothing. Yeah, I was hoping you said that exact word. Yeah.
They're gonna hire someone who's expendable, right? Because the thing is like someone from India too, you can change out really easily because they're like.
There's so many of them. Is that what you want to say?
No. It's not has to do with just so many of them. It's because they're not super visible, right? It's like they work at a different time than everybody else. So if like you need to do a personnel change, it's really easy to like do it without anybody really noticing. That shit happens all the time. Like I don't even know. Like when some of our team changes, they just like they like tell me after it happens, be like, oh yeah, they're not working as part of our team anymore. I'm like, okay, sure. Like, while I think outsourcing is like one of those things that is going to become a bigger and bigger problem as the years go by because unironically they have to like I think that's actually what's going to like kill us as a country, like not just like immigrants coming and taking our jobs, but people actually being able to do our jobs from outside the country for cheaper than like we are able to do our jobs. Because that is a real problem.
This is why the H-1B visa thing is very controversial right now. And even Orange Man is dropping the ball on that one by not seeing it for what it is. Seeing the bad part of it.
Ted. They killed Bakul. Damn.
They killed Bakul?
Killed Bakul.
Cool, cha-cha. I'm guessing you're at that part of the story where Zorulja is being a dickhead.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, the bad dad?
Yes. The very bad father.
Oh, he's wearing the same thing the fucking heavyweight people wear. Just realized that.
Did you call him fat?
No, the fucking Raid series. Like the heavyweight series or something.
Oh.
No, it's like, by the way, Papa, when I say like that Raid series is based off wrestling, it legitimately is their, like they have weight classes.
Oh, that's why you were saying Richie was probably gonna like it.
Yeah, it's literally like I knew from the start that Richie would like that one because of the fact that it is.
It's got wrestling themes.
Yeah, I mean it's not. I mean, hey man, would they?
I mean, if it's good
like
content, it's good content. We're just taking the piss,
Yeah.
but like if it's good content, it's good content.
Yeah, it's not even just like wrestling themes, but it's also wrestling themes done right. Like, it doesn't feel like, like, because sometimes, you can feel like, hey, it feels like a corporation made this.
Yeah, people who are out of touch that don't actually know the culture.
This does not feel that way.
That's cool. What am I being attacked by? Am I being attacked by his dogs? I see him running. Thank God I could stay this game as draw distance. You can't outrun the law, motherfucker.
Wait, you watched the Smuggle video?
You're gonna make that joke every time.
It's VR now.
I watched 2 this morning.
Oops.
I saw who else you were watching.
Who? I saw a leaflet video. I have a leaflet video on hold right now, actually.
Did you watch the police video?
No. That was like. They'll like you never. We don't. I don't know. Like whatever Julio uploads is whatever Julio uploads. We find out day up. Julio being her editor, one of her 2 editors, who also has a very funny but bad habit of every now and then putting a fucking text message on the screen during the videos for like 1/10 of a second, where you have to pause the video to see him talking shit.
Oh.
Is there fast travel here? There is fast travel here.
I want to be stupid.
Oh, we have to get you to do treasure maps, by the way.
Oh shit. Let me go do this.
Do I need to go buy some from the Moogle?
No, I could buy them. It's fine.
Oh.
We have to basically to explain to you, Richie, what treasure map, the way treasure maps work, is like you get a treasure map, you open it up, you gotta find out where it is. It's like a little mini game. You have to. It doesn't tell you where it is on the map. You have to like kind of like look at the map. It'll tell you what area it's in, but you have to look at the map and find exactly where it is. When you do it, you dig up the treasure chest, monsters spawn, and then occasionally what they call a treasure portal will open up. Now, the good thing about the Moogle ones is the Moogle ones guarantee you a treasure portal. So that's why people like those ones, because it's like you guarantee, they stack. It's like the perfect map, but it's over older content. They don't release it for like the level 100 maps. Anyway, so you go into the dungeons and then you get basically, it's like a little bit of RNG. You kind of can get a chance at like going really far and getting some pretty good loot, or you go like, you know, decently amount in and you can get some, you can still get some stuff, but it's usually like materials and stuff. All shit you could sell with your retainer to other people.
Nice to see you.
Oh, you probably don't even know what the retainer is. Never mind.
Oh, so these are the mushrooms.
Oh, do you sell shit on the market board?
Delightful, just like everyone said. Once the customers smell these, they'll sell out in no time.
I was gonna say, that's what I do with all my extra materials that I get.
Here, some fresh produce from this morning's delivery.
A quick fucking mention, because I just thought about it. That last one I sent you, Rich, with the fucking police videos she was watching, the fucking Siri part fucking floored me, bro. I've never heard when the Karen got thrown on the ground and she was like, Siri, call my husband. Siri calls my husband. Siri, call my husband.
Oh,
and then Siri was like, no.
Yeah, that one I did give me. Yeah, I remember that. I was fucking
I've had
crying.
no idea the AI could actually just refuse a demand.
Yeah, she was growling. I'm like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with this demon?
Oh god, every single time she said sir, it was like a fucking wizard spell. Every single time. It's like, damn, this fraud has practiced that fucking enunciation.
Call this.
Fucking hate squatters that do shit like that, man.
I see.
As bad as they are not as scary as fucking froggers. That shit, frogging is fucking nightmare fuel. Is this the guy? Turning the Outlaw. Yeah, this is the guy.
I really.
Okay, and don't go this way because that is another quest.
In this world, every last one of them.
Started watching this One Piece episode, but I'm not gonna finish. I'll finish it later.
Yeah. I should hand you.
Goku's talking to his head. He's dying on the floor. Like Marone on the floor.
But cool, he's not dying.
I mean, Gulu.
Oh, Galul, yeah.
I'm guessing he is dying.
Very much so.
Yeah, Ted didn't refute that one. Oh, the other Ull. Okay, yeah, that guy's totally dead. Dead as fuck.
Yeah, he ain't coming back. He gone.
He gone. Him upstairs or him downstairs.
No, he's upstairs. He's a real good guy. He is basically like, you come in and he is like, yeah, I'm the fucking hero king. Like, it's like, I feel like you hear a lot of times about like, oh, you go into a game and they talk to you about like a hero king in the past that saved the country.
This game's got one of those.
He's alive. He's like, he is that guy.
Okay, that's the difference. Yeah, in this game starts with that guy getting killed.
Well, he's halfway through. This is like,
Oh God, came with dick.
he's at the turning point of the expansion. The turning point is when I would say like the shit gets good.
Don't tell me you've killed them.
Even I could tell you that Richie is like 10 times more invested into the story than he was at the start.
That's good.
Ain't that right, Richie?
Oh yeah, 'cause that's the first part of the story. Dog shit.
Yeah, you just walk like. Unironically, I don't know why they felt the need to make you walk around the goddamn country and be like, yeah, this is the culture of this place. This is the culture of this place.
This is the culture of I don't give a fuck.
It is scary how listening to you guys talk about this, I could easily hear you saying exactly what you're saying, and you're actually talking about Crimson Desert. It's the same thing.
The culture of I don't give a fuck.
Like the opening hours are very rough. Like you have to get through like 10 to 15 hours of shit that you may or may not actually care about that feel kind of painful. But then like the next 400 hours after that, like you're living your best life and having a fucking blast. But you got to get through the pain in the beginning. Very much like Final Fantasy XIV in general.
I'd say that too.
That's kind of why I really hope they do find a way to bridge in new players later into the game, because I really think that beginning part is what's going to kill them in the future. The original game is rough. There is literally a quest where you have to deliver cheese and wine so they can tell you how to kill Titan. I am not kidding. That is a thing.
I pigeonholed all those quests.
Memory holds.
Pigeonholed.
Pigeonholing is something completely different.
And he knows that he's just being an ass. He likes the word pigeon.
Yes. Yes, I do. They're very common here.
Oh!
Cardinals.
They got a rock, paper, scissors kid out here.
Let's play rock, paper, scissors.
You're on, fucker.
No crying if you lose.
Best 2 out of 3. Do your best.
I couldn't find this kid in the original place. Rock.
Just to clarify, pigeonholing is like when you say, oh, these people can do these types of things. Like, I'm not gonna say a bunch of stereotypes up pop street, but it would be like saying a stereotype can only do this stereotypical thing. Like, I don't know, what's one that's really not gonna offend people? Like Asians are good at math, so they shouldn't be doing math and things like that.
Show can't fucking drive.
I should get going now.
Okay, and there he goes doing that's pigeonholing, Richie. Good job. You're doing a great job at doing the thing I said I wasn't gonna do a pop stream.
It's fine.
I just said they can't drive. Most people can't fucking drive, especially women.
Then he stops.
No, hey, Richie, at that point you said the word.
Just fucking say what you want.
God damn, Richie.
No, nobody's watching my stream, and nobody's gonna comb through like 50 hours of VODs to find that one guy in my background. And he's like, ah, he's a bigot.
I'm a bigot. Cow, you fuck. I still remember someone called me into my face, and I looked at them like they're retarded. And then asked them, what the hell even is that? That sounded like some made-up word. And he said, oh, never mind. Yeah, never mind. Fucking utility. He was my boss, actually.
You told me that story.
Yeah.
Your boss called you a bigot.
Yes.
His old boss, I think.
Yeah, one of my former bosses.
Oh, do you see Papa? Colorado Rockies getting a 2-foot-long, 1-pound hot dog.
In their ass.
No, they're just selling it at the stadium for some reason. I don't know who's gonna order a 2-foot-long hot dog.
Drunk people.
Oh, fair enough. Never mind. There's market for this.
It's a baseball game. But Ted, don't be a foreigner. You know the culture at baseball games. Everything looks good when you're at a game.
This is for you.
Go take a look.
To be fair, I get my ass some churros. That's I know I'm not feeding the allegations here.
It's fine. It's fine. Dude, that is baseball culture, dude. When you go to a game, the entire fucking kitchen looks fucking glorious. Even though it's overpriced as fuck.
I love churros even when I'm not at a baseball game, but you know.
It's magnified for some reason when you're at the stadium. Even though it's not really.
It's not really magnified. I think it's more of
it feels like it's magnified.
You really can't get churros anywhere else. Because actually, if you go to like a Mexican restaurant, they don't just sell churros.
Not with that attitude.
What?
Don't question it.
What? Some places do. It's not common.
Okay, time to go look at this fucking item I got.
And then, like, I'm not a big hot dog guy. But like, I do get hot dogs at a baseball game.
If I'm at a baseball game, I'm thinking of chicken strips of some kind with fries, or the medium-sized pizzas, the personal pizzas.
Bro, I never get those fucking personal pizzas. I almost exclusively get hot dogs or corn dogs or whatever the hell. Although I'm a bit traumatized. Last time I went to a baseball game, I went with my friend, and his other friends were there. He left me for half the game to go sit with his other friends. I was pissed at him.
I would have been mad too.
I've been like, dude, if you're gonna invite me somewhere,
don't fucking ghost me with people I don't know. It's like, yo, it's like I don't have to say it out loud, but I am gonna say it out loud now. I didn't come to hang out with them. I came to hang out with you.
No. He didn't invite me to go hang out with them. He just left.
Damn.
He's like, yeah, I'm gonna go hang out with them for a little bit. I was like, okay, maybe he'll be gone for like half an inning or something like that. Bro, this was like inning 5. At the end of the game, he came back. I was like, okay. I was like, bro, where were you?
Where were you? You got a punch in the face.
I texted him like 5 times, dude. I was getting mad because he wasn't responding to me. I was like, dude. I was texting my our mutual friends of his. I was like, okay, so if he doesn't come back, I got to a point where I was like, we were in like bottom of the 7th. I was like, If he doesn't come back within the next inning, I'm gonna probably just leave. And I'll ask where I am, and I will just be like, I'm home already.
What the fuck is changing here? God damn it, I hate when I can't tell what I'm changing the color of. You know, I'm just gonna finish the rest of this.
Is that the Easter Bunny beating the shit out of someone? You have fun, Richie, for everybody who's gonna last minute shop on fucking Easter tomorrow.
Hey man, I actually need those people to come to my store. Why the fucking cuz, man? Oh man, my job almost made me have mental breakdowns because how much bullshit they put us through. There's just such an abundance of bullshit in the store because they, some reason, buy too much garbage, mark it down barely, and then we get told, oh, you can't mark it down anymore, and then it just sits in the back. And some reason I get in trouble for it sitting in the back when I can't sell it because the dumb fucks don't give me no money to mark it down and make it cheaper. And then they just circle jerk each other while they're mad at stuff. And I'm just sitting there like, well, you guys were fucking idiots. And they said, oh, they finally the other day listened to me say, oh, yeah, we probably should actually mark the stuff down so we can sell it. Yeah, no shit. Said that a month ago. Thanks. I gotta make my character funny.
Specialize in have a colorful day.
Hey, we're finally doing it.
Yeah, he stopped beating these allegations, by the way, about him changing his character all fucking time.
What do you mean? I have never once changed the way my character looked.
There's a
Except
certain
hairstyles.
set of allegations I'm not about to beat either.
I've only changed hairstyles, Ted. Fuck you.
Is that true?
None of us are. No comment. Richie was calling me out earlier because I said I was gonna go get stuff to make burritos later.
That's fine. Embrace your culture.
Yeah. Yeah, fuck you, Ted. So yes, I need those fucker Easter people to bring their ass in the store. I'm banking for their ass to come to the store and hopefully buy all this bullshit I'm about to mess with. Ugh. I fucking hate my job.
Oh, I'm just gonna do something today. I wanted to hook up my my PC to my TV because I could just, my TV's big enough where I could see it from my couch, like, or I could read clearly from my couch. I'm actually thinking about like just plugging in HDMI cord to my TV and just like that way I could play shit like Persona from my couch.
Yeah, that would be cool. Okay.
Or I could just hook up the Steam Deck. I'm not decided on that yet.
Where are you, DGen? All right, Ted. Check DMs.
Oh, okay. Where's the T-shirt? Where's the T-shirt?
Boy. I already
By
cropped
the
image
way,
and
I would
everything.
like to point out that character, Richie's gonna play the shit out of her.
Oh yeah.
when she comes
Oh
out.
yeah.
Wait, what? What?
Did he miss that whole conversation?
Raven. Wait, what happened?
The new TFT character.
I literally had a full conversation with DGen, bro.
I feel like that's as close as you're gonna get in that game. By the way, what the fuck?
I'm listening to fucking.
Oh, did you see the fit?
cutscene.
Don't worry about it. Richie, circle back to us. Circle back to us. Ted, did you see the fit?
Yes, I see your fit. I said it's the closest thing you're gonna get.
Yes. Like that's all I ever aim for, like in every game. If I can't get like the big bulky like body armor, but always the cutoff, like I said, with the fingerless gloves every single time. Then the face mask and the hood and the cape.
And sweatpants.
Yes.
Can I ask a question? Have you still not found the blue you're looking for?
No.
Fragmentation grenade.
Like if I wanted to find it right now, I'd have to look up the recipe, the bugs and everything I'd have to find, and then I'd have to go farm them and then craft it in an alchemy pot and then do it like that. And then I'd have to find the vendor that allows me to use that to use those colors.
I thought you found the blue vendor.
There's two. There's blue and there's sky blue. Sky blue has the colors I actually want.
Oh.
So this is still a placeholder. But yeah, the fit though, peak. This is literally what so like as long as the weather is normal, I can walk around like this. Now I have my cold gear now and I have my fire gear so that when I'm in the fucking mountains, I can basically walk around. I can keep the hood on and the face mask, and the rest of my shit has to change so that I'm like full immune to the cold. Same thing when I'm in the desert, and it's like if I'm in a volcano, I have heat gear that I can swap off. I can keep my hood and I can keep one other item, but then I have to swap the rest of it so that I'm fire resistant completely, where the volcano doesn't bother me at all. I have nothing for lightning, but I don't think there's a place in the. I'm assuming there's no weather hazard where like lightning is gonna be a problem or some shit. And that's the only other like thing that has resistance in terms of elements. It's fire, ice, and lightning.
Yo, by the way, Richie, I want to, or by the way, Papa, I'll leave Richie out of this for now. So I did the thing. Somebody did the thing to me that I always do to Richie.
Oh.
Try to get me to play a gotcha game.
Oh, how'd that go? Instantly intrigued. How did that go?
I might have downloaded it.
Oh, Jesus Christ, man.
It's a Final Fantasy one. I don't know what to say.
So what? It's a gotcha.
I know.
Have a spine, Ted.
They're gonna have Clive soon.
Oh, God. You can't be saved.
Lightning's already in the game. Who else were they adding? They're adding Balthier. You don't know who the fuck that is, but he's a cool guy. He's a sky pirate.
We meet again.
Create socket. Yes. Nice. This is what I love about this. Okay. We'll be back. I'm gonna see how much I can upgrade this thing before I actually put it on full time. Also, I think I'm gonna alter the look a little bit. Take off the stripes and just make it all black on the pants so that it actually looks like sweatpants.
That's pretty fucking good. I'm gonna say that to everybody.
Seeing as this is cloth, this won't use any of my metal materials to level up, which is great.
When I hear the new hire saying, "No one taught me that," to my boss after I spent weeks training him.
I specialize in transforming garments.
Dude, that actually happened to me once. I was like getting so pissed off. I was like, some guy was telling me, nobody told me that you were supposed to do that. I was like, we have the conversation recorded where I said this thing. Motherfucker, I can hit you with the receipts.
Mm-hmm. Like, bitch, you just weren't listening.
But that's not my fault.
Mm-hmm. That is something I unironically cannot teach, is for you to listen.
You can looking forward to your return.
Oh, that looks so much better. Okay, I swapped around a little bit. I took off the stripes on the pants, and now it's just all black. It looks way better now. Now let's go back home and go upgrade this shit. Oh, by the way, Richie, really quick, where you don't have to think about anything. Ultimate SMO's model looks really fucking cool.
Yeah, you can actually see SMO players for like a week, then he gets put in the fucking back burner.
That motherfucker looks like a Decepticon. It's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it's just full fucking armor, like exactly what you would expect.
A good kind of Decepticon.
Yes, yeah, like very cool, very fucking cool. Oh, this uses feathers. I'm so glad I didn't sell these. Hang on, also, this would be the time for me to fucking find out. Hang on, let me deposit all of my cloth and see if it still pops up. If this game has secretly had this system in play the whole time, I'm gonna be so mad. Well, happy, but also mad. Deposit all. Okay. Now when I go to the fucking crafting guide, despite the fact that I don't have it on my physical person, does it still show as if I have it?
Blacksmith in Pywell.
Okay, no, it doesn't. All right. They need to make that change. That needs to be a thing.
Damn, he just died to a Kisame combo. Oh.
Oh shit, I did it the reverse way.
Who said that? Tekkenate is his best?
Just scream that in the venue and see if the whole venue turned on you.
Yeah, you have fun with that, man.
Want something custom made? You just tell me what you need.
Okay, don't get us kicked out of the venue, man. Because your ass gonna be sleeping outside if that's the case.
Yeah. He's gonna put me up like the animal I am. Are you saying all black people are animals?
No.
Pretty sure you did.
I think you did just say that, yeah.
I need more fleece. We'll have to go kill to get fleece.
Take good care of your gear.
Oh. Oh, okay, nice. The work's done. Which woods? Okay, I've had this fucking tab paused this entire time. Yep.
It's yourself.
Everything is fake and gay now.
Modern video games
Oh.
be like,
I don't care about him at all. Next.
What's up, space pirates? This is your admiral, the charmingly churlish Dr. Disaster. And the thought of the modern version of Naughty Dog putting their grubby paws on a franchise I love, like Uncharted, has me thinking...
Get away from her, you bitch!
Seriously, for as much as I have my problems with Uncharted 4, it was definitely the weakest link in the Uncharted series, but despite the complaints I have about that game, the one thing I really can't complain about is the ending. It was the perfect send-off for Nathan Drake and his crew, showing us how life ended up pretty sweet with a happy ending. I mean, just check out the vibes to the way that it ended.
Yeah, seriously. But I'll get back to that later. See, the map let us...
Yeah, the franchise really needed to let it end there, but now, fast forward a decade or so since Uncharted 4 came out, Amy Hennig, the heart and soul of the franchise, is no longer at the company, and now think about what Naughty Dog has accomplished since that game came out. The Last of Us 2 sold a bunch of copies several years ago, sure, but that was on the back of the original Last of Us being so damned beloved that the sequel was an automatic purchase for many, many people. The second game was divisive, though, to say the least, ripping the fan base apart. The Last of Us TV show perfectly illustrated that. The first season performed well because it was based on the first game, but the second season got blown out of the water, causing the series to have what looks to be a rushed ending after season 3.
Hey, you deleted something in there. What did you delete?
Prophet, whose reveal trailer was despised and got a hell of a lot
Filthy
of
deleter.
Other than that, we just got news of a canceled Last of Us multiplayer.
I saw that one
game.
notification.
Basically, for anyone looking for anything positive that the studio has done recently, I imagine the search is going like this.
We ain't found shit.
And with that in mind, that I present to you this news here.
I love that he always fucking uses Spaceballs.
The single-player game that Naughty Dog has been working on is another Uncharted title, or at least that is what people are strongly suspecting after a social media post from a high-profile Naughty Dog employee, and as someone who has been with Nathan Drake since the beginning of his adventures, falling in love with the franchise from the moment that it first existed, I really want to believe that somehow they would make this work. I want to have faith in Naughty Dog, but the thing is...
I just know you're gonna fail.
Fucking stretch. That ain't get some damn water. Like
How do you
dehydrated.
get it quite?
Back's hurting. And it was crying in the living room.
Alright, me hearties, make sure that you hit the like button on this video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't done it already. We just surpassed another subscriber milestone, so most of you know what question I have to ask next.
How many assholes we got on this ship?
We now have 201,000 space pirate a-holes in our space pirate crew, and as you can see, all of the ships have finally been restored to the fleet while building the new animations for the 200k background with Spaceball 1 in that background. I was having some PC issues over the past few weeks, preventing me from running the program that I use to create these animations, but it's all been sorted out. Anyhow, according to the custom on this channel, with every 1,000 subs I add a new ship to the fleet, and this time, one of you guys recommended that we go with the Tempestari from Warframe, which you can see right here. If anyone out there has suggestions for future ships, drop them into the comment section and I will add them to my long list. Super chats get bumped to the top of that list. And also, for your reference, I'll be adding an alphabetized list of the ships already in the fleet to the description of this video. In any event though, thanks for being here, and I will do my best to continue to earn your viewership.
I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes.
Anyhow, let's take a look at this Uncharted situation. Before we read about what's going on, I need to give you some context to show why I think this news is very noteworthy. First of all, a few years ago, PlayStation released some images and footage of upcoming games in an advertisement, and among those games was this here, with no explanation. It depicts a woman who looks like a grown-up version of Nathan Drake's daughter, Cassie, carrying a torch and walking around in a cave, but there's more. Last summer, a rumor came out from a reliable scooper, Daniel RPK, who said that he had gotten some inside information about Naughty Dog. There had been reports for a while that they were working on a second game alongside Intergalactic, but this rumor said that this next game was not The Last of Us Part 3. Instead, this guy, Daniel RPK, suggested that this next game was actually going to be a new Uncharted title, and to be more specific, he said that it was going to be directed by Sean Escaig. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right, but anyway, Sean Escaig was the director of Uncharted Lost Legacy, and the rumor is they were making a new Uncharted game. Okay, so with all of that context in mind, let's actually take a look at the specifics of this new rumor, because it all goes hand in hand pretty well. This article here is from GameSpot, which I will link in the description in case you want to read the whole thing for yourself. It says here, Naughty Dog's Uncharted series sold millions of copies across multiple installments, but the main franchise has been dormant since 2016's Uncharted 4: A Thief's End brought Nathan Drake's story seemingly to a close. Now, however, fans are theorizing that Naughty Dog might be returning to the franchise thanks in part to a vague post from Naughty Dog creative director Sean Escaig. A vague Instagram photo from February of a cannon in a tropical environment that is captioned "Research" is now making the rounds, and for reference, here is the post. You've got this picture of a cannon, and you can see that the dude wrote simply "Research." But reading on, it says, people are theorizing that Escaig went to Fort George at Trinidad and Tobago to help research a new Uncharted game. It's rumored that merchants stored records and valuables at Fort George, further fueling the connection to Uncharted. Nothing is certain, of course, and Escaig might have been referencing pretty much anything with his post, or nothing at all. At the same time, Uncharted is one of Sony's most popular and best-known gaming franchises, so it stands to reason that the company would eventually return to the series. A decade ago, Naughty Dog suggested it was finished with the Uncharted series, but studio head Neil Druckmann said Uncharted 5 could happen with a different developer. Naughty Dog would assist an outside studio to help make sure whatever team made a hypothetical new Uncharted game would get the essence right, Druckmann explained. And I gotta say, without Amy Hennig there to do that, I have no faith that they would actually get the essence right. But now, there is speculation that this may end up being a remake of the original Uncharted. As you can see from this post on X here, these cannons have a minute history with the original game.
Ooh, thank you.
So, there is concept art of cannons in Uncharted Drake's Fortune, which never made it into the final game. It might be a reach, but I wouldn't be surprised if the game Sean Escaig is directing is in fact an Uncharted 1 remake. So, it is entirely possible that this is not Uncharted 5, and to be clear, the rumor that Daniel RPK put out several months ago did not specify that this was a brand new story or anything. That being said, Uncharted really does not need a remake. I recently replayed those games, and they hold up well after all the years. Unless you crank up the difficulty, they're pretty easy, but sometimes that's just what I'm looking for. Anyhow, the graphics still hold up, and the gameplay does not need to be touched up. So, it really begs the question, if this is a remake, what the hell are we doing here, guys? And the answer is, I suspect, that if this is a remake, then it is Naughty Dog trying to regain the goodwill of the fandom after years of divisiveness. But time will tell what we are dealing with. Anyways, make sure to hit the like button.
Is it facing the wrong way?
And subscribe to the
channel.
It
is facing the wrong way. God damn it.
And if you are already subscribed, make sure that you're still subscribed to the channel.
Can I not zoom in?
People tell me all the time that they have been unwillingly unsubscribed, and also, don't forget to follow me over on X, where my handle is Dr. Disaster 1. But I'm gonna leave it there. What do you make of this rumor? Do you think the other single-player game being worked on at Naughty Dog is Uncharted, or do you think they'll have the cojones to make The Last of Us 3? Drop your thoughts into the comment section below, and we will talk there. Thanks for watching me, Hearties.
Okay.
If you haven't already,
What's going on with
Diablo
these
4
chickens?
actually did it, folks. It gave us what might be the best Diablo April Fool's event ever. And in the same week, it also dropped a Lord of Hatred cutscene.
What
that
the
has
fuck?
me
There's a
more
fucking
excited than ever for the
you
expansion.
motherfucker. Okay,
So today, let's
in the
talk about the
DGen.
glorious arrival of the Chikan.
Oh, is
why
this
this
what you
silly
fucking-
chicken event
that's a cool
is
joke about?
Ironically, a big win. And then get into that new Lord of Hatred scene because Mephisto is looking every bit as terrifying and manipulative as he should. Beyond Diablo, we also got to talk about Last Epoch putting out a good season but pulling devastating numbers, plus the brutal situation at Eidos Montreal, and the latest speculation about Blizzard's mysterious shooter and whether StarCraft might finally be coming back. Hey folks, this is Ranker, and I dig into ARPG and gaming news so that you can spend more time playing games. Timestamps below to skip ahead to different topics. Starting off with Diablo. Guess what, folks? We are allowed to have April Fool's jokes again in the Diablo community. Yes, ever since 2018, the reveal of Diablo Immortal and the infamous question,
is this an out-of-season April Fool's joke?
It's been 8 long years, and we're finally allowed to have fun again. The Diablo team saw the triumphant return of April Fools with probably the best April Fool's joke in Diablo history. Until April 7th, you log into the game, the world boss is replaced with a special new boss, the Chikan. It's hilarious, it's high effort, it's a special event, and honestly, this may be my favorite Diablo 4 event yet. This new temporary world boss even drops new joke unique items, like the Cluck Eye returning from Diablo 3, as well as the Cluckonomicon and the Executioner. They all have new unique powers that actually do silly themed things. There's the Aegis or Aegis shield. Blocking an attack has a chance to turn the attacker into a feared chicken. Get it? Because when you call someone chicken, it's because they're scared. It also deals a ton of bonus damage to poultry. Then you got the coup de grace, not coup de grace, like a chicken coup de grace. It has a
Holy
chance to spawn
shit, this
a
is
flock of
great!
explosive chickens. The Cluckonomicon makes peckin' loose stones grant enlightenment, whatever that means. It also grants a bonus to pickup radius and gives a massive intelligence penalty. The Executioner makes slain enemies have a chance to lay an egg. And the Cluck Eye has a chance to cluck on cast, with a bonus chance to cluck thrice. You also get an achievement, a free title emblem in the shop, and a new player title. Prefix Bach, suffix Bach.
Oh,
It's
okay.
just such a
No,
fun
Richie,
little
you have to play. You absolutely have to play. make time before this event goes away. There are tons of chicken fucking things in the game right now that you absolutely do not want to miss. I may log on for this. It's a world boss that stems everything from it. They swapped out the world bosses for a giant fucking chicken.
Prize that we can look forward to seeing return once a year. You know, we rag on D4 events. This one is a win. So do check out the Chikan world boss while you can, folks. And also remember that a patch went out that has placed a blacksmith by the fresh meat gambler. It could be easy to miss him. Also, folks, I released a video this week with 10 mistakes I still see Diablo 4 players making in 2026. Check out the video and see if you're making any of these. Beyond that, we got a reveal of a cutscene from the upcoming expansion Lord of Hatred. Now, I know some folks don't want any spoilers. They want to experience the story 100% fresh with no, like, preview material of any kind. So if that's you, then I encourage you to pause the video now and move on to the next timestamp. Or otherwise, if you want to first watch the cutscene yourself, which I would recommend, link in the description, pause video, go watch it, then come back. All right, we good? Final warning. You've had plenty of time to put down your coffee and hit pause. All right. So the in-game cutscene involves
Oh my God,
3
bro.
key characters. We got Mephisto, who's masquerading in the form of Akarat. And Akarat is basically the central prophet of the Zakarum faith, i.e. the main religion that we encounter in Diablo. We also see what appears to be the Queen of the Amazons, Adriona. And we see the return of Lorath, voiced by the great Ralph Innocent. We see that Mephisto is up to his usual antics of subverting the Zakarum faith by posing as a major religious figure, but now on a scale greater than ever before. If you follow my lore series from many, many years ago, which I will definitely get around to finishing at some point, you would remember that Mephisto previously posed as basically the Pope of the Zakarum faith. Now he's posing as the Jesus himself, which by my math is at least 3 flying spaghetti monsters more powerful than the Pope. And man, that cutscene, when we see Lorath slit Akarat's throat, I audibly gasped and cried out, "No!" Because I was 100% sure that Lorath had just slit the throat of the Amazon Queen, and boom. Now, I've seen some people say that Lorath was being a real fool here, but something that maybe isn't conveyed enough is that Mephisto is the Lord of Hatred, and this is not about how weak and foolish Lorath is, it's about how powerful Mephisto is, filling Lorath with such an all-consuming hatred that he was blinded to this obvious trickery. Mephisto truly is the Lord of Lies. Belial ain't got nothing on him. We also get to see that Mephisto, as Akarat, has the power to raise the dead. Debatable whether that is corrupted at this point. I don't think it's necessary. I think the greater corruption is not any kind of like actual evil magic at work, but rather that Akarat has...
When do I like the raid series?
Rather,
beat the
Mephisto
campaign first.
has just...
The raids. They had to beat the campaign first.
Yeah, of course. That's how it works for every fucking raid.
You gotta walk some Lamont.
Yes, you do.
I thought I was actually done with book. I don't care. We do other stuff that come right back to Julio. Right back to being a fucking side character. Yay. They say to look at my top hat again. Yeah, Ted's a nice looking top hat. I got 3 top hats now. Just gotta find one for Chocobos and I'll be set.
You want to keep doing the story?
Ted, no. I never want to do this damn story.
Hey man, it's better than it was, okay?
Better than
Well,
it
I told
was,
you it would
doesn't
get
mean
better, was I
automatically
wrong?
good.
Well, but yeah, it only took fucking... Yeah, it only took like 65% of the story to get through.
You're not even half, man. I'm gonna tell you, you're at the turning point. The second half of the story has just started.
It's just Jaws at this point.
Not quite. There's a lot going on, Richie. You'll see. It's like something has happened. Well, you kind of have an idea of what's happened.
Zorl Jaws a dick.
Zorl does a dick, but there's more to it than just Zorl does a dick.
Steady.
He's a massive dick.
There's a reason why. Like, you don't know why. First off, you don't know how Zorljaw got all those, like, fucking robots to help him and shit like that.
Oh, I know.
City?
Huh?
I'm powerless.
It was in the script.
Fucking hate him.
I might.
I don't hate him. I hate
Did
him.
I say anything even remotely false right there?
Horses have all fled. Could you take me to the nearest village? I'm
I'm
begging.
ignoring.
Okay.
Eat my ass.
Uh-huh.
Oh, thank you.
I'm also
My
ignoring
life
him.
might well
That's
have
fine.
ended you today.
You guys suck.
Oh, I was in a right mess. The wagon smashed, the horse is gone, my goods all over the ground.
Yeah, that's the nice forms of a drag person.
Is it us who sucks or you who sucks?
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder if the issue with the fucking Wook Lamont storyline is not the storyline, but it's just that the people playing it suck. You guys don't have an open mind.
Yeah, we must dislike it because of that.
You guys are threatened by the presence of what's the stupid shit that fucking Billy Alcott just said?
Trans voice actor.
Whether by the existence of female bodies, that you must dictate what they do with them. You need ownership over them.
Oh, I was gonna say it was trans voice actor.
They're quick to take our taxes,
being
but
trans
never quick to stop
sucks
like
anyway.
this.
No, they did.
It feels like I'm living the end. Thank you. Thank you once again. If you've the time later, stop by the Riventine Winery and pick up a bottle of wine for yourself. No need to pay for it. Just put it under my name, and I'll give him the coin.
Blue Eyes White Dragon.
What you say?
Folks from all over Pinewell line up for their wine.
White
Oh,
Dragon.
it's that good.
I feel proud of yourself, don't you?
A little bit.
It's the least I could do for you. So make sure to pick it up.
I could have said Deep Eyes, and then you would have lost your shit.
No, I wouldn't.
Have the tales of my wares reached
Right.
you? My thanks.
Sorry, you're above that, apparently.
So,
Why don't you pick out some more? What can I... Who knows? We might meet again.
One here. He utterly and completely defeated Lorath, using him as a pawn to secure his ultimate victory on this grand stage, proving, yes, I am the Saint Akarat. Look, I have raised Lazarus from the dead. Basically, in the past, we got to read about, you know, through passive lore, how Mephisto corrupted the Zakarum faith, but now getting to see it, getting to live the lore. This is just going to be such an awesome expansion. I know everyone memes about how there's no Diablo in a game called Diablo, but honestly, Mephisto was always the most interesting of the primevals. He's the brains, he's the schemer, and I'm glad we've gotten so much focus on him. When he was like basically just a footnote in Diablo 2, a speed bump on your way through the game. Bale got his whole own expansion, and the scene in Lorath's head with Mephisto, it's so nightmarish and it's surrealistic horror. It's so well done. And the little details in Akarat's design that still allude to his corrupt nature. Look at his fingernails. They tell a story by themselves. Now, as Akarat, Mephisto preaches about the dangers of hatred, really channeling one of the previous guises he adopted, Mephis, the spirit of love, way back many ages ago during the Sin War. And we also get a sense of what Mephisto's grand plan is here. He references that him and his followers came to Skobos for the pools of creation, so that he can change humanity's nature. And he makes it seem like he wants to remove hate from humanity's nature, but I think it's fair to assume that's not what he wants to do. If anything, he wants to do the opposite. He wants humanity to be all consumed by hate. That would make sense as the Lord of Hatred. It's so chef's kiss that like his final dialogue is almost completely like mask off. He's just saying exactly what his plan is.
Yep.
You know, we're going to change the nature of humanity. And his followers
people
believe,
who are gone
for
are
the
now
better,
relevant
right?
again. They're just...
You know, the meme. We know memes. Now, I don't think we've ever heard about the Pools of Creation before, but given the new context that Skobos is the cradle of civilization, where Inarius and Lilith gave birth to humanity, then the Pools of Creation were likely instrumental in the birth of humanity. Some kind of spawning pools. There. I also imagine that Mephisto's grander scheme is to turn humanity into a weapon to destroy heaven with. That's gotta be the end game. But what do you folks think? Sound off in the comments. Because moving on to Last Epoch news, it feels like this season is overall a success with regards to what it brings to the table. Great improvements to the base game, a fun and engaging season mechanic, and yet, look at the numbers. The Steam charts. Not good. Peaking at 44,000 concurrent players, this was the weakest season launch by the numbers for the game yet. Last Epoch launched to an immense 260,000 peak concurrent players, an amazing success for an indie debut title in a niche genre. Season 1 released about 4.5 months later to relatively weak numbers, only 71,000 peak concurrents. Respectable numbers out of context, but a big drop from launch. Fewer than 1/3 of players returned for Season 1. The wait for Season 1 felt long for a lot of players. Diablo 4 kind of did the same mistake, although they didn't even wait that long. But Season 1's offerings also in Last Epoch weren't enough to bring most players back. But then, Season 2 launched in April 2025, 9 months later. An enormous wait, but it was also an enormous comeback story. 150,000 peak concurrents came back to experience an awesome, juicy update to the game. Now momentum had been built up. They had more than doubled their Season 1 numbers, and they were reaching almost 60% of their launch numbers, a truly impressive feat to accomplish over 1 year post-launch. I cannot overemphasize how amazing this was for the game. 4 months after Season 2, Season 3 launched on August 21st. It reached 80,000 peak concurrent players, a big drop from Season 2, but still beating Season 1 numbers. The content was good, but it was a smaller season than Season 2. But the team also managed to deliver it in 4 months, which was basically the maximum amount of time that you really want to wait for a seasonal ARPG. Now, 8 months later, we get Season 4. So far our track record has been short wait, small numbers, big wait, big numbers. So Season 4, having waited 8 months, ought to beat Season 3's numbers, right? Sadly, no. 44,000 is barely more than half of Season 3's numbers. Now again, in the grand scheme of things, 44,000 is still a healthy player base, but it's a lot lower than we want to see. So the question is, why? Why have the numbers dropped so much? Well, partially because what the season brings just isn't as exciting as the long wait justifies. Doesn't mean it's not good, but something could be really good for the game, but not sexy, and something that really makes people want to log back in, right? A lot of the improvements being made to the game are more stuff on the back end or lower visibility kind of improvements, with the tentpole features being fun and successful, but not necessarily stuff that screams, you gotta come back and try this. Then a lot of players have experienced fatigue with Last Epoch's monolith endgame. To clarify, I think Last Epoch has a solid endgame, but I do see a lot of people complaining about, okay, it's just kind of the same thing now. Presumably waiting for substantial new additions and just feeling like until they see that, they can hold off, wait for a more substantial update. Now, there is some competition right now in the way of other ARPGs, but honestly, Last Epoch has always had to fight that battle, and past seasons, they were actually put in a much worse position where they were pitted up against, Path of Exile releases. So I don't think the timing window hurt this launch worse than it's hurt past season launches. And I think the main factor, sadly, is the Krafton acquisition, along with the change to the monetization model. I think that's the main factor responsible for this significant of a drop-off. I think after Krafton acquired Last Epoch, all the negative headlines that came out about Krafton being an AI-first company, Krafton getting into legal trouble over scummy behavior towards the Subnautica devs, I think a lot of the Last Epoch players just wrote the game off. Which is really a shame, because none of that should reflect on the Last Epoch team. And I do think we're going to see the game continue to suffer with player numbers. I think we're getting one more season in 2026, and I expect the numbers to be even lower than this season. The expansion launch has also been pushed to 2027, but I do believe that will be the big comeback story for this game. That'll be a huge content update alongside a console launch to bring in a ton of new players. And in the meantime, they are now financially stable thanks to Krafton, which they weren't before. They were losing money. Now they don't have to worry about that. And now they've been hiring a ton of talent, senior level positions. They are positioning themselves for an absolutely explosive expansion launch. I think we're going to see numbers that rival, perhaps even beat Season 2. Well, we might not see them because it's going to be spread across console as well. But I got a good feeling for the future of the game. I think they're going to have a big launch into the expansion, and then I think we're going to see them settle into regular 4-month seasons. But until then, things are going to be quiet for a while. But they're cooking. Then in some more sad industry news following the layoffs, enormous 1,000 layoffs at Epic last week. And this now being one that hits closer to home, Eidos Montreal, my home city, has been hit with some massive layoffs for the company, 124 job cuts, and the studio head David Fossey is also gone. As per Insider Gaming's Tom Henderson, this is due to the cancellation of a game Eidos Montreal had been developing for at least 7 years, codenamed P11 internally with an alleged title of Wildlands. David Anfossi had been at Eidos for 19 years, starting as a producer. Ever since they were acquired by Embracer Group in 2022, it's just been bad news after bad news for Eidos. In January 2024, 97 employees were laid off, roughly a quarter of the studio at the time, and a new Deus Ex game that they'd been working on that was early in production was canceled. In March 2025, another 75 employees were laid off, and in December 2025, there were at least a dozen more layoffs, and allegedly during this time, most projects the studio was working on had been canceled, and the studio was shifting focus to becoming a support studio with work on Obsidian's Grounded 2 and Playground's Fable ongoing. Seems that P11 was Eidos' last internal project still in the works, and 7+ years in the works certainly points to a troubled development cycle. At this rate, Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy, released in 2021, may be the last game where Eidos Montreal gets principal dev credit. And by the way, that was a fantastic game that died in obscurity due to the failure of Marvel's Avengers casting a shadow over it. It was the Deus Ex team that actually made Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy, and some of those key people were pulled back to work on the new Deus Ex game, only for most of them to be let go during the 2024 layoffs, resulting in a big brain drain of veteran talent. Henderson also confirmed that Eidos was working on a soft reboot of Legacy of Kain that had been 1 year in development before it got cancelled after Embracer acquired Eidos. Allegedly, that might have been due to a licensing agreement because Crystal Dynamics owned the rights to Legacy of Kain. But as for Wildlands, it would have been an open-world, third-person action-adventure game. And the weird thing here is that it was allegedly close to completion with a tentative 2026 release date. We don't know exactly what happened, but for a project to get canceled at this stage, like they said they were basically just I think they said bug fixing at this point. So for it to be canceled after 7 years and in its final stretch, and for the studio head to be removed as well, well, we can speculate that Anfossi had fought hard for this game, and when Embracer lost faith in either Anfossi or the game, both had to go. Henderson sources claim that the game was believed to be unlikely to recoup its development costs. So it could be that Anfossi had succumbed to the sunk cost fallacy at some point, deciding that too many years and too much money had been put into the game to cancel it, resulting in more years and more money until eventually Embracer said no more.
Huh?
A real shame for the games that died so that P11 could live, like Deus Ex. Anfossi was studio head of Eidos Montreal since 2013. Since then, Eidos released Thief in 2014, Deus Ex Mankind Divided in 2016, Shadow of the Tomb Raider in 2018, and Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy in 2021. That's one major release every 2 to 3 years, with support credits as well on Rise of the Tomb Raider in 2015 and Marvel's Avengers in 2020. But since 2021, it's been a 5-year dry spell with no full releases, support or otherwise. If Wildlands had been in development since at least 2019, and as per Henderson, cost Eidos several hundreds of millions of dollars, then this is near studio closing levels of catastrophe. Grounded 2 and Fable are certainly the only things keeping Eidos alive at this point. Otherwise, I imagine Embracer would have just shut them down entirely. Anfossi's replacement was the former Eidos Montreal CFO, Patrice Beg, who had been in positions of finance at the company since 2016. When you put the money guy in charge of a company, that tells you what the priority focus is right now. Overall, sad state of affairs for a beloved local company. In other news, speculation about a new StarCraft game continues to rise. A new job posting by Blizzard for a lead designer on an open-world shooter has people thinking this is related to the rumored StarCraft shooter that's been in development, as described in Jason Schreier's 2024 book, Play Nice, The Rise, Fall, and Future of Blizzard Entertainment. In my opinion, there's no real reason to think this job posting is related to the StarCraft project other than the fact that it's a shooter. Blizzard could, in theory, be working on more than one shooter. They do have Overwatch, after all. The job posting is asking for a veteran with 15 years of experience in game design and who has specifically worked on the Unreal Engine. That part's really noteworthy because Blizzard has historically used its own in-house engines for most of its games and never published a game with the Unreal Engine before. The only other info we have to go off is the fact that Blizzard game designer Jeff Hamilton claimed on Blue Sky that the job posting is for a position on his team. We don't know what that team is, but we know Hamilton's history. If you look at his credits, it's mostly MMOs. From 2014 to 2018, he was at Tryon Worlds. Then he worked on World of Warcraft until 2022. Then he joined Riot Games to work on turn-based strategy games before returning to Blizzard in 2025 to become a principal systems designer on this mystery project. Basically, he's a systems guy. He designed classes, talent trees, WoW's corruption system, basically lots of things that can translate across multiple game types. And I figure this shooter will have some kind of RPG elements, whether distinct classes or talent trees of some sort. Could it be the StarCraft shooter, which was said to be led by former Far Cry producer Dan Hay? Sure, it can be. Could also be another new IP. Whatever the case, I believe something StarCraft related will be revealed at BlizzCon 2026 and may even be the major tentpole announcement of the convention. StarCraft is one of my favorite franchises, so I'm excited for whatever it'll be. I don't think it'll be a StarCraft 3, but I just want something StarCraft. And one quick note, folks, I know some of you have been asking about Dragonkin the Banished. This is a new ARPG that launched on March 16th to mostly positive Steam reviews. 77% of recent reviews are positive. And it's by the same devs as Warhammer Chaos Bane, a game I reviewed back in 2019. I have not yet had a chance to try out Dragonkin. There's just been a lot going on right now in the ARPG world, but I would very much like to try it soon. So for those who have played it, sound off with your reviews in the comments. And folks, do be sure to check out last week's video in which we discuss why Diablo 4 feels worse this season. Because that's going to wrap up this video. Thanks for watching. Special thanks to my Patreon supporters for making these videos possible. If you enjoyed this video, give it a thumbs up and subscribe to join Rikers Raiders for more gaming content.
Say what you want about Jordan Peterson, but he was actually correct. He said that a lot of what goes on in our culture is just fertility suppression aimed at young women. And Vocal Distance now sees it everywhere. I would even expand that, and I would point out that when I was younger, there was the hysteria about the population decline. In fact, it was the opposite. The hysteria, especially from the United Nations, was that there's too many people, that human beings are fucking like rabbits, and we're going to overrun the planet, and we're going to consume all the resources, all the oil is going to be gone, all the food is going to be gone, and then we're going to witness nasty period of warfare and stuff. And so the idea that the United Nations had was for people to have less kids. And I don't know like how much of people on The View and other, you know, talking heads and academics are genuinely like conspiring for people to have less children versus how many were unironically indoctrinated in this mindset that having kids is actually bad for the planet. But anyway, we're going to watch here one of the hosts from The View express literally what I've been saying up until now.
And I think it's just really reckless to be suggesting that people should have children when you now know in this country there's this affordability crisis, and for a two-person household, a married household, you need over $400,000 for childcare.
Right, it's interesting. So basically, like, they want the government to pay for it, right? Like, that is their mentality. You can't have children unless the government pays for it. But the problem is the government needs children to pay for it. And so their solution is to kidnap, right? Like, to steal someone else's children. From Mexico, from Africa, right? Like, America just has to rob and plunder other nations of their children. And at no point did they stop and ask
Oh my god. Now he's alerted and I can't fucking shop.
have kids. How does an African afford to have children? How does a Mexican afford to have children?
Damn it.
How do these poor nations that have really strong demographics afford to have children if America, like, literally cannot have a family with one kid? Now, I will actually tell you how and the reality is very shocking for Westerners, and it's something that you're not supposed to say. But I do think the main problem is that the West has infantilized young men. Like, they genuinely spend a lot of their cultural capital in creating the idea that a 16-year-old is a child. When in reality, a 16-year-old can fuck, have kids, drive a car, start a business, and run his own household. I mean, history shows that men, even at younger ages, were able to do all that. But I'm willing to say 16, you know? And so, if a 16-year-old is a child, then he is protected by child labor laws. And companies that were to hire 16-year-olds would suffer immense PR damage, right? Now, where am I going with this? Well, she's basically saying that people are too poor to have kids. But the thing is, if you look at history, like, a child should actually be able to earn for himself very early on. Like, if you look at a religious community in a rural area, or you look at Africa or Mexico or whatever you want, you will notice that the moment children end up being like the age of 10 or 11, they actually start helping on the farm. They actually start helping mommy and daddy, right? So, like, they're basically earning their keep. This is not something that has anything to do with empathy or emotion. Like, this has something to do with pragmatism. If you live in a nation, in a culture, where you have to pay for your child even when he's like 22 years old and he goes to a university, right? So he's still not producing anything, but you as the father, you need to pay him gas money, you need to pay him for food, for the electricity bill, for the rent, and you're basically like subsidizing another adult, then yeah, I can definitely see why people aren't having children. And on top of that, if you have a mass influx of immigrants, well, now your child, when he actually goes to look for a job, he's not going to be there with like 2 or 3 other people. He's going to be there with 20 other people, 17 of which are willing to work for almost nothing. So, like, all of these policies, yes, like, they're definitely designed to absolutely crush the demographic.
Fuck.
If the government genuinely wanted people to start having more kids, one of the first things that they would do, like, they would have to take the same affirmative action that you had for women and minorities and apply it for teenagers. You should actually reward businesses that would hire 16-year-olds. Like, and by the way, like, it would have to be native 16-year-olds, right? And those 16-year-olds would actually be cheaper, right? Because, like, they don't actually have the skills and the knowledge to know what a 25-year-old knows. And obviously, like, these jobs should be entry-level jobs, and there should be jobs that are considered safe, right? So, like, you don't actually want a 16-year-old to be in a mine, but there's no problem with a 16-year-old for being at the kiosk and doing customer service, right? Like, that's not trauma, that's having a job. It's no problem if a 16-year-old is in a supermarket and is cleaning the aisles. Like, there are so many jobs that 16-year-olds could actually do, and by the way, in the past, like, 30 years ago, they generally did them. And the family would be able to afford having kids, because, like, that money that the kid is making, right, can actually be used so that the kid can feed himself, right? Like, the money he's making can be given for his food, for covering the costs. And then the parents can also save some cash for him so that he can go to a university or whatever. This is how you'd actually fix the problem with people not being able to afford kids, right? It's not the government paying, because, like, the government actually needs to tax people, like, and most people who already have kids, like, don't want to pay for someone else's kid. And you actually encourage the labor force, the young demographic of the labor force, to actually go there and work. Because, like, I understand that all these companies are complaining that they can't find cheap labor. And it's like, I'm sorry, you know, like, at the end of the day, you also have to ask a question, like, is a university really that important? Like, if a company could hire a 16-year-old to code, right? And he goes there, he starts coding, he goes through apprenticeship, and he learns by doing. And now that he is 20 years old, he can actually climb the ranks within the company and become a senior coder or whatever. Isn't that like a much better system than him going at university and learning how to be a the major or whatever the fuck? right? Like, he already now has a job. The company already invested in him. The company can even have a contract asking him to work there for 5 more years because they spent money on his training. Like, wouldn't that be a much better system than the one we have now with high school, college, and obviously, you know, the people that want the traditional system, that generally want the high school, college, university experience can still do it. And they would also benefit more because, like, a lot of the competition from the people that have degrees would just move to the apprenticeship program. And so the people that actually do have diplomas, well, they would have more prestige because the diploma inflation would lower. But yeah, okay, so that's what the government needs to do. The question is, how many Western countries actually have the stomach to do it? Like, how many politicians can come up and say, yeah, we want to get 16-year-olds to go back into the labor force? How many votes would that politician get? And so the only solution is for the system to crash. And eventually it will crash, right? It's not sustainable. Like, it doesn't matter how moral and empathetic it is. Eventually, you run out of other people's money. And when the system crashes, yes, like, kids will then go back to work. In many neighborhoods in America, they do work. They become gangsters. Let me know what you guys think, though. And as usual, I'll see you in the comment section. Take care.
Oh, there's a bear up here.
Now, here in Romania, we call Russia the Eastern problem. And when we think of Germany, we call it the Western problem. Hungary, Poland, everything else is the Interimarium. Now, you can obviously see why Germany is the Western problem. Because we do not want this bullshit over here. So, listen to this, right? New conscription rule, and this is passing in Germany. Young men are no longer allowed to leave Germany without permission. So, like, what? Like, the nation is now a prison? Like, you need to ask the parole officer if you can leave? Right? Like this is the retarded. It basically means that the German government owns the men. Are we going back to medieval time? Like, you need to ask the Lord, do I have permission to leave the land? Is it okay, my Lord? Right? The interesting thing is that this is genuinely like the mentality of the progressives. Because Germany does have a progressive government that respects human rights. Apparently, the right to freedom doesn't seem to be one of them. Now, sure, like they will say, well, yeah, but like you always get permission. Like, why are you complaining? Why are you upset? You just ask it, it's allowed. Well, it's the very fact that I'm asking, right? Like, it's the normalization of the thing. Like, aren't you leftist coining the term normalization? Isn't this normalizing the idea that you have to beg the politician, you have to beg the state in order to allow you to do this? And what's also interesting is other German cultures that are next to this. Like, for instance, you know that in Germany it's illegal to insult politicians? Like, there was a case recently where the owner of Gab published a very disgusting request from the German government to give the name and the IP of a person that called a politician of the Green Party to be fat. And I thought, well, you know, like maybe this is a case of slander. And I looked up the politician and holy shit, she was fat. Like, she literally was fat and a guy called her fat. And because of that, she sent the cops to find out who that person is to bring them to justice. So, okay, like, why are you still pretending? Like, just get the chancellor, right? Like, get Mr. Schulz to put on the crown and crown your German king and send the aristocracy with all of your environmentalists and all of your progressive people. The NGO gets to be the middle class, and everyone else is a peasant. And I gotta say, if you're a German person, you absolutely deserve to be a peasant because you have the mentality of a peasant. And I'm not saying this to insult the Germans. I'm saying to try to wake them up. Do you know what would happen if this law passed in Romania? Nobody would give a shit. It would almost as if it didn't pass. Like, if I was required to actually ask permission or to inform the Romanian government if I'm leaving the nation for more than 3 months, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. What are they going to do? Fine me? Okay, I'll fucking pay the fine. I'll pay the fine. Let me see how they enforce it. How are they enforcing it if literally nobody announces that they're leaving the nation for more than 3 months? How will they even check? And even if they do, like, what are they going to do? Put a fine? Okay, I'll pay the fine. Am I going to go to prison? Okay, you need to build more prisons. Because I wouldn't be the only one that tells them to go fuck themselves. See, like when you have a nation of free-minded people that genuinely do not want to be owned by the government, then the government literally cannot enforce this shit. But unfortunately, you know, if you have a nation of people that comply, that think like, well, the government is good, or, you know, like the government should actually do this, well, there you go, you know? And by the way, like, this is the normalization of the thing where people are basically saying that we shouldn't allow this, we shouldn't allow that, blah, blah, blah. And whenever they say that, they empower the government to have, like, more and more and more stuff and more abilities to crack down. And you get to the point where basically nothing you do should be done without the government knowing. And so you end up with legislations like this. Now, here's another question, right? Will the feminists step up? Because, like, Germany has, like, a very robust, you know, a group of feminists and a very robust Antifa culture over there. Like, are they going to step up and say that this is fascismus? Because I thought Germany is a really bad nation. You know, you can't really be proud to be a German. Like, there's no pride in being a German person. And so, like, why would you want to defend the country? Why would you want to be called to arms? Like, Germany, from what I know, and what it was being promoted, is just an area, an economic zone, where transactions get to happen. And the purpose of Germany is to raise the GDP in order to bring more poor people from Africa into Europe. Like, isn't that what it's supposed to do? Right? And to champion human rights and all of that? And speaking of Africans, this is another interesting question. How many migrants are actually going to show up? Because here's the interesting fact. You know what's the difference between a German and an asylum seeker? The asylum seeker has dual citizenship. Isn't that cool? Right, so like if the asylum seeker comes from Syria, or they come from Afghanistan, or they come from anywhere else on earth, they can just leave. And like, what is Germany going to do? It's like, oh, we're going to sum you back? Like, you can't, because like they're also a citizenship of another nation. And then once they go there, they have rights and obligations there. So really interesting. Military Service Modernization Act. Well, it's really great that a lot of Christians, like, I'm not talking about the leftists, because leftists are going to leftists. You know, like a leftist person follows his ideology. But I saw a lot of Christians actually promoting and championing and defending the concept of doxing yourself to go online. Right? It's really great that the European Union wants to now push something like that as well, once it got normalized in the UK, Australia, and Canada. And then when you dox yourself online, it will be a lot easier for the government to actually see where their citizens are at and what they're doing and how long they've loved the nation and stuff. Of course, it's to protect the children, right? And how better to protect the children than to make sure that once they're 18 years old, they have to ask for permission to leave the country. So basically, right, like if you want to leave more than 3 months, if you want to go study abroad, I guess, if you want to go work abroad, I suppose, if you have a medical treatment abroad, like you now need to ask the German government, am I allowed, Massa? Like, is it okay if I go, Massa? Massa, please. What happens if I actually go somewhere and then I want to stay more? Like, I left, you know, maybe I met a wonderful Japanese lady. She's got big titties. And she seduced me. She bamboozled me. I wanted to stay 2 months, but now I'm staying 4. Do I have to return to Germany? And it's like, Masa, look, I just happened to stay in Japan, and I like the ladies there. I want to stay a little bit more. Am I allowed? What if they say no? No, you're not allowed. We don't want you to stay there. You know, we're worried about the Russians.
Every warrior counts on the weapon of their side.
I mean, honestly, all of this was predictable. Like, you could definitely see the trajectory. The interesting thing is that the trajectory was left-leaning, right? Like, this wasn't a nation that all of a sudden started pushing for patriotism. It then started pushing for patriotic songs. It went through a revolution. They were saying, you're proud to be German. Like, no, it was literally the other way around. Like, they basically said, no, like, we're citizens of the earth, you know, you have Angela Merkel throwing away the German flag, going, no. You basically have, like, everyone pushing this ideology that, there is nothing to be proud of being German. There's nothing to be proud of being white, right? Like, there's nothing to be proud of your nation. The word nationalism, right? Like, the word nationalism was being viewed as bad. And somehow, despite all of that, look where we're at. Look where we're at. Interesting, isn't it? Oh, my goodness. Again, I wonder what happens if you break this law. Like, there is a rule you have to announce. Okay, I didn't announce. What happened? What's the punishment? And apparently I looked it up and I couldn't find it. And like, that's very interesting. So, seriously, right? Like, during COVID, if I didn't mask up, like, there was a fine. Okay. Like, at least you know. But, like, in this situation, if you don't announce, what happens? Do you lose your welfare? That's probably what they're going to do. I'm telling you from now, you're going to lose your welfare. Or if you have, like, a digital ID and in the future, maybe they will have, like, a wallet, a digital wallet or something like that, they can punish you automatically for doing that. I'm actually starting to notice when authoritarian nations become authoritarian, one of the first things they do is they try to prevent people from leaving. You get to see that in North Korea, right? You get to see that during the Cold War with the Berlin Wall. Like, authoritarian nations aren't worried about people coming in. They're worried about people leaving, and so they literally, in Berlin, like, they would shoot people if they tried to jump over the wall.
Got all the silver.
What I'm seeing that is happening, especially now that Europe is becoming poorer and poorer, they're passing laws that if you want to leave the country, and they have already, not just in Europe, but in Canada as well, if you want to leave the country, they're taxing you. They're taxing your entire wealth before you're leaving, right? So, like, they're trying to disincentivize people from leaving. That's not a good look. You know, like, in the United States, they're not trying to disincentivize you from leaving. In Japan, they're not trying to disincentivize you from leaving. Why? Because those governments are confident that their nation is good enough to not have to worry about people leaving. But when you govern a nation to the point where people are fleeing like rats from a sinking boat, that is a problem. Well, I guess at least it's not as bad as New Zealand, right? Where the Prime Minister herself has to leave. I do have one question, though, and this one is really interesting. Do politicians have to announce when they leave? Huh?
Nope.
Well, I know Angela Merkel doesn't. Let me know what you guys think, and as usual, I will see you in the comment section. Take care.
Welcome back to a series so mushroom, even I subscribed in today's video. Queen of Sims Pokimane has finally responded to the drama. After her cookie company shut down, there was radio silence until today. She has responded completely avoiding all accountability, blaming everybody else. She claims her business failed because she's a creator and can't get away with certain things, like scamming your fans, ? She claims she didn't take any profits from the company and it all went back to the employees and the business. Kappa. She tries to claim she wasn't involved in the company and essentially blames all her employees for messing it up. She's also playing victim on TikTok, talking about how she's an immigrant. Asmongold has responded. Pathetic Hassan fans are trying to cancel me now. They are very butthurt that I dared to make fun of their god and savior Hassan. They claim I'd be flipping burgers if not for Hassan and would not have a career. Apparently there's a Miskiff fan in there going, demon time! Apparently I'm meat riding the popular side and my coverage is bad. The SlopTube Avengers have responded. Subscribe to piss off every regarded Hassan fan.
Skip past all that because I know about all that.
Now let's begin.
Get your bag, my G. Get your bag.
Yep, real good times, and they were more popular, right? I'd get like 1 million views each video because they were such bigger YouTubers. Now I gotta settle for Hassan's irrelevant ass, right? But at least he's consistently stupid, right? So I guess it's better overall, better views overall, because he at least lasts an entire year, right? But yeah, dude, it's pretty obvious that if your product is good, being a creator is just going to help you, right? You're going to get free sales from your fans. They're going to excuse a lot of your mistakes as well. And it creates that initial momentum that is absolutely invaluable, right? Only Pokey would complain about this because her reputation is dookie and everything completely failed.
Oh my god.
If your company is bankrupt, just say so. Oh my god, bro. That's got to be the most satisfying thing ever. I might be a broke guy, but I ain't no simp. If the company is successful, I did it on my own. If the company fails, I barely had anything to do with it. That's crazy. Bro, she even admitted like, oh yeah, I just did nothing since launch. Like, of course it failed then. Holy. She's so nasty in every conceivable way. Bro, she's actually insufferable. I don't know how her personality is not changed in like a decade. And that's how the cookie crumbled. She makes it so easy to hate a person without ever meeting them. Holy shit. Well, there's a lot of creators like that. Chad calling her brokey main. She's 100% the type that gets you to hate your best friend by explaining it.
That's
like
pretty good.
You. Oh yeah, manipulative as hell. Moving on to Hassan fans trying to cancel me. Apparently they're mad I'm insulting their God and Savior.
That's so good.
I sort of saw this last time, but I skipped past it because I mainly cover other people, right? I rarely talk about myself because I don't really think I'm that important, to be honest. I'm a side character here covering all the main clowns. But occasionally, you need to step into the ring, right? When regards like Mizkif are coming after you and lying about you, going, demon time, then you obviously gotta shut them up, right? So let's check this out. Right, so it all started here with this tweet by Yeet, right? Pegasus predicts Hassan will go down as one of the greatest liars of all time. I want to clarify here, by greatest, I don't mean the best. I mean like just a big fat liar, right? Just like a guy who lies a lot. Not that he's good at lying, because we can see he's fucking lying, right? Anyways, a bunch of Hassan Glazers got really mad at this, right? So we got a couple of videos from fellow slop tubers, Rev Insensitive. So yeah, let's check it out.
Pegasus is making a video documenting the never-ending lies of Hassan Piker, and a recent clip was posted by Yeet on Twitter, and people are responding to this and they're very upset with Pegasus. But let's listen to this clip that has people up in arms about our fellow slop tuber.
I mean, the fact is, this has transcended everything, okay? People are making games out of it. Game of the year, actually. I mean, I think you got what you wanted, Hassan. You are going down in history, just not for the reason you'd like, you know? I feel like Hassan is probably going to be known as one of the greatest liars in all of humanity, right? Because right now, who is associated with lying, right? It's probably like Richard Nixon or, you know, Lance Armstrong, the Ponzi scheme guy or whatever. But now we got Hassan in there. We got to add him, put him to the top of the list, right? Because Hassan's like one of the only people who lies about verifiable information captured on camera repeatedly over and over. And who the fuck changes their story 10 plus times? Nobody does that. There needs to be like a Wikipedia entry of Hassan Piker and then lying is OP. That's his like professional quote, you know?
Lying is OP, as I say all the time.
So what he just said in that clip is completely fair and accurate. This guy would be flipping burgers if Hassan didn't exist. His whole business model depends solely on if Hassan goes live or not. Now, Pegasus has basically said that he doesn't need to do this anymore. He could basically retire at this point. And I believe him. Like, looking at these statistics and how his channel has been performing for years and all of the views he has acquired, not just from talking about Hassan, but many different people. He doesn't need to do this anymore. Okay, he's doing this for the love of the game at this point. To basically create generational wealth. Good for him. Very good for him.
Oh my god, they are mad, bro. The absolute fucking cope from Hassan fans. Actually, he'd be working at McDonald's if not for Hassan. He'd be flipping burgers. Hassan made you, bro.
See if I can.
Oh, brother, you are late to the game, man. They really show up on my 7th year on YouTube and go, well, you only talk about Hassan. Yeah, I mean, it's an arc, okay? It's like a chapter, but it's not the entire book, right? It's like a one-piece arc. You focus on one character and you sort of build that story, you know? And right now, it happens to be Hassan. And yes, this is a long arc, okay? What can I say? It's a pretty long arc. And I'd love to move on. I'd love to take a goddamn vacation. But Hassan cannot stop being a colossal re-god, all right? He's He's consistently just shows up every day and manages to embarrass himself in new and different ways. And yeah, he's completely right. I obviously do it for the love of the game at this point. I don't think you can manufacture the legendary series, all right? All of this is organic and real. I wake up every day excited, like it's Christmas Day, right? Surely today Hassan is not going to be a colossal moron. And then yeah, he does it again, and we have a good time here, right? So then he goes over a bunch of more
I'm showing you
butthurt
what it's like to live
people.
as a slave.
I think those plushies in his room sums up this man-child's ability for critical thinking and is all you need to know.
Oh, wait,
about
he
the
was tied up. My bad, my bad.
Of this prediction. Very much in the
Ah.
spirit of Hassan Piker, where you have no actual criticism of anything being said.
I'm gonna play
Instead, you
Persona.
make these personal attacks.
Do the thing I said earlier. Just look up my
Plushie collection.
give it
Yes,
to the
ladies
TV.
and gentlemen, there are
Play that shit on
sentient
big
human
screen.
beings
Mm-hmm.
who are able to type out a sentence like this, who genuinely
this TV,
believe
may as well fucking
Hassan
use it.
has never lied about anything. Nobody cares what this Asmon fluffer
not
has
like
to
I
say.
haven't used
Oh
it every day,
boy, ladies and gentlemen, another round of Asmongold derangement syndrome. Hassan's
Just
biggest
gotta find my
fan,
fucking headset
LOL.
plug-in thing.
MF makes
know where I fucking
daily
put-
videos. And people say this about me, like, despite the fact that I do not make daily videos on Hassan, but you know what? Yeah, it makes sense to make so many videos.
So I did not mince my words, by the way.
What?
It's catching another criminal. And as I took him down and hovered over him, he's like, "You have no idea what to live like as a slave." And to which I told him, "I'm showing you what it's like to live like as a slave." And I punched him in the face.
Oh, that's why you said that. You know, I'm surprised someone didn't comment on that shit.
What?
Richie?
Oh, he's asleep.
Damn. Richie, are you actually asleep?
Damn.
So what's he gonna wake up and say?
I was exhausted, man. Work beat the hell out of me. Tired. That place is hell. I work like hell. I hate working for women. No! Please tell me he's not dead. Please tell me he's not dead. Oh my god. Is he dead? Where is he? Mission failed. The target died or left it. Fuck! God damn it! He better still be there when I get back. He better be there when I get back. If that motherfucker's not there, I'm gonna fucking kill him. Fucking stupid ass fucking spikes. The fucking road. You guys are no longer even at war because I killed everybody that was here. Yet you still have your fucking barriers up. Just out there where motherfuckers like me could just run into them by mistake. Oh, good. He's alive again. Remember me, bitch boy? Gotcha again. Stop resisting. Stop resisting. Okay. This time, your ass is going to jail.
Vile hadn't killed him, I'd be dead myself.
Well, I can't speak to that.
Yeah.
Gotta go full Hobbs on these runs. I don't know a single damn thing about you. All I know is that you're some asshole whose names came across my desk. That's how you know he's asleep.
Why are you taking me and not those bandits? You should know, that bastard had it coming.
On Hassan, if you're someone who covers this sort of content, if you cover streamer drama or controversies, yeah, Hassan is going to be like the focal point of your content. If you're not making videos regularly about this guy, you're not doing your job correctly, because this guy is very influential, whether you want to admit it or not. Biggest liar. Then scamming your audience of $17,000? Or a bigger liar than teasing your audience for a year that you had all the evidence collected on your ex and justice will be served and all will make sense and it'll be over for you, Pink? LMAO?
Years in chains.
What?
Finally free.
What is this person talking about? What does this have to do with Pegasus criticizing Hassan Piker? I have literally no idea what this individual is ranting about.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to take a guess as to what he's talking about. I mean, he mentioned Pink, so that's probably referring to Tectone's ex. I'm pretty sure this person is talking about the Tectone situation. So I don't know where the scamming for 17K, I have no idea who did that, but based on the Tectone thing, this might be a Mizkit fan. Ay. It's a Mizkid. Get him, Mizzy. Watch out. His fans are about to go demon time, because Mizkif is the only colossal Rhaegar who actually thinks that I was vigorously defending Tectone and Lakari and like all these people, and oh, we're all best friends for 10 years when I literally don't know them at all. His Sherlock Holmes level analysis was, well, you made fun of Hassan, this guy made fun of Hassan, you might as well be brothers, right? When in my entire coverage, I was just being objective and fair, and I basically just said, oh yeah, you can't trust Mizkif without evidence, right? Because he has his own allegations, very similar, right? So obviously, you have to wait for more evidence, which is exactly what I did, right? I mean, this is just a classic. I already went over this in another video. Fucking Mizkif fans, bro. Also, I don't really get the point as well. You can criticize more than one person on the internet. I just don't understand. Right, so then somebody just says that I meat ride the popular side. And this is like a very common criticism of commentary channels. Oh, you just say what everybody wants you to say. You just meat ride the popular side. And I'll explain why this is a bunch of baloney.
But here's a quote saying this guy needs to go down as one of the least principled commentary channels of all time. Bro, Pegasus effing sucks. D and just meat rides the popular side. He did this with Mr. Beast, and is why Mr. Beast coverage of his is horrible. Interesting stuff, very interesting point from this individual. But talking about meat riding the popular side, are you talking about Jellywig? Because that's what it sounds like to meat ride the popular side. I don't think the things Pegasus has said over the years really represents the popular side. I think going after people like Hassan is a daring one, because you're kind of ostracizing yourself in many ways, but...
Of course, so apparently I just meat ride the popular side, right? So first off, What exactly do you want me to do here? Do you want me to say that Hasan supporting 3 different terrorist groups is actually a good thing? That Hasan threatening to murder people is good? That him shocking his dog is good? Apparently we got Omega Edgelord here going, oh, you must always support the non-popular side. So these people are unironically so stupid, because I could be like, I hate PDF files. And then they'll be like, bro's just meat riding the popular side. You know, I'm an edgelord, I'm a free thinker. I, for one, really like PDF files, actually. Like, legitimately, the logic makes no sense. I can't really help it if some of these people are taking indefensible positions, right? And, you know, just for a little bit of rebuttal, you know, I'll have you know, the first episode of the Legendary series actually has a pretty low like ratio. It's about like 70-75% or something. And I think it's like the lowest in my channel ever, right? Because for most creators, right, and including me, most videos you make have a like ratio of like 99%, maybe 95 at the lowest if you said something mildly controversial. So basically that video having a much lower like ratio basically means that it was actually controversial to make fun of iDubbbz and Hasan initially, like a year back, right? Because there was a bunch of people on his side. iDubbbz's Content Cop got 7 million views. There were so many people actually on his side. Now, after 300 episodes, you know, after all the facts, everybody is like, oh yeah, you're just taking the popular side. Now suddenly everybody's on board. But initially, it actually wasn't that popular, right? Also, this Colossal Rhaegar just contradicted himself as well. You think it was popular to shit on Mr. Beast, the most popular guy, literally the biggest YouTuber? His fan base is quite literally 1 million times bigger. He's a billionaire. He could make you disappear, God fucking knows. Now, I'm not gonna act like I'm reinventing the wheel or doing something so brave, going out on the war fields or whatever, taking a bullet to the shoulder or whatever the hell. But I will say you need to have a little bit of boldness or a little bit of, you know, willingness to take heat from a bunch of like psychotic fan bases like Hasan or whatever to actually speak out on these topics, right? Because we know the second you try to talk about these people, their fan base goes psycho insane style on you, right? We've had those people. Like this one girl made a TikTok about him. She instantly gets a bunch of like death threats and shit like that.
Hasan Piker fans are actually rabid animals. My DMs are full of people threatening to assault me, dox me, calling me Amber Heard as an insult, saying that I am using propaganda and I'm being paid by YouTubers that I also hate. Yeah, it's crazy that I called out Hasan for tourism and misogyny and being basically a passport bro, and I've got people calling me like a conservative in my DMs and just saying I'm spreading propaganda, and that even if he did these things, we still need him as the face of the left.
You really come in here after 300 episodes going, oh yeah, it's so easy. Yeah, because I have a force field, okay? I have a fan base to actually protect me from this bullshit, all right? So all the Hasan drones get completely eviscerated in my comment section. So it's like, oh, it's the popular side, right? But you can just go to Hasan's channel and suddenly they're the popular side. Also, I love how they can't point to one single thing that I did wrong. It's just like, oh yeah, he just sucks, bro. His coverage is bad. Zero arguments. This is literally a Hasan Piker fan right here, right? There's nothing to even respond to of substance because they didn't even make an argument. They're like, oh, you're bad. Pira responded, a series so good, even a Rev crossover episode has been issued. This is going to be absolutely diabolical. True. Lying is OP. Might be the truest thing he's ever said. True. Let's up those numbers. Let us all thank Jillywig for his contribution to the series. Now WestJet needs to react to this video declaring Rev finished all over Pegasus. Okay, bro. Okay, now you're lost in the sauce. I love how everyone in the comments knows all of Peg's catchphrases. I don't think our boys anything to worry about. Yeah, I mean, these people don't really have much motion, to be honest. Even Hasan himself, he can't really do much about me. He's tried to imply I'm some like PDF file supporter. It's not really worked. Is this truly the end of the Legendary series? That's mostly up to Hasan. He needs to grow a brain cell. Twitter freaks think their online rage can damage the Legendary series. Yeah, I mean, you'd probably have to get more than like 1 like or something. And even if you happen to get a viral post, it's not very impactful outside of Twitter, I'd say. Right, let's move on to Sensitive's coverage. Apparently even more people are mad.
8 videos of Pegasus' last 9 videos are about Hasan. The last time I saw something like this was Leafius here's videos on Pokimane. I've seen a lot of people being mad at people milking topics, or you know, why does Pegasus have 30 billion Hasan videos, or why does Sense have 40 trillion iDubbbz and Anissa videos? It's just basic supply and demand. That's what the people want to see, that's what they like, and that's what the creator likes, so it's like a win-win for everyone. And I think that's the same for Pegasus. Every single day that Hasan goes live, he says something new, he says something stupid, and it's an ongoing story. It's not like he's, you know, talking about something that Hasan said 10 years ago. Unfortunately, there's a lot of people who are jealous. A lot of people are like, man, these slobtubers don't deserve the money. I spent 3 years making my video and it only got 10K. Meanwhile, these slobtubers, it takes a few hours and they get 40,000 views in an hour. It's not fair. My response to all of that is skill issue. Get better.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh my god, I can't tell you guys how many people I've encountered like this who are so jealous. It's unreal. And it's usually like the high effort people, the sort of video essayists or the once a month posters. Oh, I post only quality content, guys. And they are so salty. They're like, oh, I spent 50 years on this video. I researched it for 600 hours, still got all my facts wrong. And then they see me who spent 1 day and got 10 times the reviews or whatever. Like, I don't choose that. That's the audience, right? It's a skill issue. You need to be more entertaining. It's not my fault that you aren't as successful. And I've had this issue for like years now where people are complaining about milking. When I did the KSI, Logan, and Mr. Beast saga, there were a bunch of people getting really mad at me on like Twitter, Reddit, everywhere, essentially, even TikTok. And they essentially are so triggered that I'm able to keep farming this, right? And they think, oh, you're clickbaiting a bunch or whatever. But the thing is about clickbait, it only works once, right? If you try to do it again, all the people who fell for it the first time are going to be like, yeah, I don't trust this guy. I'm not going to click anymore. The fact that it's consistently getting views for years and years means that people really like the stuff, really like the content, and they're willingly clicking on it, right? And they really only selectively apply this stuff, right? Any other genre, this is completely fine. Like gaming, you could milk the same game a billion times, but that doesn't matter, right? Or even in the like political genre, like there's a bunch of people who only exclusively cover Trump, right? They've made like thousands and thousands of videos on him for years, and they have nothing to say about that, right? And for me, Hasan is just the version of Trump here, right? He's just like a lol cow, right? So he's just going to be clowned on relentlessly. Anyways, the Hasan fans keep coping, saying that Hasan gave me all this clout.
Does this guy talk about anything other than Hasan? I mean, from what I've seen, yeah, you know, his videos are like 30-40 minutes, and there's multiple different topics. I love comments like these. This is Pegasus' second channel. I believe if you combine both of his channels, he has 2 million subscribers and maybe half a billion views. Do you know how much money that is? This is just extra money for Pegasus. Once again, it's a win-win. He has fun, people enjoy it, people are entertained by it, and he makes extra money. The Hasan fan cope is going crazy right now. Pegasus made his career about crime, about people. Literally does what Hasan does, but okay. Hasan gave him most of his clouds. No, but sure, buddy. Not that he said anything of real substance. He will be remembered as a hater while Hasan goes to like CNN respectfully. Is this person like 2 years old? Who gave the kid Twitter? It's like, shut your goofy ass up. I'm going to make a pretty bold prediction. All right, here we go. I think Hasan, when everything's said and done, I think the biggest highlight from his career, what everyone will know him for, is shocking his dog. And how do I know this? Because my friends, and shocking, I know, Sense has friends. I know a situation is bad when friends of mine who are not online tell me about, yo, did you see this streamer shock his dog live on stream?
Oh, this is wonderful news. I mean, I've been hearing this a lot as well. You guys have been messaging me as well, that everybody sort of knows of Hasan as the dude who shocked his dog, right? If you're not like into the drama sphere or anything, you just encounter a random person and they're basically like, oh, is it the streamer who shocked his dog, right? Absolutely wonderful. But yeah, I do appreciate the blazing from the fellow slop-tubers, the Avengers squad here. Gotta stick together when the Diddy Piker minions are after you. He's literally a propagandist. He proudly proclaimed himself as a propagandist. That alone, by definition, means he's a liar. Exactly. 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 He admits it. The only people upset at Pegasus for the Legendary series is Hassan Orbiters, and Hassan Glazers. Yeah, pretty much. Slop Vendors Assemble. Never forget Hassan has said his favorite YouTuber is More Pegasus. True. Roll it.
More Pegasus made a dozen videos about you in the past few days. I love that guy. That guy is my favorite YouTuber, honestly.
The thing is, More Pegasus makes all these Hassan videos and they're all different stuff happening. Hassan's always doing something stupid along with his Orbiters and Froggen. I know you guys didn't expect a Froggen flashbang in this video, but hey, you always gotta be prepared. Keep you on your toes. And yeah, all the videos are obviously new information. Nobody's gonna watch the same video 300 times. Anyways, here we are on the post. With every Chenk's nephew crash out, More Pegasus power level increases. Bro, who actually made this? This is actually so good. I got the aura radiating as well. Holy. The Legendary series beats every TV show. See, these people get it. Hasdolf Pickler isn't gonna let you suck on his piker. I can anyways. Pegasus has that shit down his throat on the daily. All right, man. Talking about Hassan every day, all day is boring. Couldn't be me. First off, it's not all day. You can see it's 30 minutes. You wouldn't know true entertainment if it hit you in the head. Now click this video to reach episode 1000 and trigger the hell out of these clowns. But yeah, keep coping. The series continues.
Oh, damn!
What's up, space pirates? This is your Admiral, the obviously awesome Dr. Disaster. And I don't know who needs to hear this, but Halo as a franchise is just freaking cooked.
Let it burn.
On the one hand, this Halo Studios is a company which LARPs as caring about progressive causes. They put out posts like this one on social media from a few months ago talking about Black History Month and giving players new skins for Halo Infinite based on Black History Month. They very much want people to believe that they are kind and nice and have all the right shit-lib opinions.
They aren't more ethical than us. They just want to be perceived as such.
This is a company that celebrates every Pride event and pretty much any progressive holiday quite loudly, even though many other studios have toned that shit down, and yet this is all a front, or so it seems. One of the most annoying components of the modern corporate world is the fact that all of these big companies that behave like this, and especially Microsoft, well, deep down, they are pieces of shit who would sell their own mama for a nickel, and all of this leftist virtue signaling is really just overcompensation so that people won't turn on them and will keep buying their shoddy products.
Trust me.
Hell no.
Well, there are at least some of us who do not trust these clowns any further than we can see them, and it looks like that distrust may be well-founded. Some accusations have recently bubbled up from a now former employee at Halo Studios, which says that Microsoft basically found a way to remove him from the company after claiming to have seen harassment and fraud and cronyism among other things, you know, basically helping to confirm all of the things that many of us have long suspected of all of these big AAA game companies these days. Anyway, the dude has just put out a very lengthy post detailing all of this, and I hope you're sitting down for this one. If you're drinking something, make sure that you swallow it before I finished my next sentence, but it sure doesn't sound like Xbox or Halo Studios are as good and virtuous as they pretend to be. In fact, it sounds like this company is a real
miserable piece of shit!
Alright, me hearties, The person making these claims against Halo Studios and Xbox is a former art director that worked there. Now, I do have to throw out the disclaimer that none of the things this guy has claimed appears to have been adjudicated in a court of law, at least at this point. So, in order to be responsible, I need to say that we should take his claims with at least a grain of salt. That being said, there are some people who replied to this lengthy LinkedIn post that he just dropped, and they appear, as you can see here, to be employees and former employees of the company who agree with his claims. So, with that in mind, we are going to actually just read through what this guy had to say in his own words, because it sounds pretty damning to me, and it explains how people like Sarah Bond may have worked her way up to
I'm here, by the way. I'm just walking around my apartment. No, I just saying because I know I've been a little quiet. I'm not like passed out or anything.
Okay. You're good either way. I am rabbit holing and exploring. I have literally just been fucking cutting down trees, hunting animals, and fucking grabbing resources like all day today. It's just been the mood.
Yeah, no, I'm just like cleaning as well as like trying to find this headset piece so I can feel comfortable sitting on my couch. The problem is that even if I sit on my couch, then I don't have my mic, so I have to use a headset mic, but I don't know where I put the headset part of the mic, so I have to figure out where the fuck that is. And I have no idea when the last time I used it was. So, yeah.
So what you saying is that you're gonna be the one using a shitty mic.
Huh?
Oh shit.
Yes, I will be the one with the shitty mic. Fuck you.
Nothing comes out of that. Not in the mood for this shit. There was a minor car accident just right outside.
Yeah. I'm running downstairs. I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm.
damn near the top of the heap at a company like Xbox, despite being the sort of dolt who damn near drove the company.
Also, Silver Wolf Mountain.
Hey guys, it's Connor over here. In this video, once you get here, you'll see this is covered in ice. Very simple. You'll just go ahead and crouch and do a false palm to break the ice. And then you'll see that it's this device that requires Nature's Snare. This is this skill right over here in the Spirit Tree, Nature's Snare. It allows you to
so you do have to lift it, but I was using the wrong
access
tool.
it, you have to go into your focus mode like this, and then you'll see Nature's Snare button is over there. It's my heavy attack button. I'll go ahead and do this, and you aim it at this
Oh,
thing.
no, that's
It will
something
then
different.
Bring up a platform that will drain water up to its level. So just do this for a few seconds until like,
Damn.
all the water is drained enough. You'll see that this is going to reveal another one of these puzzles just up ahead. So that should be enough. We can go ahead and cancel. The water is gone here. Also, don't get hit by that thing. That thing hits you, it's going to hurt. Here is another one. Go into your focus mode, use Nature Snare, and we'll just blow wind into this one until this one empties the water. Is that thing freaking out still? Crazy. We'll keep draining all this water like so. And once you've done all of that, that is the puzzle. It's actually super simple, besides...
Okay, I would have never thought to do that.
Company to ruination with her anything can be an Xbox boneheaded marketing idea. Anyways, here is the LinkedIn post. It's long, so let's just dive in to see what he has to say. Under the revised code of Washington, blah blah blah, I allege the following: that between January 2024 and June of 25, I witnessed firsthand or was personally subjected to numerous unethical and or unlawful acts committed by senior Halo Studios representatives, including but not limited to blacklisting, fraud, rampant favoritism, cronyism, manifesting as hiring and career growth interference, and multiple harassment campaigns designed to provoke the constructive discharge of unwanted employees otherwise in good standing. And that really explains why the AAA gaming industry is in such disarray, doesn't it? We have long suspected that these companies are chock full of cronyism and blacklisting, pushing out anyone who has wrong think and promoting people who just say all the right things. But let's read on. He wrote next that after filing several documented complaints with Microsoft's Human Resources Department in June of 25, a senior global employee relations representative threatened retaliation on first contact and promised to quash any further investigation. That senior Halo Studios representatives engaged in a 4-day-long act of harassment intended to manufacture a cause for my termination in July of 25. That the aforementioned representative supervisor and Microsoft's Business Conduct and Compliance Department were provided daily visibility and failed to take any appropriate disruptive action during the act nor punitive action afterward. The complaints escalated to BRI, and Microsoft's workplace investigation team were reported closed by the aforementioned GER representative when in fact they had been returned as out of scope. That in August of 25, the catastrophic mismanagement of Halo Campaign Evolved created an opportunity for senior Halo Studios representatives to temporarily reassign the art team from my unannounced project and falsely characterize my role as redundant, a plainly retaliatory act. And that is definitely something I have long suspected out of these studios. We keep seeing all of these simply asinine decisions being made in these new AAA games, but management at these companies rarely ever faces consequences for their crap, and I imagine that's because they do a good job of covering their own asses and pushing the blame onto the people below them. They simply shuffle a few people around, call somebody redundant, get rid of them, say that the problem is fixed now, and move on. It's all politics at these studios all the time, but let's read on. The guy wrote that in September of 25, a GER director promised to have this retaliation investigated and then disallowed any consideration of the original complaints, subsequent harassment, or actions taken by the GER representative. That between June and October of 25, all of these groups failed to carry out even the most cursory investigation by refusing to interview primary witnesses cited in the original complaints. That between September and November of 25, Microsoft openly violated a state law which allows employees to inspect their own personnel files and request changes to them. He said they have since made no attempt to meet its penalty obligation. And then here he continues, given the number of people who have contacted me privately since my original post last October, I also strongly suspect the following: that Microsoft routinely contrives or otherwise exploits layoffs to rid itself of employees who have filed proper and effective complaints, thereby masking these retaliatory acts with a thin veneer of business justification, that organizations and investigations within Microsoft's human resources umbrella are deliberately compartmentalized to obfuscate responsibility and create plausible deniability. Those of you who also share or can substantiate these suspicions, please feel free to contact me privately as well. I know that our industry is in truly dire straits now, but as a matter of public interest, I cannot in good conscience recommend seeking employment at this organization or continuing there if you have any other option. Your effort and expertise are not respected, you are not fairly compensated. If you refuse to engage in political gamesmanship, your career will stall. If you object, you will be forced out. I have the evidence, you are not safe, and so now that all really tells an interesting story, doesn't it? It may surprise you to learn, shitlibs, that actually Microsoft and companies like them, they aren't actually good people just because they claim to share your political beliefs. You are just useful idiots who are bedazzled and mystified by things like Pride Month celebration posts and Black History Month posts. If they post something like that, people like you, shitlibs, act like these are good people who are on your side, but it is all a calculated and cold attempt to manipulate you and generate support. Deep down, these people are corporate cronies who, believe it or not, don't actually give a single squirt of shit about video games. They care about money and power, and the management at these big companies largely only made games like Dragon Age the Veilguard or Assassin's Creed Shadows or Avowed. They made games like that because they believed it was safe. I urge everyone to recognize this and come to the realization that these people corporatizing the hobby are the instruments of their own destruction, and as AAA gaming collapses, I recommend that you avoid shedding tears. Instead, have a laugh and do a little dance. Anyways, make sure to hit the like button on this video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't done it already. And if you are already subscribed, make sure that you are still subscribed to the channel. Lots of people tell me all the time that they've been unwillingly unsubscribed, and also,
Hello?
Mm-hmm.
So I went and checked the mail when I was out there. We got some good stuff. Ooh. Got Yu-Gi-Oh cards. The ones I ordered finally came in.
Oh, nice.
I was a little worried because they shoved them into my mailbox, but I think they've actually did a good job of not bending anything. It came in like 5 different ones, so I just have to make sure. My Dark Lords came in. Dark.
You'll find what you seek here. I have been waiting for you. I hope you found what you sought.
Was that a noise?
I think that was a noise. He might be stored.
Either that or he dropped one.
Oh my god! Imagine we caught that on stream twice. Probably. Be so embarrassed. Be like,
That sounded questionable enough that could possibly be what it was.
You're not wrong. I agree. The first Dark Lord. My Herald of the Arclights, my Secretarion, Soul Chords.
You stink of trouble.
There we go. Wondering why the hell. So wait, if I do that again, does he? Oh. Well, that's interesting. Okay, today I learned.
Greetings. True strength comes from the soul, not just the steel. My weapons are unbreakable. Thank you. It'll save your life out there. Remember me when your blade grows dull. This forge has restored many fine blades.
Lord Judy. I just hope that they fucking do not bend my Forbidden Crown. That card is expensive.
Stay. I want to hear all about what my work has seen out there.
It may be the soul, not
God
the
damn it.
appearance that unites them.
Of course, Ophidia.
Whoa. It sounded like you said something else.
Tell me where, and I'll be ready.
I think you know what that sounded like.
Ophagia?
Yeah. That's what I thought you
I
said.
specialize in transforming garments.
Now this one might be the Forbidden Crown because of how fucking... Is this Sanctified Dark Lord? It's in Spanish. Okay, we will not be keeping this card. Well, we'll keep it. We're just not using it because it's in Spanish. Why was it not advertised that it was in Spanish?
Got the 40.
No, it's not even in Spanish. It's in Italian. I could use it, technically, but I don't feel like using a card in Italian. That's a weird one. I think I will... I mean, I could hold on. Yes, there's no reason. I think an English one would have been much preferred.
Tell me where, I'll be ready for your next project. Tell me where, and I'll handle the dying. Tell me where. Looking forward to your return.
heralds. My herald of green light.
I have been waiting for you. We meet again.
Why is this one?
I have been waiting for you.
Like this one's late, but the others are not. Weird.
We meet again. Wanda, I hope you found what you sought.
Okay. Now we're looking kind of complete. Swapped around one more piece, and now I got like the full fucking Revan setup going on.
Nice.
And I also learned in real time that if I click on my cloak piece, even though I have it on, it actually manipulates whether the hood is up or down, which I didn't realize was a thing at all.
car I'm missing? What's the super conversation?
Let's do it. What is this? Ariana and Cynthia creeped out Hollywood. Holy moly. Look at those foreheads.
With all that's going on globally right now, if this
Globally?
story doesn't make you giggle, I don't know what will.
Oh, yippee! Dystopian.
Hi, my name is Sydney. Welcome back to hell.
Hi.
For those of you in the United States and specifically in the areas that are currently suffering through this winter storm, I hope all of you are staying safe and warm and lovely. I have had to live through a burst pipe, which basically flooded my kitchen.
Oh my god, it
So,
sucks.
it's been a bit of a
In
weird
the
time
middle of winter, too.
I've been thinking all day, is it better to not have electricity or to not have water? And I think that
I can tell you from having both of them but both of them having not. From not having either of them or intermittently one or the other, I can tell you water's probably worse. You can't take a shower, you can't like wash something off of your hands, you have to use like either like some fucking drinking water, I guess, or put in a bottle. I don't know, I think having no water is way worse. Yeah, you can't use the toilet. Awful.
Sucks. So I would not have survived on the Oregon Trail. So learn from my mistakes, children. Do not flood your house. It's not fun. It is not enjoyable having a wet home interior. I don't recommend it.
I can imagine.
So on two fronts, number one, I'm sorry if there's a ton of weird noise in the background. I probably am going to try to edit it out as much as I can, but I have those giant, like, industrial fans in my kitchen and also in another room that got absolutely smashed by the water. And on the second front,
that
if you want to
sucks,
support
dude.
me in this time of need, consider buying a box of my tea. I make tea. That's part of my thing. I will link my tea brand
That
Lionsgate
sucks so
Exchange in the
much.
description box. Of course, no pressure. I'm mostly joking here. But if you do like tea, absolutely grab a box. Now would be the time because it's going straight into renovating what will inevitably just be more.
I bought my mom that for Christmas and she really liked it.
If this
Her
is
little
what
tea
you
package.
Midwesterners and Northern dwellers have to deal with all the time, I get why you guys are cranky and why you borderline insult people a lot. This is just atrocious. Anyway, I have such a fun follow-up story for all of you concerning our two friends, Cynthia Erivo and Ariana Grande. And normally I really wouldn't cover a story like this, but I legitimately laughed when I read it, and I thought that you guys would laugh too. And everyone could use a laugh right now. And if you know who these two people are, my darling baby bird, consider yourself lucky because you have been spared some immeasurable secondhand embarrassment. But not for
I'm
much
ready.
longer. Sorry about that. But for the rest of you poor unfortunate souls, as you likely know, both women starred in the Wicked films, which came out in 2024 and 2025.
Yep.
These movies were adapted from the stage production, Wicked, which I actually saw many years ago and really enjoyed. I thought it was pretty entertaining, I'm not gonna lie. The films, though, not for me, not so much. There's like a weird vibe that comes through the screen and it gives me icky vibes. And I know that probably sounds quite weird and a little bit esoteric, but I know
With how the actresses were acting with each other, it was probably some really weird vibes of how much they love each other. They could not stop holding each other's hands and shit.
Not the only one who feels that way. Now, the pair initially started going viral in 2024 for their absolutely bizarre behavior during press interviews.
Oh, they're crying!
They cried non-stop, they clung to each other, and
The helicopter one takes me out. There's a helicopter going overhead. She can't show it because it's probably copyrighted. A helicopter goes overhead, and Ariana's like, shoo, go away, helicopter, because she's like crying and shit. Oh my god, it's actually insane.
Interactions seem to have resulted in a series of weird, uncomfortable moments that all of us had to suffer through, visually.
You have been the light of the day. You are such a gift.
Stop! You're overstimulating me!
Such light into the room. Thank you very much.
This one is my personal favorite because who doesn't love a good finger hold? Every time I talk about these people, guys, I'm gonna show you this video or clip or picture because I find it hilarious.
And the craziest thing was, I remember in the moment asking myself, am I okay? Did I not hear something? And I was like, I was like, 'cause she looks like she's about to cry again, and I'm gonna grab this because I think you might need something.
Well, they repeated this exact behavior once again in late 2025 when the second installment of Wicked, called Wicked for Good, hit cinemas and the pair went on another press circuit. This time, they did more crying, and clinging, and Erivo in particular was viewed as extremely weird and overprotective of Grande. They said a bunch more weird crap in interviews and acted like they were high in the sky with diamonds, as the song goes. People were also pointing out that these two women look obscenely skinny, which was a criticism that they faced in 2024, but like,
they look completely normal here. Completely normal. Here you can see the ribs that go up to the clavicle. And her muscles look almost atrophied.
So much of it in 2025, and there were just so many questions swirling around about the type of behavior that was taking place on set and why everybody looks skeletal. Like, why are Michelle Yeoh and Jeff Goldblum also stick figure people? What is this? And
what
that
happened
brings
with
us
that
to
fucking
where
show,
we are
man?
now, and why I have gathered you all here together. At the beginning of every year, there are a series of award shows. The Golden Globes recently just took place. About a month from now is the BAFTA Awards, they'll take place, and then a month after that, the Oscars. These people sure do like to pat themselves on the back. Ariana Grande specifically was nominated for Best Supporting Actress for her performance as Glinda in Wicked for Good, so the second film, at the recent Golden Globes. When it comes to the Oscars, though, she nor Cynthia nor really anybody else were nominated for anything because they creeped everyone out. And if that isn't the funniest thing that I have heard
They
this year,
couldn't
I don't
take
know
it.
what is.
Man, we're weird, but you're a little bit too fucking weird.
Like a ciel bleu. You know, like aqua. And like
so moved by that.
It's been a pleasure.
She's on some LSD or something. There's no way.
It's been a pleasure spending time with you. It's been a pleasure getting to know you.
It's probably worth noting that the first film, just called Wicked, had 10 Oscar nominations. This year, 0. These two could not act like normal human beings. It's really too bad that these ladies couldn't use AI to make their personalities more tolerable. But thanks to the sponsor of today's video, you can use AI to do all sorts of cool editing things. Thank you, Opus Clip. Sydney, I have realized I need to clone myself. Well, that sounds virtually impossible. Or I need extra hands. Also impossible. Or to multiply and transfer my consciousness. What?
I've
Are
thought
you
about
trying
this
to be
too,
a casualty in a sci-fi movie? What is happening here? There's just
Editing is so tedious. As someone who does it, it's so annoying.
so much editing to do with the cutting, the sizing, and the captions, and the posting, and the scheduling, and there's just one of me, and not enough hours in the day. Oh, that's crazy.
And by the way, editors fucking hate doing this too. They do, and they hate this, especially shorts.
It's almost like there's an entire tool that you can use to do all that. There is?
No,
Yes.
I don't want to hire someone because I'm the only one that wants how to do it. I know how to do it, and I want it done in a specific way, and I don't want to teach someone to do it.
It's called
I don't give a
Opus
fuck. It's not a call
It's
for like,
basically
oh,
a
people
one-stop
come
shop
edit. No.
for creators or people who are interested in making short-form content. What? Stop making that face. I have quite literally used Opus Clip to post short videos on our Instagram account, which you'd be able to see if I turned the screen on. These videos, yeah, that's Opus Clip. All I did was drop a long-form video into Opus Clip, select the desired run length, and its AI software selected, cut, resized, and captioned the parts that it thought would perform best. I'm not kidding, Sydney, when I tell you this thing is amazing. There are so many features and things that it does for you, I can't even list them all.
I'm telling you, I edited my own TikToks and shorts, and the subtitling is the most grueling thing imaginable. If I could take away one thing from this, and that people can be like, oh, I hate AI, I hate this, hire real people. Even editors don't want to fucking do subtitles. They are so bad.
You mean I don't need extra hands? Opus Clip has an inbuilt social media scheduler. Anything that you can use to procrastinate, it does for you because its software is that good. And I genuinely love it. No, seriously, dear viewer, I genuinely love Opus Clip to the extent that when they first sponsored me, normally brands will give you a like a free trial. I went ahead and paid for it because I was like, I want to support you guys because this is awesome. This whole thing is awesome. Everything that Opus Clip does is awesome. And if this is something that you are interested in, if you need help with editing and captioning and clipping and whatever,
sucks, I will say. If I could stop doing that, that would be great. I hate putting in subtitles into stuff.
Videos, this is the program for you. So on that note, if you want to use genuinely one of the best pieces of software that I really have ever used in this industry, then click my link in the description. Because when you do, you will get 1 week of Opus Clip for free, which you will fall in love with this, I promise you, as well as getting 50% off their pro plan. According to News Nation, one Oscar voter told the reporter that the two have amazing on-screen chemistry, but spent most of the movie apart. This person then went on to add, and this is the funny part, I was also just completely turned off by their promotional performances. They creeped a lot of people out, and in their rush to feel authentic, it came off as cosplaying. Again, hilarious.
I just think people don't realize that they're probably just really, really high.
Because this is the exact same criticism that us normal people had for these people as well. They tried so hard to be whimsy and platonically in love, but it just came across as deeply uncomfortable and unsettling to watch. And I have wondered this whole time if all of them were on drugs.
Yes.
Seriously.
Yes, absolutely.
This is also
I've seen people who, like people who are on the side of the road, they're like, act like this when they knock on your window and shit.
The internet has had an
I love
absolute
you!
field
You're so
day
awesome!
making skits and parodies and whatnot, mocking and making fun of Ariana Grande and Cynthia Erivo and all of this weird behavior.
Do you ladies need anything before we begin?
We just need to be here.
Oh, but you're already here.
No. We need to be here. Here.
What the fuck? Kiss already. Oh my god, girlfriend.
What did you do to her?
Holy honkers.
Stop it. Oh my god. Dusty's got in my nosy. Oh no. Stop it. Are you okay?
Dude, I love the nose ring and the makeup on them. They actually did the makeup to make their face shapes look more like the characters. The nose
This
ring is
article
killing me,
references
dude.
how viral moments from the second
so
press
good.
circuit basically just freaked out Oscar voters. Like when producer Mark Platt grabbed Ariana Grande's arm and shook it in excitement, only for Cynthia Erivo to swoop in, grab the arm, cradle it protectively, and then kiss Grande's hand. Or the pair trying to read each other's auras and describe the colors they saw.
If you had to describe each other's aura,
I'm telling you, this is what high people do. They talk about their auras and shit.
what color would it be?
Okay, I'm fucking back.
Welcome back.
Aura. Yellow. For me? Sunshine. Yeah. Ah, thank you. I see like a...
So, yeah, I need
ciel
like
blue.
wait for 15 cards in the mail. Oh.
You need what now?
Said I'm still waiting for like 15 cards in the mail, but most of them came.
Oh.
I was just like going through and putting the sleeves on them so they don't get fucking damaged.
Yeah. Faster!
Whoa. This is Sanctum? Sanctum of Benediction? Yeah, this is Sanctum. Have I cleared this yet? I don't see any bad guys here. I also don't see a light beam. Yep, that's cleared out. I have been here. Okay. Ah, I would have seen that if I had a different map.
And
I'm
like,
so moved by that response. So specific.
This
isn't
is
it?
so.
Sorry.
It's very specific, and like
Again, at least to me, this just screams, I am malnourished
Dude.
and on a lot of drugs, but what do I know? The News Nation
Dude,
reporter
couples don't even act like this in high school, I feel like.
who wrote this article
so
also
cringe.
references how a bunch of people in Hollywood also found Arrivo's constant guardianship and overprotectiveness of Ariana Grande increasingly intense and bizarre. Earlier examples of this from 2024 showed Arrivo fixing Grande's necklace mid-interview, or at the 2025 New York City premiere, Grande was seemingly overwhelmed by all the photographers on the red carpet. She raises her hands and basically asks them to go away, and you can see Arrivo like off to the side, who's like looking really distressed on Ariana Grande's behalf, and I don't know if she rushed in after this, but it's like, what? Okay. In another situation, Grande decided not to do any press interviews in solidarity with Arrivo, who lost her voice before this premiere. Ah yes, the old, if you can't do interviews, then neither shall I. Another Oscar voter reportedly said that the movie wasn't that great.
Dude, if I was the director, I would strangle them both. Like, you are pissing away all of my work, all because you guys need to LARP being these cringe, malnourished, like, just sad individuals.
And Arrivo and Grande sucked all the air out of any red carpet that they were on, and no one wanted to go through that again. But they also apparently said, think of it this way, we were protecting Ariana from her anxiety and Cynthia from having to intervene. Again. It's genuinely so funny to me. I don't know, maybe it's because it's been a fairly depressing start to the year, but this really lit the little fires in my spirit. Yes. I think what makes this extra funny is how the voting and nominations for the Oscars actually works, which I had to go and look up in order to make this video. So basically, Oscars voters are made up of peers. So you have actors voting for other actors, and cinematographers voting for other cinematographers, and directors voting for other directors, and so on and so forth. So this means that the people who were very creeped out by these two and their behavior are their own peers, and probably a bunch of people that they work with directly, which is somehow just the icing on this hilarious cake. And it actually makes me wonder how many people in Hollywood, the actors and actresses, are and on a bunch of things.
Yeah, not that many. They're ultra rich and they don't give a fuck about what your opinion is. Let's be real. However, the fact that they even thought it was creepy is so funny to me.
To not nominate our two nutbag friends actually resulted in a massive firestorm on social media. Are you surprised? Probably not. People have already been acting like the film Wicked for Good not being nominated at all is some huge deal as it is, but fans are absolutely convinced that this has nothing to do with the insane food-deprived behavior and lackluster performances that we've seen, and everything to do with racism and misogyny. Because when in doubt,
Chad, if I ever do something stupid, don't ever say like, oh, it's because of people that hate me because I'm a girl or something. You have to not fall into that trap, please. You're allowed to criticize someone for being a freak or a weirdo without like pulling out the racism or the sexism card or whatever.
Everything is racist. One woman on TikTok that I found wondered why people are treating Cynthia Erivo like a soul-sucking demon, suggesting that the negative opinions about her are just rooted in racism.
What? Please someone explain to me what's going on. What is this narrative of Cynthia?
K-pop stand, nose ring, tattoo in Japanese. Damn. It's like a trifecta.
Being some
evil demon who sucked the energy and life out of Ari and caused her to have ED. I think they both were struggling on eating because the Wicked production was crazy and it was a heavy production. They probably never had time to eat. They were so consumed by their own roles. And then why are we only coming
Jesus
after
Christ.
I don't want to say it's about race,
but it is.
But it's supposed to always
There
be
we go.
about race.
There it is.
Like, why are we demonizing her?
Which seems to be the most popular method of cope implemented by Arrivo's diehard fans. Another fan argued that if Arrivo was white, everyone would celebrate her for protecting her friend, but she's demonized specifically for being black. And I think that this comment is actually in reference to a video that also went viral where we had a fan jumping out at and grabbing,
making excuses for criticism under the guise of hiding behind race or gender is just, I'm so fatigued. I hate it.
Ariana Grande and Cynthia Erivo stepped in and pushed that fan away, which, I talked about this previously. I understand that. I don't think that's
okay, I
odd
guess.
reaction at all. With that being said, there were also a bunch of people on Twitter who were mad that the Academy took into consideration things outside of the actress's performance, saying that this shouldn't be the case at all. Which really just indicates...
I just keep forgetting that normies care about this shit, and it kind of blows my mind. Why we are living in a world where even though the what is it called, the Grammys and the Oscars and the Academy Awards, people actually unironically give a shit about it.
The people watching these award shows have absolutely no conceivable idea or understanding of how they operate. Not only is the actor's performance in the film itself taken into consideration, but so too is the actor's reputation and how they are perceived by the audience and so on. So if you are acting creepy and weepy on not only the red carpet, but impressive
everywhere,
your fellow actors are probably going to see that as It also just comes down to the personal preference of the Academy members who are voting on all of this. So if you think you are being a freak, they're probably not going to vote for you, unless it's the kind of freaks that they like. I don't know. So Cynthia Erivo's peers were as weirded out about her overly affectionate and downright possessive behavior and interactions as the rest of us.
And the claws! The claws, Jet!
The lack of interest in Cynthia Erivo's racism and misogyny is extra funny when you're old enough to remember that Leonardo, i.e. DiCaprio,
oh, you're 25? Alright, see ya. Send in the next one.
Has famously not been able to win an Oscar. Despite receiving multiple nominations for iconic films like The Aviator, Blood Diamond, The Wolf of Wall Street, and What's
He's a really
Eating
good
Gilbert
actor. I
Grape,
just
that's
hate
obviously
him.
Marvel films, and despite the insane success of these films, Leo continues.
He's the guy that people make jokes about and say like, oh, he talks about, how the ice caps are melting and the polar bears are dying, but then he gets into his like third fucking private jet and just flies around the world, and you're just sitting here like, oh, I get it. Yeah, he's a huge political activist for like green policies and shit.
To not win. The dude didn't even get a nomination for his 1997 performance in Titanic, despite the film winning 11 Academy Awards the following year. I guess nobody wanted to be painted like one of his French girls. Yeah, this one's a bit of a travesty. Titanic is excellent. Unsurprisingly, fans were not impressed by any of this and actually felt extremely bad for Leonardo DiCaprio, and it started this whole poor Leo thing on social media. And when he finally did
all the money in the world, poor Leo,
get that big win, it was in 2016 when he took home Best Actor for his role in The Revenant, which I didn't even know was a movie and have never heard of, so go figure. It's also worth...
That's crazy, even I've heard of it.
Saying that there are
Fights the Bear, isn't it?
super talented actors and actresses who have never won an Oscar, and actually one of the ones that I found out making this video is Tom Cruise. The guy, how is this possible? Apparently, the only time where Tom Cruise has even gotten close to having an Oscar is in 2025 when he was given an honorary Oscar for just being in the industry for so long. I had a really fun time writing this video, if you can't tell, because what even is Hollywood at this stage? Anyway, as far
Hollywood
as
is a joke, always has been,
standards go,
even
it's just so
in the
much
old days.
easier to decide that everybody is racist and misogynistic, rather than accept that maybe your favorite actress is just not everybody's cup of tea. I think it's also very strange to basically say that everybody who watched the film is hateful when maybe the reality is that Wicked for Good just was not as good as the first Wicked film. One film critic that I found online, called Robbie Collin, gave the film just 1 star, calling it bloated and boring, and referred to Ariana Grande's performance as painfully wooden. It's also just not particularly surprising that a sequel didn't capture audiences in the same way as the first movie. In fact, this is sort of an accepted reality within Hollywood. The second movie is usually not nearly as good as the first one. You also have to consider the fact
There's very few films who do better than the original. Like if you do a sequence, like a trilogy, or even like just a sequel for one movie, it usually never comes close to it. It might come like a little bit closer, like 80% there, but it never eclipses it.
that the marketing around this was completely different. The first Wicked film was absolutely everywhere, it was inescapable, and it kind of seems like the second movie just wasn't pushed nearly as hard. And honestly, as far as PR goes, it's not
Shrek 2. I still think Shrek 1 is the best one, but that's just me. I do love Shrek 2, but I think Shrek 1's the best one.
Looking so great when your lead actresses look as though they've been locked in a basement and starved during filming. Or, like I mentioned in my last video about this, the actresses talk about filming like they survived Nam.
It is very painful. Yeah, it's like...
Yeah, I bet when you're not consuming calories, I bet it is very painful.
Because you know that you're performing, of course, you're acting, but your body doesn't quite know the difference, so that grief kind of comes home with you, and it was just kind of a very cloudy few days.
Dude, it's already like foggy.
Yeah, I was out of
body.
And it is not
Out
super
of
surprising to see
body?
how all of these things all together turned off a bunch of other actors and actresses who do in fact actually take their craft seriously. Is this story incredibly funny? Absolutely, yes it is. Is it also incredibly uncomfortable to watch two people act incredibly strange and malnourished and insane on red carpets and during press junkets? Also, absolutely. And am I terribly surprised this is where all of this ended up? No, not really. And frankly, I'm quite surprised that it didn't happen the first time as well. There's really not all that much to say here at the end, other than I'm glad that it seems some other actors and actresses are perceiving the world the way that you and I are.
I do think that the lack of nutrition and their diet might have contributed to their delirium, because that's a very common thing to experience when you're not receiving protein and you start having hallucinations. That's the only thing that I could attribute this to, because I feel like Ariana Grande is already a little bit of a nutball. Just like based on like when she was a kid and she did Nickelodeon and then she grew up and did a bunch of music stuff. Yeah, maybe like a little bit of drugs too. I think this was just like a multi-layered, like crazy pill thing.
I could not find the headset thing for the life of me. I give up. I don't know where the fuck I put this thing.
And that when push comes to shove,
It'll either turn up when you're not looking for it, or you'll just decide to get another one.
I fucking know. Well, no, it's definitely gonna just turn up when I'm not looking for it. 100%. You're right about that.
A little bit. You'll feel better. Just lick the donut a little bit.
Which is what's gonna piss me off, is because I know
I looked there. I know I looked there. I looked there like 3 times.
News brought you a little bit of a laugh, and if nothing else, this is totally to be expected, because I think that the period of time that we're in demonstrates people are just simply over watching weird capital people act insane in front of our very eyes. And as we go further into 2026, I am hoping that we see more of this kind of thing play out, but for the time being, at least I hope this brought you a laugh, because it definitely brought one for me. Now on that very
I gotta
happy
figure out
and
the
pleasant
food
note,
situation.
Not a normie chat, not
this
gonna lie.
is just a reminder, check out Opus Clip using the link in the description. I'm not joking when I say that I used this after they sponsored me to begin with, and I was like, this is an amazing program, what the hell? And then I went and bought it because I wanted to support them.
about 30
and
minutes,
now
I think
have
Richie's
forced
gonna
all my
wake up
friends
and
to
be
use
like,
it, as I do. I love a sponsor,
and he's
so,
gonna make noise, and we're gonna be,
he's
he's like, so you sleeping? He's like,
now I open the floor to all of you. What do you all think? Are you on my side of this, where you think this is genuine?
That was on Twitter.
I feel bad for them.
That was on my phone.
Mostly because they're in pain, probably.
Story. Do you think that this is in fact kind of crappy to do to these two women? They did deserve some sort of recognition for Wicked for Good.
There's
Do you
no one
think
better
that
than me when it comes to
Cynthia
managing
Erivo
folk.
is getting kind of an unfair rap here? Do you think that this is racism?
It's not fucking racism. It just reminds me of all the times games have flopped and it's like, oh, it's because the female protagonist is black, that's why everyone's bullying her. It's like, why don't you just blame the writers for not being able to write a great character? It's not about race, brother. It's not. I'm sure there's like a few minor people here and there. They're like, oh my god, I hate her because she's black.
You know, I'm a tank, but I'm gonna be a pussy here. Nope, never mind.
The vast majority of your fans that are normies that don't get invested in political crap or political agenda, they're just like, this sucks. I'm just gonna watch something else.
That's a crazy accusation, and no, it's not. She's just a maybe psycho overbearing actress. What do you think of the criticisms of the movie generally? Are they fair? Are they unfair? And what do you generally make of this issue overall? As always, if you have made it this far in the video, congratulations. I always like having you along for the full ride. If you are new here and you're not subscribed already and you would like to see more of me and more of this kind of content, feel free to subscribe to the channel, as well as leaving this video a like and a comment, because I do read the majority of them and I like hearing your feedback. Like I always say, my little chickadee noodle people, I hope you stay safe and well and make good choices, and I hope none of your bloody pipes burst like they did for me, and I will see you
sure fucking hope not.
Poodle faces in the next video.
Very nice, very nice. Thanks, Sydney!
Am I tripping, or does no one play Sniper or Heavy? I just got the game like
Those are my two
just
go-tos.
finished the campaign and started multiplayer a few days ago. I've only been doing PvE and have played Sniper the whole time up to level 16 and raising difficulty as I go. Not once have I had to switch classes. Okay, that's good. That is good. That is
Damn, bro, we're getting our ass fucking kicked.
experience for a new player.
Dude, we need some people with balls on this team. God damn, grow a pair. Those things better not be just for show.
Seen a Heavy. Tech Marine, Assault, and Bulwark seem to be the most played by far.
Oh my
I haven't
god,
seen
fuck
many
this guy.
tacticals.
Kill him!
Interesting.
Kill him!
I'm curious to other people's
Okay, he's gonna
experience
get worse!
concerning what classes they see the most and which they
Oh
rarely
my god,
see. Okay,
pussy!
so I think this is a very interesting question, because back in the day, before Sniper had, you know, purification when they could
Press
just
the
heal their
fucking
contested
buttons,
health,
bro!
Sniper was regarded as the worst class in the game. And I do think comparing Sniper and Heavy is kind of interesting. At the moment, it definitely feels like Sniper has more builds. Unfortunately, Heavy has no melee weapon, and including Argent Edge in Sniper's kit is huge. Argent Edge and Power Gladius really allow Sniper to have some range with their builds. At the moment, Heavy has the least range for their builds, and I definitely want to relay the question to you guys. If you think Heavy is turning into a bit of a burden, the Heavy class is feeling like a heavy burden, okay. So, I've maxed out all the classes but the Heavy and the Tech Marine. All the other classes had some great perks, and it was really fun grinding them to max Prestige. Now I am Prestige 2 on Heavy, and I just don't love the class. Was playing some Ruthless Operations with my brother, and we lost 2 of them. Oof. Losing in Ruthless with Heavy. Now, when it comes
You
to
guys are just bad.
Heavy, if you don't like melee Heavy, I do think that kind of limits your options a bit, because the extra damage on stomps can be seriously
Oh, this is a
undervalued.
question that's good.
It
Might be
is
good for
very
you.
good
How
at
does
clearing out
Warhammer feel to play on a controller?
But Space Marine,
Yeah, Space Marine.
fantastic. Like it was designed for it.
Oh, okay. Because that might be a game I feel like I could set a good one for sitting back on the couch and playing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That is absolute. Like Richie always says, that is the decompress game. You have a hard day at work. You just want to go home and fucking relax and wind down and fucking purge some fucking Xenos, and then you feel better like an hour later. That is that game.
Actually, sounds like a good idea. Maybe I'll keep looking for this thing. Ah, where the fuck is it?
Just get a new one.
Oh. But you like the issue is getting a new one means either like they don't just sell it at like a store. I gotta order it off Amazon. Amazon is like, ain't gonna get here off today. It's not gonna get here today.
They have 1-day shipping.
It means tomorrow.
But what the fuck? What were you planning to do the TV thing today?
Yeah, why not?
Is it already set up? Did you get your new stand?
No, I mean the TV's just been sitting on the floor for the past few days. I gotta get a stand, but I also want one that matches the existing furniture in the apartment.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair. We'll circle back to that. Oh, that's fair. Circle back to that headset thing. Well, motherfucker, get good. Find that shit. Order one in the meantime. You know what's gonna happen if you order another one? You're gonna find the other one like right away because you have a new one now. Unironically, if you want to find the old one, just order a new one.
You know that's gonna piss me the fuck off.
Probably. You just gotta take the loss.
Take the loss. He says, "Fuck you."
Take the loss, or look at it half full, half empty. Now I have a spare. Now I have a backup. To which you promptly go on to fucking misplace it again and forget where you put it, and then the whole process repeats itself.
Fuck you.
Hey man, I'm just the messenger, okay?
The whole process repeats itself. Fuck off. It's that part that bugs the shit out of me. Is that I know you're not wrong.
No.
Which is why I don't want to buy it again.
It is what it is. It's human nature. It's how things work. Wood, ruins, secret. You got a magic scythe and a fishing rod.
Okay.
Pretty sure that if I get a fishing rod from research, it's probably going to be the best fishing rod in the game.
Jake started off his stream really weird yesterday. He just showed off his cat. He like spent like an hour just playing with this cat on stream. My team just wants to play PvE and PvP. What the fuck, bro? I'm like standing forward, but I have no one behind me, so I'm just like I'm not gonna go in. There's no point. Fuck, I'm going in. I'm going deep. Okay, I'm getting the fuck out. At that point, I was just trying to bait out cooldowns. I baited out absolutely fucking nothing. Oh, give me! Fuck you, white mage! Oh, you're gonna fucking die. Once I have a fucking team behind me.
I wonder if I can find more tools here.
Come on, bitches.
You like
Come on, fight me, bitch.
ruins too? They're so old. Maybe older than the moon. Isn't that neat?
I want to go in,
I
but
found all sorts
like,
of great treasures here.
fuck it, we just go in. And we...
Magical tools. Guess even the ancients didn't like working too hard, eh?
I die.
We're taking them back to the
And nobody on their team dies. That's great. Dude, I stunned like 10 of them. Bro. Steve sucks. I think I just got a tea full of pussies and it feels so bad.
Mm-hmm.
It's like when you play Taken Hot, so that like you get the fucking entire team with the mosh pit, but no, their fucking people are twirling with their fucking dicks right behind you.
I think it's worse because the mosh pit thing is like you have to get to the middle of the game to get level 10 first. you have to get like you got to get it off cooldown like once every 2 minutes. Like it happens. There's a lower opportunity to get that monster mosh pit for your team to let you down. The one that used to feel bad for me were the in between ones where I completely fucking set the table for a guy that all he had to do was press his buttons and he has a guaranteed kill. And it's because I could see the kill opportunity, but the guy behind me couldn't. It would always slip through the cracks, and then they would look at me like, "Yo, you're playing too aggressive." I'm like, no, you're playing too fucking passive. I used to love, like, it rarely it's criminal how little it happened, but I used to love playing with Golnar for that reason, because Golnar was basically just a starving fucking pup. He was just looking to be fed at all times, and he would just follow me. Everywhere I went when I was on tech, he would just follow me and just be sitting there waiting for that bone to be thrown at him. And every time he always fucking finished.
Oh, we're going in. Fuck it. I don't even care anymore. We're like so far away from winning this game. I don't even think it's possible to win anymore. I'm walking the fuck in and going in. Desperation play. I don't give a fuck.
You gotta do something sometimes. Just try things. Do I really want to drop? I mean, I have it. You know what? Yeah, this is supposed to happen. I had an extra gold bar that I didn't even realize I had. This is disposable income. I'm getting that fucking magic scythe, and I'm getting that fishing rod.
I'm gonna look at the fucking damage numbers after this game and just see like a bunch of fucking like 10,000s on my screen and just be like, what the fuck are you doing all game? Like, unironically, they're ignoring us. They're ignoring us, and we can't kill them. That is some fucked up shit.
Those are the kind of games that feel helpless.
It's like there's 3 teams in this game, right? They're ignoring our team because we don't do anything. Legit. Oh yeah. Like, there's a guy with 1,000 damage!
Got a new dish on the menu. Do you want a taste? Just got this in today.
This guy has 1,000 damage. This guy has 50,000. This guy has 50,000. This guy's 60. You're playing Summoner! You literally accidentally hit people! You put down Bahamut, it hits like 20 the entire team. And it's like impossible to miss. What the fuck? I like top 5 in damage, and I don't have any damage.
Fields of Abundance.
That just feels terrible. PvP usually doesn't get me this bad at this game, but when you play a tank in PvP, and you just get people who don't. It's because okay, to explain to you how it works, because you've never done it before, right? There's a few different game modes in PvP, and it just randomly, every day, it randomly picks which one it is. Okay? So today, it is a game mode where it basically, crystals come up. You get points for killing the crystals. The more damage your team, the higher percentage of damage done by your team to the crystal, the more points that you get. So, for example, if you get 100 points of if you do 100% of damage, if your team does 100% of damage to the crystal, your team gets 100% of the points towards the crystal. If your team does half the damage, you get half the points, right? So something like that. My team, now, mind you, you also get points for killing the enemy team. Now, our team. For someone with speed, now, there's also another thing called it's called Battle High. Basically, kills and assists give you more damage. That's it. It gives you more damage. You die, you lose half of that points. So every 20 you get an increment of damage. So, and assist gives you 2, kill gives you 10. Half our entire team is just sitting there playing PvE, like killing those crystals the entire time, and not killing the people. And the issue is that the other teams, because they are actively trying to kill people, are killing the crystals faster. Just by default.
You're on the wrong thing.
I really hate that map just because of it like gets in people's heads sometimes that you can just play PvP without PvPing.
Oh, this was the one I was doing the wrong one this whole time. God damn it.
Put them to the test. They're keen for the work. What sort of warrior are you looking for?
Okay, does anything else need to be built? Is this one already under? This one's underway. Oh no, that's too expensive. I could have them building spears, but I don't really need them. It also costs 10K. Fuck that. No, that's too expensive. I hell don't need that. Does a building builds restoration support? Do I have a builder? Oh no, everybody's tied up right now. Never mind.
Look, take care now.
Can't believe this whole time I had the wrong fucking mission. Dumbass.
Yeah, dumbass. You called yourself it.
Mm-hmm. I will be right back. Okay, I am back.
Welcome back. Gradual zombification.
I would suggest getting the extra range with those stomps as well. You can definitely clear a bunch of area for you and your team because of the extra radius. You just simply knock enemies away. It's
Oh
really
my!
nice.
I love my
And
team.
it's very
They
good
just
against
killed
gonks.
me because they
When
just didn't heal
when
me. That
I
is
was leveling heavy. I don't think we had the pyro cannon.
there's anything
And
you
I think
need.
the heavy bolter, the melta, were two weapons I tend
The
to gravitate
beholder,
towards.
what?
The melta is very powerful.
The lamp crafted with the horns of the white oak.
So
Said
in no
Ev
way
looked
do I
down.
think heavy would ever be a burden to the team. So let's just get that out of the way, you know? However, I do think the heavy bolter is it's low-key kind of falling behind in my opinion. It really depends on the conditions and everything. But like Chaos Spawn, I mean, you can go with strategic stand, but if there's still enough Chaos Spawn around you, it's gonna be rough. Even stomps against Chaos Spawn, it really depends on their attacks, if their attacks have hyper armor or not. But still, I like stomps against gaunts. That's very good. Against smaller enemies, very good. For a plan B, it's very good. But when it comes to heavy's primaries, I would like to see plasma and heavy bolters get buffs, like small buffs. That would be nice. I think that would be like the one thing that can keep heavy in a good spot without doing an entire perk rework. Because if you consider heavy's builds, like from a perk standpoint, I definitely think heavy has limited options. Wrath of the Imperium is very good. So
I don't know if
you're
I
low
agree with
level
that.
And you're losing out on Wrath
Well,
of the Imperium,
yeah.
where
There's
when your
anything you
shield
need.
is depleted, it does a
Was this what
difficulty
you needed?
scaled explosion. It allows you to stay really aggressive, but then you're still playing around Melta.
Blood is thicker than
And
water.
I get it. Not a lot of people like Melta. It's very one note, you know? And then, like, the new Heroic Plasma is good. It's definitely good. I don't know if it would need a buff, but, like, honestly, I would love to see a Plasma buff across the board for all Plasma weapons, but maybe you could exclude the Heroic Plasma, but at the same time, I think it's fine to get, like, a 10% buff, just to allow Heavy to feel like maybe it has more options than just Melta, Pyre Cannon, even could use a buff, you know, maybe.
I got a chair?
Maybe. Like, don't get me wrong, I know Heavy is strong.
Oh,
but
shit.
I just
Lawn
would
chair?
like to see
Like,
Heavy not fall
Virgil?
behind.
I got a fucking throne chair.
I rarely go down, and it's been a while since I straight up failed an operation. I have most of the operations completed on Absolute, but I just can't figure out how to play Heavy.
Oh,
well.
wow, that was actually the easiest place to jump from. And now I realize
Or
that.
other people have struggled with it as well. And if you did, but now love playing Heavy, Straybon's Chonky apparently. When did he click for you, and do you have suggestions?
Yeah,
Well,
get good.
Yeah, I have some. Yeah, I already mentioned some, right? The thing is, if you don't like the multi-melta, and if you don't like stomps, those are like two of his strongest options to stay aggressive, in my opinion. Chains of Duty is a good weapon.
Yes.
I do think the fencing parries.
Why are we acting like Chains of Duty is not a thing?
That's
What the
fair.
fuck?
Like, when it comes to Argent Edge, the fact that Heavy loses
This whole
out
fucking
on
thread is
enemy
slander.
options definitely holds back the class. So within that, I guess balance, within that balance, Heavy should definitely have stronger primaries than they are at the moment. I think, like, the multi-melt is one of the strongest primaries in the game, but could you confidently say that Heavy has the strongest primary in the game? Like, no. I think Heavy should have, confidently, the strongest primary in the game. Whether you buff Plasma, buff the Pyre Cannon, hey, maybe the Heavy Bolt Rifle. Why not? I do think Heavy had the one rework perk where if you're, like, halfway down a mag, you get extra damage. That's pretty good, I guess. But yeah, definitely let me know in the comments how you guys feel about this. We're going to see how the community reacts to this one to see if Heavy feels like a burden. Heavy plays like a tanky sniper or as a shock trooper. Heavy Bolter and Plasma Cannon are ranged support weapons, while the Flamer and Multi-Melta are for crowd control and melee ready players. The Heroic Heavy Bolter has, oh yeah, right. the heavy bolter support weapon. I'm not too sure what they mean. Basically, just by, you know, providing damage all over the place, I guess. But yeah, fair. I think heavy bolter, plasma cannon, I would say those are weapons you would use for priority targets. Like, mostly. Use the heavy bolter to try to take out the Terminator as it's using the rocket attack, you know, that sort of thing. The heroic heavy bolter has a fencing parry window and may help get you over the hurdle of signing up for weapon-free melee. Okay, I do think that's a great point as far as the parry window. Right
It's
now,
mandatory.
I do think it's, like, heavy has a really risky parry, man. I feel like if you go into the block frames too much, it can potentially put you in a spot to either take more damage from, like, vine mines or range targets, or simply put, being stuck in an animation in general is pretty rough. So whenever I get stuck in a blocking situation where you're doing, like, the mini blocks,
It's basically where the class is right now. It's Chains of Duty or busts.
But yeah, ultimately I think that puts heavy in a really rough spot when they're cornered. Now, I do have a clip here that I think is really interesting. So, when it comes to playing heavy with those parry windows, as we were talking about, a lot of these situations get really close, practically for no reason, if you consider, you know, which primary you are using. I'm definitely thinking Multi-Melta is really shining on heavy, just because you can avoid situations like this. Alright, so this clip is called By the Skin of My Teeth. He said, proud of myself for clutching the end of this mission. Well, this looks like Siege mode, doesn't it? Oh no, this is Ballistic Engine, I see. But yep, Bone Sword. I think he was just hit by a Whip Warrior. Look at that health pool. The Heavy's doing a lot of perfect dodging. Ooh, blocked the Gaunt, but still managed to create space here. Yep, that's good. Those were great parries right there. So, like, don't get me wrong. You know, I understand.
He's putting himself in that position by default by running a flamethrower. This is such a bait.
Here, we are seeing an excellent display of skill, but
you can literally just mow down everything like with ease with Chains of Duty.
Practically easier than other classes. I mean, Assault can just jump up in the air and slam. You know, Vanguard has a power axe. Sniper can just use camo. Even Tactical, secure stockpile. And at the very least, you know, Scan. Scan can definitely help you in this situation. Oh wow, last brother standing. Dude, the Pyre Cannon is not gonna do a lot to help your health. It would be nice if Heavy had some sort of passive healing, or I don't know.
He doesn't need it.
I genuinely don't want to say like Heavy needs a strong buff, but as you can see, first of all, great clutch. I agree. This was an insane clutch, but you have to admit, every other class pretty much has a way around this. They did throw a grenade here. Wow, they were lucky to avoid getting hurt by that. Holy cow. But yeah, you can see them in this moment right there where they're going for those parries and they go for the block. But luckily, they got that parry right there for that gun strike. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, this is a lot of Majorus. This is a lot of Majorus. This is probably going to give anybody an issue. But yeah, when I see like a whole pack of Majorus right here, if I don't have the Multi-Melta, I'm kind of sweating. Like, I don't know how the Heavy Bolter is going to survive this. Even if you have Strategic Stand, these Bone Swords can still cut your health bar.
How do they ever hit you? Oh, bro, you're self-reporting.
Again, jumping up in the air, slamming down. That class is an answer. Vanguard has an answer. Power Axe. You know, Sniper still has Argent Edge. So, like, a lot of these classes that are melee classes have a lot of advantages when it comes to these situations that Heavy's really.
Oh, this is such a self-report. This is actually kind of frustrating.
Can really help Heavy in this scenario. I would like
If you have Chains of Duty, you have the damage to gun down every single thing in front of you. They can't hit you unless you're an absolute fucking retard on the sticks, because you have a fencing window. What are they gonna do? They're gonna run up and get parried.
But at the same time, Heavy does need some help.
And every time you hit a gun strike, you reset your gun. You get a full mag on every gun strike, so you can just keep mowing them down. This is the easiest thing in the world. Oh my god, you don't play Heavy.
And how Heavy kind of has less options to deal with this.
No, it doesn't. It genuinely
I got
doesn't.
the heroic plasma incinerator. That and the heroic heavy bolter are goated. I wish I could easily
That and you build your iron barrier for sustain. It just triggers a bunch of passives once you activate it. You don't even use it to block.
constantly flickering it.
The blocking is just a nice little bonus.
It makes a massive impact on damage. Okay, that's fair. Maybe one or two of those perks could just use a small buff or something. I'm not too sure how you guys feel about those incremental ranged buffs. Like, for example, exactly what they're talking about here is where, like, yeah, the shield is up. I believe it should increase the damage of your teammates as well by like 15%. I think that's why it is smaller. I mean, to be honest, all ranged buffs are rather small unless you're playing sniper, in a sense. I mean, even tactical. You know, even tactical has a fair amount of incremental.
Oh my god,
range
dude,
buffs.
you do not understand how that ability
really
works,
shining
and it's
on tactical
fucking
right
clearly
now.
obvious you shouldn't be taking it. What the fuck?
Go figure.
Stop taking aggro if you're
50%
gonna fucking
extra
be a
damage to the body
dumbass.
shots are seriously game-changing for DPS. So maybe
Jesus
heavy
Christ.
should start to go down that route, like when heavy's shield is up. You know, extra damage on body shots as well as just regular range damage. That would be interesting. That would be interesting. I personally felt like he was one of the easier classes to live on. Definitely need to get the prestige perk that gives ammo on Extremis, plus execute, and just never stop shooting. Also, I really don't like the stand your ground perk. Being mobile helps a lot for me, but it can be super strong for just face tanking stuff. See, that's the thing, right? Strategic stand used to be the meta, basically, but now I would rather just get extra health. I think that is the...
Yo, you're dragging the AoE towards people,
yeah,
bro.
basically like fortitude. Dude, honestly, I think a lot of people here are mostly really satisfied with Plasma, the heroic Plasma Incinerator. It would be kind of cool maybe if the charged, the relic variants, maybe if those got a buff, that would feel a little bit more appropriate. Not too sure how you guys feel about this, but I have noticed some discussion about heavy, and I definitely wanted to relay the question to you guys if you think he's falling behind, and what
No, he's not. You guys are just bad.
to approach that. In my opinion, as I mentioned a lot already, but I think it would be cool if he had some version of Kraken Penetrator rounds. That would be great. Maybe specifically for Heavy Bolter. Maybe heroics are the answer here, because the heroic Plasma Incinerator is seemingly great with heavy. I think it's great with heavy. I have used it before, of course, but I still don't know if I would say the heroic Plasma Incinerator is like a top 5 weapon.
Cloak?
I mean, it's if it's not in the top 5, it's like number 6, right? But at the same time, kind of wanted to gauge how you guys felt about this, seeing how there has been some recent discussion on heavy's effectiveness. I mean, at the very least, it seems like heavy's meta is performing well, but he just needs more builds. That's fair. That's fair. I would like to see a Chains of Duty buff. I would like to see...
It doesn't need one. It's already God tier.
On heavy, I think that would be interesting. Maybe, I don't know, Relic Plasma buff, Pyre Cannon buff. The only thing that's rough about the Pyre Cannon is the range and the contested health regeneration. That's pretty much it. But honestly, like, the Pyre Cannon's so powerful anyway. It's pretty interesting. It does need some sort of drawback. That's fair. Maybe that's Heavy's drawback. He just doesn't have that many builds. That doesn't sound satisfying, though, right? All right. Let me know in the comments how you guys feel about this. And thanks for watching.
Christ, man.
Angles of his finish as he gets into the lane. He's up to 28. Of course, the second leading scorer in the NBA, Joe, goes right around.
Brutal. Absolutely brutal. And I'm not talking about the Lakers being exposed last night in a 43-point ass whooping by the Oklahoma City Thunder, who, by the way, I think the Thunder are one of the most unlikable, most unwatchable teams in the NBA. But I'm not talking about LeBron James being the worst player on the court last night either, if you base your analysis on plus minus, which I don't. But according to the dorks who play fantasy basketball, LeBron was the worst player on the court last night with a plus minus of minus 37, which means the Lakers were outscored by 37 points when LeBron was on the court. But that was not the worst part of that game last night, because once again, Bronny James was put into a situation where the end result was huge, embarrassing failure. You know, I feel bad for Bronny James, and what happened last night was exactly why I was concerned for Bronny James 2 years ago when the Lakers drafted him to appease his father. The spawn of Bron wasn't ready for prime time when he was drafted in 2024, and here we are 2 years later, and Bronny James still ain't ready. Have you guys ever heard of the Frito effect? Well, Uncle KC, are you talking about Chris Cuomo? Hey, it's me, Chrissy C! No, the Frito effect applies to family businesses. Family businesses are often overrun with nepotism. There's a theory, and it's backed by evidence, that the third generation in the family, they are often responsible for killing the family business. The grandfather, he starts the business. Maybe he starts the business in his own garage. He's dealing with the insurmountable pressure of making the business succeed because he's got a wife and children who are depending on him for survival. That level of motivation, it's often enough. For a man to accomplish anything. The young son, he starts working alongside his father in the family business. Growing up, he sees the father struggle. While his friends are on vacation for spring break, he's working the business with his dad because they don't have the money for a vacation. Plus, they can't afford to take an unpaid week off from work. The son, he ends up inheriting the business, and he raises his son the same way that he was raised. But there's one major difference. Once the second generation takes over, the business is already established, which means the son in the third generation, which would be the grandson, he doesn't witness the struggle. He doesn't see the hunger, the motivation, the hours, the years that it took to build the business. The grandson grows up with a golden spoon in his mouth. Once he takes over the business, it's only a matter of time before it's destroyed. Motivation is not hereditary. Talent is not hereditary. LeBron James grew up as a poor kid in Akron, Ohio. Now sure, he had God-given talent, but growing up, he was hungry. He was motivated to maximize his God-given talent to make it to the NBA. This is no disrespect to Bronny James, but he just didn't grow up with that same level of hunger. It's not really possible when your dad is a billionaire. It is abundantly clear Bronny James is not ready for the NBA, but for some reason, the Lakers continue putting him on the court, and Bronny James continues to be exposed. Make sure to like and subscribe. You can follow me on Twitter at KC_BTL84. Link to the second channel's in the description below. Earlier today on the second channel, talked about LeBron James and several star NBA players taking a verbal dump on the city of Memphis. Also, wanted to give you guys a heads up, and I'll remind you guys several times throughout the week next week. Next Friday, I will be leaving for vacation. We'll be out of the country for 8 or 9 days. There will be no videos during that time. I was going to prep a few videos ahead of time, but with Chewy passing last week after spending the last 4 months fighting cancer, I just haven't had it in me to double up on my workload to prepare videos for while I'll be gone. Plus, to be honest with you, I kind of need the break, so when you don't see me for a week in the middle of April, that's why. Since the All-Star break, the Lakers have been one of the hottest teams in the NBA. Now, according to the mainstream media, this team is amazing! The Lakers now have championship aspirations. They are one of the best teams in the Western Conference. That myth was quickly busted last night as the Lakers got their ass kicked by the Oklahoma City Thunder. But the Bruce Caboose, that was not the biggest story last night. The biggest story coming out of the game was a second-round draft pick in his second year in the league being allowed to run the point, and the unmitigated disaster that unfolded. Once the game was out of reach, well, the game was out of reach after the first quarter once the Thunder built a 23-point lead, but once the game was officially out of reach in the third quarter, J.J. Redick, he decided to put Bronny James in the game, and the spawn of Bron was going to run the point. Now, in the vast majority of cases, when a team is up 30, 40 points late in the third quarter, the defense will ease up a bit. The team with the lead, they're trying to run out the clock. They're not playing aggressive because they don't want to risk injury. They just want the game to be over. But once Bronny James entered the game last night, the Thunder immediately clamped down defensively. And they showed Bronny James that he ain't ready to play at this level. Watch for yourself.
Into the lane. He's up to 28. Of course, the second leading scorer in the NBA. Off a turnover. 18 for Oklahoma City. 14 for Joe. They got it again.
That home can say, or we can even say, you should double team SGA.
They steal it again.
Now, why would the Thunder do this? Why would they go out of their way, not once, not twice, but 3 times, to publicly embarrass Bronny James? Well, Uncle Casey, they were just playing good defense. They weren't trying to embarrass the spawn of Bron. You know, in my 30-plus years watching this league, I've watched a lot of NBA games. When you have a 30, 40-point lead late in the game, clamping down on defense, that is not your top priority. So, why would the Thunder clamp down on Bronny James? My guess is they were sending him a message. Think about this from the perspective of a young NBA player. Cason Wallace was the primary defender on Bronny James last night. He was a 5-star recruit coming out of high school, started 32 games at Kentucky, was drafted 10th overall in the 2023 draft. Cason Wallace had to bust his ass to get to the NBA. Meanwhile, Bronny James, he barely touched the court at USC, which was one of the worst teams in the country. He leaves USC. He's given a sympathy contract from the Lakers worth a few $1 million, all because they wanted to appease his father. Now, if you were Cason Wallace and you got the rare opportunity to defend Bronny James, wouldn't you go out of your way to send a message? Wouldn't you pick him up full court in a 40-point blowout? The other night, Bronny James played 26 minutes against the Wizards. It was the first time that he was given major minutes since he played 25 minutes against the Spurs right before the All-Star break. 26 minutes against arguably the worst team in the league. The Wizards are begging to lose. They are playing G League players who probably get released if they have the audacity to win a game. In 26 minutes against the worst team in the league, Bronny James shot 20% from the field with 6 points and 2 turnovers. Now, to his credit, he was perfect from the free throw line where he managed to knock down 2 free throws. There are rumors that this will be LeBron's final season in Los Angeles. Won't be his final season in the NBA, but it's more than likely his final season with the Lakers. Well, what if he takes a pay cut? Maybe the Lakers will keep him if he accepts the league minimum. LeBron is still a great player at 41 years old, but I don't think the Lakers can move forward with LeBron James on the roster. I don't think this can truly be Luka's team with LeBron standing in the shadows. Plus, you're not winning a championship with 3 starters who can't play defense. But if this is his final season with the Lakers, LeBron James, he'll obviously be fine. There are rumors that he could end his NBA career in Cleveland with the Cavs. If he does sign with Cleveland, it will be the biggest story in the league throughout next season. And LeBron James will get the farewell tour that he wants and that he deserves. Whether you love him or hate him, there's no denying the fact that LeBron has earned a farewell tour. But what happens to Bronny? Bronny James has played 64 games in his NBA career. He's averaging just over 2 points a game. Everyone knows that the only reason he is in the league is because LeBron wanted to spend time with his son, which is fine. That's fine. But those days are coming to an end. Those days will soon be over. They've been given 2 years. Once LeBron walks out of the arena in Los Angeles for the final time, Bronny James will be walking out with him. Sound off in the comments below. I'll see you guys tomorrow. What an accomplishment. That is really something to be proud of. And I'm not talking about Dawn Staley and her Lady Cox dominating the Huskers last night to advance to the national championship, securing another chance of winning the most coveted prize in all of women's basketball. But Uncle KC, I thought the most coveted prize in all of women's basketball was winning the WNBA Finals. They actually give the winning team a trophy at the collegiate level. The winner of the WNBA Finals, they just win a supersized pooper. Sure, it's platinum coated, or they go with the golden toilet in lean years when the WNBA is losing $50 million instead of their usual $10 million. But either way, Dawn Staley and the Lady Cocks, they are once again competing for the national championship in women's basketball. But that is not the accomplishment that I am referring to. I am referring to Dawn Staley boasting about the fact that she can beat Gino Auriemma's ass. I will put a bruise on that caboose. She's bragging about the fact that she can physically dominate a 72-year-old man. All kidding aside, I understand why Dawn Staley was pissed off last night. Initially, when I saw the clip of this fight circulating on Twitter, because obviously I didn't waste my time by watching this game live, initially I thought Dawn Staley was having another one of her classic emotional meltdowns. I figured that she was accusing Gino Auriemma of mythical racism or mythical misogyny. He congratulated me and told me I was a great women's coach. This compliment was obviously rooted in white privilege and toxic masculinity. How come he didn't say I was a great basketball coach? Why did he make it a point to highlight my gender? But once I looked into it and I got the full story, I completely understand why Dawn Staley reacted the way that she did. She was justified in her reaction. After the game, Gino Auriemma spoke to the media. The very first question they asked was about his altercation with Dawn Staley, which was the only interesting thing about the Final Four, and you could even make a strong case that the catfight between Dawn Staley and Gino Auriemma, it's been the only interesting thing so far about the women's tournament. Have you seen some of the scores from what the mainstream media erroneously refers to as March Madness? Going into halftime last night, the score in Texas UCLA, it was 20-17, a real offensive masterclass. Yeah, it was damn sure offensive. And it's no coincidence that all four #1 seeds advanced to the Final Four in the women's tournament. We'll go more into that here in just a second, but here is what Gino Auriemma said about his altercation with Dawn Staley. Listen to his reasoning for starting this catfight. Watch it for yourself.
Protocol is, before the game, you meet at half court. Anybody ever see that before? Two coaches meet at half court and they shake hands. They announce it on the loudspeaker. And I waited there for like 3 minutes. So it is what it is.
According to Gino Auriemma, this is an issue of sportsmanship. This is about respect. According to Gino, Dawn Staley disrespected him and the game by refusing to meet him at half court and shake hands before the game started. I don't know if Gino Auriemma knows this, but the game last night was nationally televised. I know women's basketball is used to being played in empty arenas with no cameras present, but with the mainstream media trying to convince us that women's basketball is amazing, these women are huge stars. With the media trying to convince us that women's basketball is must-see TV, the games are nationally televised, which means there are multiple cameras capturing every interaction. And a camera caught this interaction before the game last night. Check it out for yourself. Now, as you can see, Dawn Staley clearly meets Gino Auriemma at half court and damn near shakes the wrinkles off of his hands. It seems to me that Gino Auriemma is being a sore loser. He was also blaming the referees. He was insinuating that the officials were one-sided in the game last night. He used to have a similar rivalry with the legendary Pat Summitt. So maybe Gino Auriemma is doing this intentionally. Maybe he noticed that there were no storylines in the women's tournament. Maybe he noticed that there was nothing to talk about. So Gino Auriemma manufactured some drama to elevate women's basketball into the national conversation. If that's the case, it definitely worked. Make sure to like and subscribe. You can follow me on Twitter at KC_BTL84. Link to the second channel is in the description below. Today on the second channel, going to be talking about a couple of woke politicians being booed out of Fenway Park. The Red Sox had their home opener yesterday afternoon. For reasons unknown, they decided to invite the doofus mayor of Boston along with the super doofus governor. The doofus duo, they were on the field telling fans, it's time to play ball. In the spirit of equity and inclusion, I hope it's a tie game so both teams can go home feeling like winners. Naturally, the mayor, the governor, they were damn near booed out of Fenway Park. But to make matters worse, the local TV broadcast seemed to temper the sound of the boos so people couldn't hear it clearly at home. So if you haven't already, click the link in the description below, subscribe to the second channel. Headline at Yahoo Sports, March Madness expansion, NCAA shocking 76-team field to make this a super duper March Madness. With March Madness being in the headline of the article, I naturally thought they were talking about March Madness. But as it turns out, the NCAA is also looking to expand the women's tournament to 76 teams, and I can't figure out why. Like I said earlier, have you seen the scores of some of these games, especially in the earlier rounds of the tournament? In the women's tournament, the average margin of victory in the first round, 24 points. There were some real nail biters in the second round where games were decided by an average of 20 points. Sweet 16, 16 points. Elite 8, 23 points. Final 4, 10 points. Come with it then. You're wanting to expand this tournament? If anything, the NCAA should be looking to shrink the size of the women's tournament. And it's for the exact same reason that I don't understand why they're expanding the WNBA. There is not enough talent to warrant expansion. Women's basketball is incredibly top-heavy. The top 4, maybe the top 8 teams in the country, they are significantly better than everyone else. The Lady Cox from South Carolina, they have not played a competitive game since the SEC tournament. They are beating teams by an average of 35 points a game in the women's tournament. Who in the hell wants to see more of this? But Uncle KC, the ratings for the women's tournament are great. Women's basketball is hot, hot, hot. Just because ratings have improved, that does not mean the product has improved. I might be a bit biased here because I am not a fan of women's basketball, and it's not because I'm a misogynist. It's not because I don't want to see the ladies succeed. I'm not a fan of women's basketball for the same reason that I'm not watching the NBA right now. The product sucks. Just because something has good ratings, that does not mean it's a good product. The WWE averages 2-3 million viewers every Monday night on Netflix, and most of the dingleberry divers who watch Orchestrated Combat, they complain about the substandard product. Hell, they can't even sell out WrestleMania, their biggest event of the year. It's a week, maybe 2 weeks away. There are still thousands of tickets available. Think about it. We are 3 weeks into the women's tournament. Before the cat fight between Dawn Staley and Gino Auriemma last night, how often have you heard about women's basketball? I do this all day, every day. I am looking for stories 7 days a week. In 3 weeks, I have barely heard a damn thing about the women's tournament. When I get on Twitter, I see clips of the real March Madness, I see people complaining about the NBA, but at least they're talking about it. I see people complaining about the NFL continuing to water down the regular season, but I have barely heard a damn thing about the women's tournament. People aren't talking about it because there has been minimal excitement. And the reason there's been minimal excitement is because most of these games are blowouts. And you want to expand it? They shouldn't expand the men's tournament either. I don't understand this sudden need in sports to fix something that's not broken. The NFL keeps fixing their regular season, which has been working well for decades. The NFL seems hell-bent on destroying scarcity by offering us more of their product, and the NCAA wants to do the same thing with March Madness. Have they never heard of the old adage, less is more? NIL is making it damn near impossible for mid-major teams to compete. If you look at the field of teams in March Madness, especially in the early rounds, there are a lot of mid-major teams. For decades, this tournament has been one of the highlights of the year. The formula works. 64 teams, single elimination tournament. There's no need to water it down by adding another 12 teams. And they're not doing this for the fans. They're not doing this to give more opportunities to players. Sports in this country are being ruined by greed. The NCAA, along with the networks, they're only doing this for money. Sound off in the comments below. I'll see you guys later.
That just didn't feel.
Okay. 2 seconds. I am all alone.
That just didn't feel like I was an actor to you know, for whom we should pay any respect to. This conceptual idea of diversity and all that, it still has a long way to go. Systemic racism don't change like that anytime soon. I mean, I'm still struggling trying to make a living.
After 30 years of this business,
I'm still struggling financially to make a living. Definitely underpaid.
Wait a minute.
Wait, what?
Let me make sure I'm understanding you correctly. This Hollywood actor who I have never heard of, even though Hollywood claims that he's a huge star. Djimon Hounsou, who has been working in Hollywood apparently since 1990, nominated for multiple Oscars, even though he's not qualified because his name isn't Oscar. This dude, who has a net worth of over $4 million, he expects me to believe that he is a starving artist. He expects me to believe that he is struggling financially because of mythical racism? Mythical racism in Hollywood, the land of the victim, the industry that automatically gives jobs and millions of dollars to anyone belonging to a marginalized group. And you expect me to believe that mythical racism is the reason you're a huge embarrassing failure?
What is it you desire from a witch?
This is the main problem with Hollywood. Whenever you're addressing a problem, the first step is admitting that you have a problem. But instead of Hollywood admitting that they are the problem, they continue to blame everyone else but themselves. And because of their unwillingness to address the problem, Hollywood is on life support and on the verge of collapse.
Take your time looking around.
Even though it's kind of known as a major dump today, Detroit was once one of the best cities in America. In the 1950s and 1960s, Detroit was booming. Motown Records, the city was considered to be a cultural and fashion hub. The automotive industry in America, it was based in Detroit. For decades, the city was thriving. So, how did Detroit go from being a major city to being a major dump?
Blue policies.
I'm sure if I looked into it deep enough, I would figure out that doofus Democrats were somehow the problem. But there were two main reasons that Detroit eventually reached the point where they filed for bankruptcy. In the 1960s, there were racial tensions in the city. There were riots in the late 60s that caused white people to abandon Detroit. But the main reason Detroit declined is because they were heavily reliant on one industry. Once automotive jobs were either shipped overseas or advancements in technology eliminated most of the positions that involved manual labor, once the automotive industry declined, Detroit sunk along with the Titanic. Here we are 60 years later, same thing is happening in Hollywood. Yesterday, we talked about the mass exodus in the People's Republic of California. Millions of people are trading beautiful weather for the miserable weather in Texas and Florida because they no longer want to live in a beautiful, expensive dump. Last year, the People's Republic lost over 175,000 jobs. As it turns out, many of the newly unemployed, they're in Hollywood, where the industry has lost 30% of its jobs in the last 3 years alone. But that's okay. Every industry is cyclical, right? I'm sure Hollywood is going through a temporary downturn and they will eventually recover, right? It's gonna be damn near impossible for Hollywood to recover because doing business has become so expensive in the People's Republic. Even Hollywood
your time
is
looking
abandoning Hollywood.
Oh
Make
shit!
sure to like and subscribe. You can follow me on Twitter at Casey.
I definitely swiped without looking at that price. God damn!
Not struggling because unlike Hollywood,
I hope that's a good item. Fuck! I didn't even look at that. Damn it!
My uncle called me around Thanksgiving. He's a military veteran, served in the Gulf War in the early 90s, but as he's bought a bottle of CBD low 100% free of 2015. Now, as you can see, Hollywood jobs are dropping faster than man pants at the Butt Bongo Festival. But jobs are not the only thing that is being lost. Days of on-location production in Los Angeles, they have declined by 65%. In 2021, there were 18,560 days of production in Hollywood. 4 years later, that number was down to a cool 6,600. The question is why? It's because they're woke, damn it! Hollywood embraced the woke wiener, and they're paying the consequences.
Brighten the road ahead.
Yeah, that explains why Hollywood is losing billions of dollars at the box
Crossing
office.
the desert wasn't easy, was it? Though for you, I doubt it proved much of a problem. I only asked out of courtesy. I don't like dragging things out, so let's be direct. The sanctuaries in my domain were damaged. Help me restore them. I loathe pushing my burdens on others, but this is one thing I cannot do myself. I wouldn't trust this to a less capable soul. So, I am asking this favor of you.
That explains why America is rejecting their toxic turds, but it doesn't really explain why jobs are leaving Hollywood and being relocated to other places. You see, Hollywood is escaping the communist policies that they publicly support. Remember Bob De Niro last weekend, also known as Robert? Remember how he was supporting the communists who were protesting a mythical king in New York City? Hollywood jobs. They are leaving Hollywood because it has become prohibitively expensive to film there. As it turns out, communists in Hollywood, they're actually capitalist. Hell, the challenge on MTV, they have been filming overseas for decades. They film seasons in Thailand, Iceland, South America, Africa, Australia. They film everywhere but America. And the reason they do this is because there are far less regulations and cheaper labor. Remember in the 90s when the vast majority of TV shows were filmed in front of a live studio audience in a television studio in Burbank? The last time I was in Los Angeles, I toured Warner Brothers Studios in Burbank, sat on the couch in the coffee shop that was used for the set of Friends, saw the Full House set along with stages of dozens of other shows. Can't do that today, because shows are now being filmed in England, Canada, Australia, even places like Hungary. And the reason they're being filmed there is because those countries offer tax incentives. They also provide a 50% discount on production costs. It has gotten so bad in Hollywood that the doofus mayor of Los Angeles, she is now offering similar incentives to bring production back to the People's Republic of California. The problem is, it's too late. The damage has already been done. You know, I think another problem in Hollywood, and this is more from a consumer perspective, streaming has really damaged the way that we consume television. Major shows no longer have the same impact. They don't feel as important. And the reason they don't feel as important is because We're no longer watching them together. Remember the Thursday night lineup on NBC in the 90s, or TGIF, the Friday night lineup on ABC? Friends, Seinfeld, they were the biggest shows in America. If you didn't watch them on Thursday night, tough shit. You missed that episode and you had nothing to talk about at school or at work the next day. We no longer have appointment television because everything is on demand. Shows aren't bringing people together. They're no longer a topic of conversation. But Uncle KC, you can still talk about shows on Reddit. Reddit? What normal person wants to surround themselves with the wanker spankers on that platform? Reddit is filled with people with blue hair who have tattoos of a supersized wiener on their cheek. Plus, it's just not the same. Having conversations online, it's not the same as having conversations in the office or at happy hour. Hollywood did the same thing that the NFL is doing right now. They took a system that worked. They took a system that didn't need to be fixed, and they completely dismantled it. Instead of shows being released weekly, streaming services, they release the entire season in one day. What ends up happening, the show is popular for a week, then everyone forgets about it. By the time season 2 is released a year later, the show's been forgotten. To me, it was better when episodes were released weekly from September to May. But what the hell do I know? I'm not the one responsible for dismantling a multi-billion-dollar industry. You combine all of this with the fact that Hollywood is now being run by people who spend their lives on Reddit. It's not hard to figure out why the industry is struggling. Not hard to figure out why Hollywood is on life support. And instead of diagnosing and treating the problem, instead of firing people who spent 4 years of high school getting their heads dunked into the toilet, Hollywood continues to blame you. They continue to blame everyone but themselves.
You know that thing that happens where your whole day stops being about your actual life and starts being about getting back to a game? Where you're at work or in a meeting or eating lunch with someone and you're nodding, you're present, you're saying the right things, but there's this background process running in your head that has nothing to do with any of it. You're thinking about a direction you didn't go, a ruin you spotted on a ridge before you had to log off, a puzzle that almost made sense right before you turned it off. Your day becomes this obstacle, this thing that exists between you and the next session. And every hour that passes feels like it has a weight to it, because you know that on the other side of all these obligations is the thing you actually want to be doing. And then night comes. And this is the dangerous part, because you told yourself you'd play for an hour, maybe an hour and a half. You have to be up at 7, you're a functioning adult, an hour, maybe 90 minutes, and then you sleep. You look up at the clock and it's 2 a.m., and the thing is, you're not even that surprised. You knew this was gonna happen. Some part of you knew when you sat down, but you kept going because you were on a ridge overlooking a valley you'd never seen before, and the sun was setting in the game, and the light was hitting the water in a way that made you feel something, and you couldn't stop there. You couldn't just turn it off at that exact moment. So you kept going, and then something else happened that you couldn't stop at, and then something else. And now it's 2 a.m. and you have to be up at 7, and you don't even feel bad about it because those last 3 hours were genuinely, honestly worth it. That is what Crimson Desert has done to me for the past 3 weeks, and I need to talk about it. I bought this game out of obligation, not excitement. I'd seen the trailers, I knew the hype cycle, I watched the reviews drop, I watched the discourse get messy, some people calling it a masterpiece, others saying it was overrated, critics split right down the middle. None of that particularly moved me. I bought it because it was the kind of release I couldn't ignore on this channel, and I figured I'd spend a week with it, form an opinion, and move on.
That was 3 weeks ago. I've put in over 30 hours. I haven't moved on.
And I want to be careful about how I frame this, because this is not a "the critics were wrong" video. Some of the criticism is valid. This game has real issues that I'll get into, but there is something happening inside Crimson Desert that most reviews either couldn't quantify or didn't have space to explain. Something that goes beyond the score. Something that has less to do with whether the combat system is balanced or the story makes sense, and more to do with a specific feeling this game creates that I had genuinely forgotten games could still create. A feeling I haven't had consistently since Skyrim came out when I was 16. That's what this video is about. Not whether Crimson Desert is a 10 out of 10, but why a certain kind of player, maybe you if you're watching this, is going to fall into this game completely and not come out the same on the other side. Let me take you back to Skyrim. Not to talk about Skyrim as a game, but to talk about a specific moment that I think a lot of people who grew up with it remember almost like a memory from their own life. You finish the tutorial, Helgen is burning. You walk out into the world for the first time, and there's this moment, a full genuine moment where you stop moving because the world in front of you is just so much. There's a mountain in the distance, a road that disappears into fog, a signpost with names you don't recognize yet. The music comes in, and something happens. Not excitement exactly, something closer to vertigo. The vertigo of realizing that all of that, everything you can see, and probably things you can't yet, is real and accessible and waiting for you, and you have no idea what's in any of it. I was 16. I didn't move for a solid minute. I just looked at the horizon. That feeling is one of the purest things gaming has ever given me. And what makes it complicated is that it's not really about Skyrim specifically. It's about what Skyrim represented at that moment. The feeling that the world was genuinely unknown, that the map was full of blanks, that anything you found because you went looking for it, not because a system guided you there. Games have gotten bigger since then, massively bigger. Open worlds today make Skyrim look like a neighborhood. But somewhere along the way, scale stopped meaning mystery. The maps got bigger and simultaneously more crowded, with icons, markers, objectives, collectible indicators, quest flags, activities, side missions pre-labeled and pre-located before you've even arrived in the area. The horizon stopped being an invitation and started being a to-do list. And most of us adapted to that. We learned to play open world games the way you process email. Work through the queue, complete objectives, move to the next region, clear the map. There's a satisfaction to it. I'm not going to pretend there isn't, but it is a fundamentally different satisfaction from what Skyrim gave me at 16. It's the satisfaction of completion, not discovery, and completion and discovery are not the same thing. One closes something, and the other opens it. Red Dead Redemption 2 is the last game that genuinely gave me the discovery feeling at scale, and it did it through a philosophy that was almost old-fashioned by 2018 standards. Trust the player to be curious. Don't mark everything. Let things exist in the world without pointing to them. When Arthur Morgan rides through a stretch of wilderness and nothing is labeled, and then something actually happens, a stranger needs help, a campfire tells a story without dialogue, a herd of animals crosses the road in a way that makes you stop your horse, it lands completely differently than a scripted event with a quest marker above it. It lands like a real discovery because you didn't know it was coming and the world didn't announce it. But RDR2 came out in 2018, and since then, I'm trying to think of a single open world game that gave me that specific...
Where's? Where's? No, I was just seeing you were there. What's up, man? I just want to take a break from staring at my computer since I've been doing it all day. So.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
You ever looked into blue lenses, blue filters for like lenses?
Yeah, I have.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, I have.
What you seek here.
No, I was just
Wander at your
it was
leisure.
just something I
See what calls
sometimes
to you.
just get a little stressed. I just want to step away.
No, that's fair. That's good that you have that breakaway. It's healthy.
Chill.
What am I trying to craft?
Wander at your leisure. See what calls to you.
If I don't have the cards for this fucking deck, I will have it in like a pack or two.
I need an attack 3 and a crit 3. Attack 3, crit 3.
I need, what is this fucking, this stupid thing? The Sargos. King Therian King Regulus. Medius. I don't have Medius the Pure.
Twos, 2 1s, 2 2s and 2 1s. So I need 4 1s and 4 1s to become 2 2s.
Would you want 3 of these? I feel like 3 is good. Maybe you just don't need 3.
Okay.
I have been waiting for you.
Then we do the same thing with crit.
I have been waiting for you.
Have a crit 2, so I need 4, right? Did 4 1s, which then become 2 2s, which then become 1 3.
The idea is you basically use the Power Patron. Okay, but this is not a 1-card combo. That's why it's not in this deck. For sure.
I have been waiting for you.
Good. Sword's done.
Special summon.
Yeah, right on.
He's on series.
There's 3.
Okay.
And then another 3. Perfect. And then everything left over goes directly into the bow. For now, even if I have them as placeholders.
This stupid trap card I don't need. It's like actually not good.
I hope you found what you sought.
I fucked up while you were gone. I went crazy just fucking... I found the new witch in the desert. And I went crazy just buying up all of her fucking inventory because it's all shit that I needed. But there was a book in there that does something that I don't know what it does. But it's like, it's a new thing. So it's like, just buy it and think about it later. And swiping, I'd happen to notice while I was going through my items. I was like, wait a minute. What the hell's going on? Why do I only have 200 silver? Which is effectively like $200. I was like, I just had like fucking... I had 1,200 silver a second ago. Or like fucking 1,500. It's like, where the hell did all my fucking shit go? Did I get robbed? And in the last second, I was like, wait a minute. I went back and I looked at the bitch's prices, and that one book that I bought was fucking 1,000 silver all by itself. And I just mindlessly fucking clicked on it without even looking at it. I don't even know what it does. It gives me like some new form of a cuckoo pot. It's called the Cuckoo Pot 9999. And that's how much it costs.
Cuckoo Pot 9999.
Yeah.
99.
I don't even know what the fuck it does. But I thought I got fleeced. When I looked at my fucking pockets, I'm like, wait, why is my bank account like 1,000 silver light right now? What the fuck just happened?
Fuck.
I happened.
You happened, yeah. All I gotta say
Fuck.
is BBK.
This happened before too, by the way, when I was clicking a bunch of research. It's always, I swear, every time I find a new thing, this is how they get me. They have that one little item in there that they know you're not looking at that fucking costs you your entire fucking like life inheritance and shit. So we're just gonna sneak that little bad boy right at the bottom, right where he's not looking. Like, oh, 5, 5, 5, 5, 4, 5, 5, 10, 5, 5 million. Fuck. And if I sell the book back, they only give me like 30 cents. It's fucking atrocious. Now, I gotta fucking keep my eyes open now. The next time I'm in the fucking zoo, with all the fucking bunny people, all the fucking nobles wearing bunny costumes, and hope to God that one or two of them has a gold bar on them. That is currently like the most effective way to fucking farm money in the game, is to fucking rob the nobles.
Pardon me, feels bad for you, but at the same time.
It's fucking ridiculous, man. Like my fucking face just changed. I froze when I saw that fucking currency was like 1,000 light. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, is my game bugged? This has to be a bug. I need a patch. Immediately. A patch to give me back my money. Okay. All those upgrades. Yeah, that is pretty insane. 27,3, 38. You love to see it. Okay. Let's go find something to do. I have barely quested today at all. Matter of fact, where's that fucking, speaking of that, where's that fight tournament? Because I didn't realize when I first did it that you have to fight 4 fights to fight the champion. I want that trophy. Been fucking getting a bunch of trophies from a bunch of tournaments and just placing them in my fucking house. The bow guy can eat my ass. That shit's too hard. That motherfucker can keep his trophy. That shit is so fucking challenging. They fucking nerfed the motherfucker and he's still too hard. Is it a church? It is a church. What the hell? I'm looking to... Oh, no, that's fuck that guy. He can stay free. Eat my ass. I'm not doing that shit again. Motherfucker has permanent freedom. Wait, why can I see all this? I almost want to say that this This maybe is the venue. I could be wrong. Let me go back to this video.
Feeling consistently. That specific vertigo of genuine unknowing. I'm coming up mostly empty until Crimson Desert. My first few hours with this game were not good. I want to be straight about that. The controls have this MMO brain logic to them. Pearl Abyss built Black Desert Online for over a decade before this, and some of that complexity leaked into the control scheme in ways that feel strange at first. The early quest structure is genuinely chaotic. I was pushing the main story, trying to understand what kind of game this was, not letting myself slow down.
And then the game took the wheel away from me.
There's a stretch in the early hours where the story essentially opens a door and says, go figure it out, no waypoint change. A general direction and a world between here and there. And I remember the specific moment I stopped fighting that and just started riding. There's a mountain range you can see from Hernan, the first major city. You can see it clearly, in detail even from the city outskirts. That detail matters more than it might seem, because Crimson Desert has this view distance that I don't think any other game I've played matches. What you see in the distance is actually there. Not a painted backdrop, not a skybox trick, a real location you can ride to. And the first time I truly understood that everything I could see was actually real and reachable, something shifted. I turned my horse toward that mountain range for no reason other than it was there. In the next 20 minutes, without following any quest, I found 3 things that have stuck with me harder than almost anything the main story has shown me. A ruined watchtower with a puzzle built into its structure that took me 12 minutes to solve and rewarded me with something I actually wanted. An abandoned camp told entirely through environmental details. An overturned wagon, scattered belongings, a cold fire that implied something terrible without a single line of dialogue. And a man literally hanging off a cliffside, trying to climb down to a chest he'd spotted below, who slipped and would have fallen if I hadn't been riding past at exactly that moment. He was embarrassed. We had no profound exchange. He thanked me briefly and walked back toward the city looking slightly humiliated. None of those 3 things were on my map. None of them were part of a quest. I found them because I went in a direction the game didn't tell me to go.
And that's the feeling. That's the thing I'd forgotten.
The specific quality of finding something instead of being shown something. It sounds like a small distinction. It is not a small distinction. It is the entire difference between a world that feels alive and a world that feels like a set. I turned off the console after 6 hours and just sat there for a minute, which is a thing I haven't done in a long time. Let me try to break down what Pywell, the continent Crimson Desert takes place on, does structurally that creates this feeling, because I think it's worth being specific. The first thing is what I'd call honest distance. This is the view distance thing I mentioned, but the implications go further than just a technical achievement. When you stand on a high point in Crimson Desert and look across the map, you are looking at real geography. The forests, the ruins, the city towers, the mountain peaks, they are all actually there. You can ride to every single thing you can see, and your brain knows it. Even if you can't consciously articulate it, there's something your brain does when it realizes the horizon is real and not decorative. It starts treating the world differently. It starts making plans. It starts wanting. The second thing is map restraint. Crimson Desert shows you location names for places you haven't visited yet, but it doesn't pre-populate the map with icons for every single secret. You don't see a chest icon before you've found the chest. You don't see a camp icon before you've stumbled across the camp. The names do the work instead, and the names are doing serious lifting here. Mistvale Forest, Mountain of Frozen Souls, the Crimson Wall, Rattlesnake Step. These aren't labels, they're invitations written in the language of curiosity. You genuinely want to know why a mountain has a name like that. The only way to find out is to go. That's the same trick Skyrim used. You'd see Bleak Falls Barrow on the map, and the name alone was enough to pull you. Good open worlds understand that names are promises, and the world has to keep them. The third thing is density beneath the surface. Crimson Desert looks from the outside like it might be another wide and shallow open world, big map, lots of empty space between content, and there are critics who felt exactly that. But what I've found 30 hours in is that the content is distributed vertically rather than horizontally. What I mean is the things worth finding are hidden underneath the surface layer of the world. They're not visible from the road. You find them by going off the road, by climbing something you didn't have to climb. by following a path that ends somewhere the game didn't advertise. The reward density off the beaten path is genuinely high, and the game's design seems to know this. It makes the road safe and the wilderness interesting, which is exactly the gradient you need to make exploration feel like a choice, rather than an instruction. And then there's the fourth thing, which is the thing I keep coming back to when I try to explain this game to people who haven't played it. It's harder to articulate than the others. There's a specific feeling Crimson Desert creates that I can only describe as the world having weight, not visual weight, existential weight. You're riding through it, and it doesn't feel like a game backdrop. It feels like a place. The cities have people doing their own routines. The taverns are loud, the markets are active, the wilderness has its own logic, animals moving through it, weather changing across it, different kinds of danger and different kinds of terrain. Nothing about the world stops and waits for you. You ride through it, and it's in the middle of being itself. And somehow that more than any graphical achievement, more than any technical benchmark, is what makes you feel like you're actually somewhere. Red Dead Redemption 2 cracked this code first. The thing people kept saying about RDR2, that the world continues without you, that Arthur Morgan is living in something that doesn't exist for his benefit, Crimson Desert is reaching for that same quality. It doesn't always fully achieve it, but it reaches for it in a way that most games don't even try. Here's the thing about being someone who's been playing games for a long time. At some point, you start to recognize the architecture. You know what an open world transition feels like. You know when a random encounter is scripted. You know what an organic discovery moment looks like when a game is manufacturing it. Your brain pattern matches the template faster and faster, and the wonder that used to feel natural starts to feel manufactured, because you've seen enough of these worlds to know the formula. That's what open world fatigue really is. It's not that you don't want to explore, it's that you've learned to see through the illusion. The world stops being a world and starts being recognizable as a system. And once you can see the system, the magic is gone. The reason Crimson Desert worked on me really worked, in the way Skyrim worked on 16-year-old me, is that it's built on an unusual philosophical decision. Pearl Abyss decided that the game's job was not to show you everything. Its job was to make you want to find things. Those sound similar, they're completely different. A game that shows you everything is directing a tour. A game that makes you want to find things is giving you a world. The no fast travel design early in the game, which some reviewers correctly identified as frustrating, also has this side effect that I think critics underweighted. It forces you to exist in the world between destinations. You can't teleport from one objective to the next. You ride, and in riding, things happen. You see the ridge you didn't notice on the map. You pass through the valley you would have skipped. You find the camp that isn't marked anywhere. The friction is, paradoxically, what creates the discovery. The inconvenience is the point. Skyrim understood this by accident. There was no fast travel for the first hour or so of the game, and the act of walking from Helgen to Riverwood on foot, with nothing telling you what was around the next corner, created a baseline intimacy with the world that fast-traveled play never quite recovers. Crimson Desert makes that choice deliberately, for much longer, across a much bigger world. I want to talk about some specifics, because abstract praise is easy, and I want you to understand what this actually feels like in practice. There's a moment, and I won't spoil too much of the context, where you climb a structure during exploration, not because a quest told you to climb it, and you reach the top and the camera pulls back slightly, and you can see across a canyon to something that looks like it shouldn't exist in a medieval fantasy world. Something that raises more questions than it answers, and you just stand there, because you don't know what it is yet, and that unknowing is one of the best feelings this medium offers. There are the bounty hunting missions, which exist on town boards and reward you with gear and silver, but also reward you with incidental discovery because the targets are located off the main roads, and getting to them means cutting through parts of the world you haven't been. Every bounty mission I've done has introduced me to at least one thing I didn't know existed. There's the banking system, which is completely optional and slightly absurd, where you can invest silver in different risk tiers. I went high risk. I've lost money. I've also made money. It has nothing to do with the main story and everything to do with making the world feel like an economy that exists independent of Cliff's heroic journey. There's the moment you first realize the game has weather that feels consequential. Not weather that changes the color of the sky, weather that changes how the world feels to be in. Riding through a storm in Crimson Desert is an experience. The sound design wraps around you. The visibility changes. The terrain becomes slightly more dangerous. The world again is being itself, regardless of your plans. And there's the view distance thing, over and over in different contexts. Cresting a hill and seeing something you want to go to that's 20 minutes of riding away. Making a decision in that moment to go there or stay on the path. The game constantly, consistently giving you the choice between the road and the unknown. And almost every time I've chosen the unknown, it's paid off. I don't want this to sound like a commercial. Crimson Desert is a flawed game, and pretending otherwise would be dishonest. The story is a genuine problem. Cliff as a protagonist is essentially furniture in his own narrative. He speaks in fragments during cutscenes and says nothing of consequence when he does speak. The plot lurches from moment to moment without much connective tissue. There's no consistent thematic through line in the way there is in Red Dead 2. That game's story is about time running out, about a world leaving its characters behind, about what it means to have nothing left except who you are. Crimson Desert's story is about rebuilding the Greymanes.
I think I might unironically be the only person playing this game that genuinely likes the fact that this character doesn't have a fuck ton to say at any given time. It's very interesting to observe. I also didn't even know where I was. Just the thing we have to repair. And I fixed the bottom. Maybe it is. Oh, I recognize where I am now. I had no idea this was all right here. It's the fastest I've ever scaled this.
Equip a card.
It never
Yes,
really
I will.
coheres into something you care about on its own terms. The controls remain a negotiation even 30 hours in. Not an impossible negotiation, but a real one. The game asks your hands to do things that take time to internalize, and the tutorials evaporate before you've had a chance to absorb them. There are performance issues. On base hardware especially, the game has rough edges that a game this visually ambitious was always going to have. Pearl Abyss has been patching consistently, and I expect this to improve, but it's worth naming. And the quest design, for all the world's strengths, is often a weak link. The side quests in particular feel like they exist to move you around the map rather than tell you anything. There are exceptions. Some of the contained stories I've stumbled onto have been genuinely memorable, but the average quest is a vehicle, not a story. These are real criticisms, they matter. But here's what I keep coming back to. The critics who gave this game low scores mostly led with the story
I'm gonna
and the
change your
controls, which are
continuous
fair
spell
targets. What I don't think the negative reviews adequately...
Whoa, he's alive.
Target?
He's alive.
Who you gonna target for?
Fine choice.
Shadow Gray.
Do that thing.
Bring me something.
Quality is guaranteed.
What are you drinking?
Bring you what?
Death pepper.
I've got some new... Please, come again anytime.
Oh, they finally finished. Good timing.
captured is that those problems exist inside a world that is, at its core, doing something genuinely uncommon. You can acknowledge that the story is a mess, and that the controls are demanding, and that some design choices are baffling, and also acknowledge that the world Pearl Abyss built here is one of the few in recent memory that has made me feel like an explorer, rather than a content consumer. Both things can be true, and they are. I want to go back to where I started. The feeling of your whole day collapsing into a funnel that points toward the next session, the look up and it's 2 a.m. thing, the riding to a mountain for
Was that a yeah?
Yeah.
We were getting the fuck out of here while I was gone.
Not quite.
Slacking, Ted.
Oh, you still yabbed me technically more than you did.
That bed's not back there. Mine is different. It's your one.
2 hours.
Yeah, okay.
You just came back.
Take care now.
Okay.
You got any good trading goods? Need something packed? Bring me whatever you
Oh
want
wait,
packed.
I always forget.
Just do.
You got any good trading goods?
Stone, where's my stone? There it is.
Cops of Jah. There's a King Jah.
Once you have another load of trade goods, bring them right to me.
Wait, you do realize that this is like bad for you, right? I can just take the card you just take out and equip it to me.
No reason thing. Why does this game do that to certain people? I think the honest answer is that Crimson Desert is a game designed for a specific mode of engagement. Not the complete the main quest and see the credits mode.
Yeah,
not the clear the
I'll
map
equip
and
your
achieve
card you just brought out.
100%
Thank
mode.
you.
It's designed for the mode where you don't have a goal exactly, and you're not in a hurry exactly, and the best thing that
I
can
don't
happen is
think
that
you
you find something you weren't looking for. That mode of engagement requires trust. Trust that the world has things worth finding. Trust that going off the road is going to pay off. Trust that the game is going to honor your curiosity. A lot of modern open world games have over time eroded that trust by filling in all the blanks. Crimson Desert rebuilds it by leaving blanks deliberately and then putting extraordinary things inside them. The 2 a.m. thing happens because you're always 30 seconds from a discovery. You're about to crest a hill and you don't know what's on the other side. You're following a path that ends somewhere you can't see yet. You're in the middle of a conversation with a stranger that's taking a turn you didn't expect. The game keeps the thread just taut enough that you can't put it down, not because it's manipulative. Crimson Desert has no dark patterns, no FOMO mechanics, no daily login systems, but because the world is genuinely full, because the designers filled it with things to find and then trusted you to go find them. Skyrim did this to me at 16, Red Dead 2 did this to me at 24, Elden Ring came close, and now Crimson Desert is doing it to me now. In my current life, with my adult obligations and my 7 a.m. alarms and my promises to myself that I'll play for just an hour.
Make sure to
I
make
know
the
what
noise
this feeling
when you send
is.
it back there.
I've chased it across years and dozens of games. It's rare enough that when it shows up, you don't waste it. You stay. You lose the sleep. You
Yep,
think
that's
about
the one I
ridge
need
lines
right
during
there.
meetings. You let your whole day become an obstacle between you and going back. It's the feeling that the world is real and you're in it, and it's bigger than you expected, and the map is full of blanks. Crimson Desert gave me that feeling, consistently across
This
30
guy.
hours with no signs of stopping. And yeah, it's ruined my life a little bit. I'm absolutely fine with that. I'll have a deeper video on the full game once I've spent more time with it. The combat
Just make
systems
Cyber
deserve their
Dragon
own
Infinity.
breakdown, and I want to talk about the boss encounters in more detail than I can here. But if you're on the fence about this one, if you've seen the discourse
don't think that'll
and you're
work
not
like
sure
that.
if this is your kind of game, here's the simplest version of my recommendation. If you're the kind of person who has ever turned their horse toward a mountain just because it was there, this game is going to
the
get
gate
you.
out. I don't
If you've been chasing that
deeply
Skyrim feeling for
respect
10 years, there's a real chance you're about to find it. Subscribe if you want to see the full breakdown. And if you're already deep in Pywell, let me know in the comments what you found off the beaten path. I want to hear what I haven't discovered yet, because there's definitely something out there I haven't found.
Thing I need to take care
And
of.
that, honestly, is the whole
Do
point.
this, Cyber Dragon Infinity.
I think one of the issues of modern Hollywood is that you get this attitude that everything's got to be for everybody. Like, Barbie shouldn't be for me. It's not. I'm not the target audience. So if it pleased me, like if John Wick came in, like I said before, if John Wick came in and wiped everyone out, I would really like it. But you would be failing at your intention. And so if Nintendo fans do just want something full of nostalgia and that kind of thing, and don't actually want this complex plot that could distract away from doing all the Nintendo stuff, you may actually water down the thing for the intended audience to get a wider
complex plot. I mean, all we're gunning for, make it good. You know, Deadpool and Wolverine, you can keep all the payoffs you enjoy and not make it stupid. You can make it smart. It doesn't need to be complex.
If I
my
had
favorite
to,
movies are simple.
Well, I mean, if I had to place this in terms of comparable movies, this is on par with the Minecraft movie. In fact, it might be slightly less cohesive than that.
Whoa. But
even the Minecraft people didn't like that, though.
Yeah, but it made shit tons of money, and
exactly. And I
the
think
actual
this'll do
core
the same.
fan base did love it. Loads of Minecraft fans adored that movie.
Yeah.
But like, as opposed to a Sonic movie, this is nowhere near the level of like cart and writing. Not that was
no, it's not near that. No, because like as I said earlier, like the pacing is insane with this.
Yeah.
I don't think I could even give you a 3-act structure to this movie because it's all just one act because it never lets up. It's like just a beeline to the end. I had no sense that like at any point there's like stakes or there's any sort of rising tension or there's a big setback or anything. It just all rockets towards that finale. Again, the kids will love it, like because it's just colorful and bright and like happy clappy and loads of like things just get thrown at you constantly. If you're looking for any sort of like storytelling, you're probably looking in the wrong place.
Get out of luck.
Yeah, but like I say, I mean, I think it'll probably make $1 billion. So, you know,
sure will.
Not bad, I guess. If people enjoy it, no problem.
Yep.
Let me. What's this? Yeah, I was just gonna like look through a couple of super chats here. Are they?
All right, let's get to work. Get some opinions from the people, perhaps.
I know. Well, people are talking about this quite a bit. Yeah, it's like if they like Teletubbies, they'll like that, I guess. I mean, it's kind of the level you're at, yeah. Galaxy's the one I never played. I can't tell if I care or not. I mean, you know, if you're an adult, you won't care about this. This is for kids. 100% a kids movie. If you've got kids, take them. They'll love it. They'll thank you for it. Otherwise, you can miss it, you know. I did love, though, everyone's bad take factory. Grace Randolph had an interesting take on this movie. I'm going to see if I can bring it up here.
She's been on a roll recently with everything.
She has. Incredible.
Continue to feel that Bowser and now Bowser Jr. are a little bit too actually evil. Like, it goes beyond cartoon.
Too evil, Bowser.
Oh, you pushed
I
them.
just like the cartoon villainy is always the really over-the-top evil to the point of absurdity.
Yeah.
She's like, no, it's gone beyond even that.
Their plan in this movie is to blow up the universe.
Yeah, they've got a gun that's going to blow up the universe.
It's just a Marvel movie then.
Which, by the way, Rick, I didn't realize this until I thought about it later. The heroes never actually find that out.
No.
There's no part in the movie where they know. It's like the rebels going to destroy the Death Star, and they're like, I assume it's that. It's called the Death Star. Like, I don't really know what it does though.
I could have
Because their
stopped
plot,
that, but I
their
forgot to put my
plan is to
trap.
get to Rosalina, and that's really it.
Yeah, because Rosalina's the sort of power source for this gun, but they never find out what the gun even does. I just thought it was kind of funny.
It's crazy.
Villainy. I think maybe because they kind of mimic like the toxic manosphere that is like, I don't know if it's becoming more and more popular. If
How's your
maybe
nap,
finally
Richie?
reached its breaking point,
Great.
but you know, I
Fresh.
see a lot of similar talking points there. And the movie at first seemed like it was going to be a
Oh, Grace, never stop. Never stop.
Look at that
please.
thumbnail.
I know. It's
My
like she
favorite
gets
Grace
more
videos.
wacky looking. I'm gonna see if I can just call up a moment.
popular, maybe.
I mean, she gets more wacky looking in every video.
What, I was gonna
honestly.
say, I feel like I've never seen her apply a makeup like that.
It's like the Simpsons makeup gun on
Yeah, it's like
full.
the makeup shotgun. Yeah.
Oh no!
Also,
I
her,
had it set
that gives me
before.
anxiety. The amount of tabs she has. Like, does she go in that extreme order? Like, Jesus.
She always has to have like an order of talking points because I think she would genuinely forget what she's even talking about if she didn't have that to keep her right.
And sometimes she has like this little manual arrow that she drags with her mouse down to the next point. But my favorite, there was the one, can't remember what topic it was about, but she had pictures popping up all over the screen, and by the end of it, there was just a little box for her face, surrounded by all the different topics. And like she's slowly shrinking.
It's like that Ready Player One thing, where it's like we've discovered we can put this many ads in before it triggers a seizure in our players. But yeah, man, it's like I never got toxic manosphere vibes from Bowser and his son. Like his son just wants to like be evil like his dad. It's not that deep.
Bowser told him a story when he was young that we're going to dominate the whole universe one day, and then he's like, I did it, Dad. I'm not sure how, but he managed to create the whole everything, and then he's like, yeah, we're going to take over the universe. It's pretty simple. I don't know. Yeah. Is Andrew Tate talking about wanting to take over the universe with a giant gun?
He never talked about blowing up the universe. Yeah, he never suggested that. It's just life. Grace never stops.
Did these do anything? Oh shit, there's a whole extra fucking side of this. Oh no. Okay, I gotta get this back. There we go. There was just one.
Hey guys, it's Connor here. In this video, we're doing the Dewhaven Territory Timberdale puzzle, which is the one that you can see right behind me. This one is located in Delicia over here in Dewhaven, just below the D at this location right here. So now what you have to do for this puzzle is first we have to get rid of the water, and we're going to do so by going behind this little section here. Now down here, we need to break this little wall over here, and we're going to do a special skill. Now this can be your turning slash skill over here, where you hold light attack and heavy attack at the same time.
My layout looks different.
Attack, or you can also do...
Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute. I didn't see these.
Sorry, man. It's fine.
Who the fuck said Marathon said the game with the year?
Probably Tie Guy Travis. Both.
Oh, man, that's the headline.
I think if that game won, if they won Game of the Year, the gaming community would fucking riot.
Oh my goodness! You want to read the whole headline for you? What it says?
Sure.
What this dude is comparing it to? He's comparing it to Elden Ring, Baldur's Gate 3, and E33.
What website is this? This PC Gamer?
Yo, Gamer Radar.
Just as bad.
God, Lee, can't believe I just read that.
What just happened? Something just happened.
Phone back shot.
Is this even the right puzzle?
Charged shot. Do a charge attack, I can go ahead and hit this like that. You'll see that this will break the wall and water will come spewing out, which is exactly what we want. You'll see here the water will drain from the puzzle. So now that the water is completely drained, we can go into the puzzle, and you'll see here we essentially have to link up power. So like from there, it has to go across like that. So what we have to do is go ahead and false palm this one like this, and every time you false palm one, it hits the one adjacent to it, either to the side or above it. So it will make like a plus sign. So once you do it like that, don't activate this one, you're going to activate this one, because every move you make will either raise or lower the ones next to it as well. So we'll force
wonder if
palm
that still
this one on
applies
that
here.
side. So the corner ones for this one to power that.
Let me see. If that one still applies here, then that would still be doing me a world of good. Yep, those two went up. Okay, so that would, yep, that raises that. So then I need to go over this one.
Picture of Saber with his arms. Cool.
Yep, that's exactly why that did that. I did that too soon. This is the way this is how I got looped before. That one brings that one back up. So I need those two down.
I'm just kidding,
these
but I
two
did
up.
that.
Those two up. Okay, so then.
It's a marshmallow on.
Wait, I think I. Wait. Yeah, I think I got it. Wait, no. Because if I hit. The right one brings those two down. How do I get those two down at the same time? That's what I need to figure out. Even though I already did it a few times by mistake. Those two up. If I hit the left.
Oh, you're an inch fucking dumbass in the comment section. Yeah, so put a comment. Shut the fuck up, bitch.
He's playing Stun. Wow.
Yep, those two down. Now these two are up. Oh, so if I just go left here, it should bring these both down and I'm good. Yep, yep, perfect. Okay, almost overthought that. I need to get some of these guys on the board. Interesting. So then always go to the one next to it. Oh my god! That worked right away. Nice.
Your pipes. I don't. I guess you. Yeah, you did a lot there. Okay. I got one normal summon, and you're gonna banish it every turn. That's really cool.
Okay. Oh, that's working out. Let's go for this guy. Oh. So I need this guy right here.
I will go second again.
Wait, that guy's not.
15th time.
I need this guy up here to pop him up. Yep. And now I need this guy. Yep. Perfect. Is that it? Hey. Okay. I had a partial tip, but the rest of it I figured out on my own. Okay. Oh, okay. Nope. 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 Also, I will take those back. Yoink. How lost would I have been if I didn't have those? I don't even know if they did anything. Okay, I can close this. Oh, this is you guys. Ah, Richie's on Twitter.
She's on Twitter.
Okay, where am I right now? Wait, why is my... Oh my god, I'm so glad I looked. Fucking shit. Where the hell are all the people? Bro, you are lonely as fuck. There's nobody here. What the hell are you who are you selling to?
Have the tales of my wares reached you? You'll find it useful. Why don't you pick out some more? What can I help? If you've seen enough, don't let me keep you.
There's a grindstone here. Wait. Isn't this where they said on the picture? Said go slightly down. Slightly down. What, over here? Over here?
Behind?
Oh, there's a house.
Hey! One more level!
The fuck is wrong with him?
Oh. You know what? No, I'm not using it. Is the door closed? The door is closed. I'm just gonna chance it.
Yeah, I was about to say, bro, I'm just gonna equip that card and then you have nothing.
You have nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.
Send you to my back rooms.
No, don't do it.
That's what my deck does, Richie. Kidnap all.
Non-consensual?
Beautiful.
I hope it's
Stag,
consensual. We're playing you,
longhorn,
yeah.
blue
They're
lavender,
consenting to
medicinal.
whatever the opponent does to them.
Felicia. So where's the die guy out here? Because you're not gonna let me use the other guy.
You really did a lot to get that Crimson Blade Assault mode for it to do fucking nothing.
Further down. In a corner. Brothers Cliff. Looks like over here. Right here.
You can't have two called by the graves. I know that for a fact. I'm gonna fuck you over. I'm pretty sure you're gonna use branded fusion. Oh. If you get branded fusion, what the fuck is this? Playing Dogmatica? Oh, you dumbass! Get fucked.
Jumping over the side of the cliff. Whoa. Oh yeah, there's people down here. Oh, bad people. Guess they're about to be dead people. Oh, the fish guys. Where the hell's your boss? Fucker owes me a rematch. Oh, I see it. I see it. Yes.
Too late. I think I fucking win.
Just got us one more.
Triple tactics. I can kind of bait out everything important.
That's fucking clean.
I don't use any dragon downstairs. That's fine. I mean,
Are you the original poster? You're not. Wait, you are. Durinator. How do I see your original posts? The fuck? This guy's got a sword. An actual sword. Rich or bright?
sure. Yeah. I think retaliating scene just fucked him over. That card's kind of funny. I like it.
It's my first time out here. Delete. Snaketail wall. Shit, man. What would fucking kill you to have some fucking landmarks to reference? Slightly to the right of Snaketail wall. And above. In between the Y and the A. Slightly above in between. I'm gonna say he's like roughly right here. Okay.
Domestically, a lot of things are happening. All right, and we're going to talk about the Eurocucks in a bit. But first, we have to talk about what's going on domestically. All right, so Pete Hegseth made a nuclear statement that a lot of people are talking about, and Pam Bondi was just fired, replaced with a badass, it seems like. All right, so fraud is getting cracked down. We got so much shit actually happening on our own turf, and it's lovely to see. I like America taking care of America. I've always been America first. I think that Americans' government is absolutely,
For some reason, I feel like there's a skill drain,
first and
Jack.
foremost, but absolutely bent to the will and the benefit of the American people. And that doesn't include opening up straits of oil to get to France. I don't actually give a shit about the French. I mean, I hope that they succeed and prosper in their own country. I mean, no offense to the French when I say this, but when it comes to our government, I don't actually give a shit about anybody else. All right, I just want to make that clear. So anyway, anywho to lose it. So Pete Hegseth dropped the news because I didn't even know this was a thing.
Our great republic was founded on a simple yet bold idea. Our rights as citizens are not granted to us by government, but instead by God. 250 years ago, the Revolutionary War was fought to secure God-given rights. The Second Amendment to our Constitution enshrines the right of all citizens to carry weapons to protect themselves,
face up on the
their
field,
families, and their fellow countrymen. The War Department's uniformed service members are trained at the highest and unwavering standards. These warfighters, entrusted with the safety of our nation, are no less entitled to exercise their God-given right to keep and bear arms.
No, by the way, I don't actually agree with like the entire premise. I think that human rights are fake and gay. I think they're also not real. They're just social constructs. I don't think that. I think the only God-given right is free will. Other than that, I don't think rights are real. But I get I like where he's going with it. I just wanted to make that clear.
Our warfighters defend the right of others to carry. They should be able to carry themselves.
Completely true.
Recent events like what happened at Fort Stewart,
that's right,
Holloman Air Force Base, or Pensacola Naval Air Station have made clear that some threats are closer to home than we would like. In these instances, minutes are a lifetime. And our service members have the courage and training to make those precious short minutes.
This does work against me, negating Dark Monster's effects.
Whoa. We're talking about niggas in dark? Fuck's wrong with you, man?
I didn't even know this.
For War Department personnel,
this is huge.
To get permission to carry and store their own personal weapons, aligned with the state laws where we operate our installations.
I was so shocked. I couldn't believe it.
Is it what? Super Sprout? It's called retarded. And it's not Super Sprout.
Called him retarded.
Completely different.
Unless you are a military police.
Super tech.
You
It's
couldn't
basically
carry
a
it.
super
Bring your
sprout.
own firearm for your own personal protection.
Okay.
On
I like where Richie's going with that.
Well, that's no longer.
Base.
The memo I'm signing directs installation commanders to allow requests for personal protection to carry a privately owned firearm.
This guy's playing a normal monster tech. Really fucking weird.
If a request is for some reason denied, the reason for that denial will be in writing and will explain in detail the basis for that direction. Again, the presumption is service members will be able to have their Second Amendment right on post.
Base.
Not all enemies are foreign, nor are they all
Totally right.
outside our borders. Some are domestic.
Completely correct.
Confirming your God-given right to self-protection.
Some are even funded by the
I'm just
Democratic
going to
Party.
do this.
Is what I'm signing into
Because
action
this is the smartest
today.
thing.
And I'm proud to do so.
Town.
So this is
Town
massive. I didn't even know this was a thing. I didn't
The
realize that
bandits
our
said they were
actual
heading that
soldiers
way.
Where's
weren't
the
allowed
start?
to carry guns. I think that's obscene.
can't manage
All right?
this alone.
I love the Second
Will you
Amendment.
help
That's
me?
I think that's one of the major things
Okay.
that sets America apart from
Forgive me
every
for
other
asking
country on the
this of my
planet.
savior.
That we have a Second Amendment
Can we
that
hurry
literally
just a
gives
bit
us the
more?
right to bear arms. And therefore, at some point, if there is a tyrannical
village is
government
this way.
that is trying to crush us, we will be able to stop them.
I
And
can
think that's
tribute
beautiful, and I
some.
think that's what our country is
Can I
founded
tribute some of
upon,
your
and it's
mom?
awesome. So I didn't even know this was a thing. This went super viral. Everyone was talking about it. But it's not the only thing everyone was talking about domestic policy. One of the major things that just happened was that J.D. Vance,
And
the
you can't play any
fraud
more
czar of
Spellcraft
the
cards, so
United
I
States,
know I
is
am just
actually
safe to
cracking
issue.
down on
Said
fraud.
they'd visit
The
the
thing
same
that,
fate
I mean,
upon
he's supposed to
everyone
do.
in the village.
Donald Trump tweeted, Vice President
held
J.D.
my
Vance now
tongue.
in charge of fraud in the United States, and it is massive and pervasive, and the job he's doing is in conjunction with the many
foolish
people
pride.
within the Trump administration will be a major factor and
hope
a great
everyone's safe.
future of our country will be. We call him the fraud czar, and his focus will be everywhere, but primarily in those blue states with crooked Democrat politicians. By the way, a lot of people are screaming at him for this, but I don't care. I actually don't give a fuck. I want everyone that does fraud to go to jail. I just think that most of them are probably Democrats,
make
and
this a
also
really
even if
long
he only
game where
targets
neither of us
Democrats, I
can do
also don't
anything.
care. Because that's still getting criminals off the streets, and that's awesome. Under Democrats, then it doesn't happen to fucking anybody. All right, unless you're protesting, I guess, January 6th or something. That they care about. They'll call you a terrorist if you do January 6th. But if you firebomb buildings and police officers, then you're just, practicing your First Amendment right, I guess. But primarily in the blue states, crooked politicians like California, Illinois, Minnesota, Somalia, beware! I love how he just hates
Do I have
Somalia.
a
Maine, New York, and many others
1800
have had
tab?
free-for-all
I can do
and
it.
unprecedented theft of taxpayer money. The numbers are so large that if successful, we would literally be able to balance our American budget. Raids have already started in LA. Good luck, JD.
Collectively stealing about $16 million from.
And it's already happening. So, breaking news. It's actually fucking happening. I can't believe it. Right? So, the DOJ criminally charged
This
8
is level.
California hospice and healthcare
I think
fraudsters
that
under
means
Gavin
I
Newsom.
could do like
need to understand this story is this.
Doom Break
80% of the people who enter hospice die
for
most
the
within
Warriors
3
here.
weeks. But in the case of these
I mean, that is what hospice is about. End of life care, right?
hospices, according to the records, 97% are discharged alive. So this morning,
So, let's understand. Here's a hospice center where 97% of the patients going there for end-of-life care survive. Well, that's either a miracle or fraud.
accuse these hospice owners of stealing millions from taxpayers intended for the compassionate end-of-life care for the terminally ill. Do you have anything to say about those charges?
I don't know anything.
Where's my rank 4 monsters as a house
You
tab?
got anything to say?
This is
Bye.
this thing.
Bye, motherfucker. Bye.
And
See ya.
He had nothing else to say. So the feds took down this couple.
W.
He's a doctor,
Let's
she's a
go.
nurse. They enrolled hundreds of patients, not
Nope.
or basically
No.
not
Are you okay?
qualified for hospice, but they billed
What's going on? Why are you freaking out over
as
here?
if they did, pocketing about 30 grand per patient.
Draw as many cards as you like. You can simply not win unless you draw Exodia.
A straight white male at it again. Why is it every
Oh shit,
single
he
time?
has Exodia.
They were booked today for fraud.
No!
Maybe I should
Dude,
stop
I'm sorry,
talking
man.
shit.
Dude, look
Please
at
don't
this
just
lineup.
draw
Oh,
into
that's
Exodia
just
right
brutal.
now. Okay,
Oh,
thank
that's
God.
just brutal.
I have
Oh,
like,
Obliterate.
the curve to kill.
That's just fucking brutal.
About $50 million.
I think it's all immigrants, the entire lineup. Fucking crazy. Remember when the Democrats are like, well, actually, immigrants do less crimes than, actual native citizens. Yeah, all right, dude.
Normally for hospice, the beneficiary is someone who's terminally ill, and you expect them to not survive very long. But what we see in these hospices is they never die.
Immortal hospice patients so they can keep billing the taxpayer.
The feds also arrested the owner of Topanga Hospice, accusing her of paying people $300 a month to stay enrolled while she pocketed $6 grand a month from taxpayers.
Wow.
This sends a very loud message to all the other charlatans and fraudsters and individuals involved in hospice fraud that you might live in a nice neighborhood now in the beautiful house and great cars and wonderful vacations.
But you might be sharing a prison cell with P. Diddy very soon.
Okay, obviously Exodia. And Maxi.
This is a huge W, by the way. This is just a colossal fucking massive W. It's insane.
All judgment.
All right, it's honestly
never was
crazy.
going
oh, is this where they build the mechs?
Seeing heads roll, bro. All right, and what can I say? Representative Chip.
Oh, I wonder if this is where I get a mech from.
Negate everything. You're fake skill trade.
Is gonna go hardball.
Congressman, appreciate you joining us. What is your reaction to this news?
All right, the news is that Pam Bondi was fired, seemingly, and replaced. All right, I'll get there in a second.
Well, great to be on. You know, this is an agency that is near and dear to my heart as a former assistant United States attorney. It's critical that we have a great leader at the top of the Department of Justice. Obviously, we thank Pam for her service.
Do not tell me you have, like, left-hand
We'll get to the Pam Bondi section in just a couple minutes. I just want to focus on the fraud for now.
She's, you know, served the administration for this first 15
I think she's terrible.
months.
I'm really glad she's gone.
But
they need to get rid of cash, too.
Justice has got to be aggressive. We have a limited...
That's right. Unlike Pam Bondi, who is lame
Give that
and
motherfucker
gay,
the
the
boot.
next person is going to be fucking aggressive.
Like Crooked Cook.
Yeah, please fucking
You say
put
Crooked
the
Cup?
politicians in jail. I want to see Tim
Crooked
Walz in
Cook.
jail.
Oh.
I want to see Ilhan Omar deported.
Number 59.
Had me thinking about fucking, if I didn't watch it, I always heard that bit from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. You're another one of those, huh? Crooked Cup!
Fucking mercy. Why is it these Stormworld Busters too? It's just like the guy picked his favorite waifus.
Oh, we want to keep going forward.
You have Vanilla. This
I want to see Gavin
Vanilla
Newsom cry again. He cried
proud
a
by
lot,
the
so it
World
doesn't mean much.
Challenge.
But you know what I'm saying.
Period right now with President Trump in the White House,
really high.
with House
This was
Republicans
like
and
a
Senate
1,400
Republicans.
defense.
We've got to be on offense
That's
for
right.
justice and accountability.
That's right.
I have people that
Why
I
would you-
represent,
we can play
Jay
one.
Sixers,
Play
people that
something
are
else.
looking at what are we doing about Antifa and what they're doing radically
That's
across
right,
the country
bro.
to endanger us.
Crack
Open
down
borders, the
on
radical
those
Marxist networks. You know, we referred...
They throw a rock at a police officer, jail. Jail for terrorism. Yes. Yes. I'm sorry. I'm just very excited.
John Brennan to the Department of Justice, the Judiciary Committee did under the leadership of Jim Jordan. We've got so many things we need to be doing.
Oh, you have like things like
Leave the city of Delicia at night and arrive at the city of
I mean,
fuck.
how many things do we have to see before we see some heads roll and we see some accountability? Everybody I talk to at home in Texas wants to see action.
That's
on
right.
the Epstein files.
Look, that's true also.
They want to see action. They want to see
How do we spell?
prosecution.
Look, man, that's what I want. I just want to see people going to jail. I'm such a simple man. I just want to see people go to jail, please. So yeah, anyway, anywho to lose it. It's pretty insane stuff. And apparently, they're picking up on all sorts of crazy shit going on in New York as well.
Fuck.
Much to the surprise of no one. But look at this one. This is insane. Rep Chip Roy says it could be tens of millions in illegal foreign cash going straight into Act Blue to the Democratic Party.
Going on to write that
Shocker.
another memo warned it can be alleged that Act Blue accepted and or facilitated the acceptance of foreign national contributions into American elections.
And we wonder, why do we have so many foreigners literally in positions of power? Democrat Representative Shrifa Nader, known for abusing animals. Anyway, now he's in power, so he could yell and scream about how we, abolish immigration law to import 1 million more Shrifa Naders.
All right. Now, there are no specific illegal contributions mentioned in this report, but it should be noted that the House has been investigating this for years.
Shit.
To Act Blue for this very allegation, we didn't learn much. But we did reach out to Covington for a statement, and they told us that they have complete confidence in the legal advice that their lawyers provided to Act Blue. And Act Blue tells us what its chief exec said in the letter was accurate, and it works to comply.
Oh yeah, you're just gonna chill there, huh? You're just gonna watch this fucking fighting in the background?
Oh, they really responded with, well, we're trying
Selling anything?
so hard. Yeah, all right.
You got any blues?
Fucking traitors. Yeah, I'm so tired, bro. These people need to go to
Oh
jail.
my God,
forever.
what a bitch.
Anyway,
Shut up.
apparently they are going
He
hard after Ilhan
beat
Omar.
he
This
beat
is
an ass.
Representative Greg
Talk about me.
Uribe. All right, he is
Yes.
a congressman also.
I gotta watch
what do you think should happen to
Don't
Ilhan
fall
Omar,
asleep.
given these revelations from the
I don't
White
have
House?
spaghetti.
Well, if the evidence shows that she committed fraud to become a citizen of
Uh-huh.
our country, she should be deported
Like the
and
story.
charged with a crime.
Yes.
It's pretty basic stuff. I don't know why this hasn't been sent to the
Yes,
DOJ.
spaghetti.
Great
Sure.
question.
I would imagine she's not the only one in Minneapolis that have committed immigration fraud to get
Bitch, that's just
citizenship
fine.
in our country, and anybody that has committed an immigration fraud to become a citizen of our country should be charged with a crime and then deported.
Obviously.
It's pretty simple. I don't know if there's a statute of limitations on the type of crimes,
There
but there
shouldn't
shouldn't
be.
be.
Let me
And
see
if
that
there
fucking
is, that's
hand of
something that
yours.
I would love to
Where are you
look
playing?
into.
Whoa,
Dark
whoa, whoa,
Protection?
whoa,
Pass
whoa,
a bill
whoa,
in
whoa, whoa.
Congress that has
Context,
no
context.
statute
Out of context, that could be
limitations, because
wild.
if you committed fraud to become a citizen of our country or to get a
fucking
visa to
delicious.
come into our country, then you should be held accountable for
That shit
that
back
and
in
be
your hand.
deported.
Totally true, and it's just so fucking obvious. We need a country that actually.
Who the hell said take
We
the
don't need a
cricket from my
country that has
hand?
little back doors that we can get raped by the third world, facilitated by half of our politicians. It's just unacceptable.
So hopefully they're gonna, whatever information they have, they send that to the
I wish CM was here, he would know. It was one of those fucking back when they were spoof movies or parody movies. I don't for the life of remember the name of it, but it was a bit from that movie. Matter of fact, let me see if I Google this. What the hell? Is it from my hand or away? Lucky Cricket. Balls of Fury. Is this it? Oh yeah, I think it is.
Oh god, we're talking Balls of Fury
But do you know what this is?
with the movie Balls of Fury.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the ping pong movie. It was fucking ridiculous.
What to do that for? Don't take the cricket from my hand. Who the hell's to take the cricket from my hand? Put it back. That is my luck.
Oh man. I would have never found this funny on my own, but because C loved this shit, I thought it was hilarious. This is what I just said a second ago. Put it in the D-Gen. Also, credit to you for knowing that off the top of your head.
What, Balls of Fury?
And what it was and stuff.
That was the movie where fucking Christopher Walken played the fucking bad guy. In the fucking ping pong.
I might not have enjoyed it before, but it is like I feel like there's a chance I might watch something like that now and find it funny.
Uh-huh.
Who the hell said take the cricket from my hand?
DOJ, and AG Bondi is going to take some action
Prep
on
your
it.
fucking rights. I know you have illusion of chaos in your hand. You have two copies.
AG Bondi is gonzo. Bye, AG Bondi. All right. So also, California reportedly lost at least $180 billion to
And I'm
fraud.
just going to equip
High-ranking
whatever
officials
card
and
you
experts
play.
claim.
Administration totaled at least $180
Wait, is this a no-fly zone?
California Governor Newsom responded to that report.
Oh,
saying
it's about to be a
it
no-fly
relies on,
zone.
quote, guesses. Newsom says California.
Oh yeah, these guys are gonna kill me if I take another step forward. Oh, get the fuck! I'm not going there.
Joins us now. Chris, what's your response
here,
to Newsom's
so
response?
real.
Yeah, well, you know, Gavin Newsom is definitely becoming associated with the word fraud, but it's not for fighting it, it's for enabling it. And look, even under the most conservative estimates, experts from Harvard, from the Department of Health and Human Services.
You know, I love how the leftist response normally would be, oh yeah, well look at these
can go ahead and
Republicans
do
that are
this.
doing fraud. but they're not saying that. but they're not saying that for some reason.
LexisNexis fraud division.
Right, please
have
try to
told us
activate
that
this effect.
The fraud in California is unprecedented. It represents the largest.
Man, I
financial
hope this
crime
doesn't
in
end up being a
American
bad
history.
decision.
And scammers have been stealing billions of dollars per year. Some estimates say as high as 50 or 60 billion dollars a year from the state of California, from federal taxpayers who actually send money to the state. And so, look, this
That's what the left wants. They want to import the third world and then that don't work for a living, and then enslave the native population of America to work.
You could
forever.
read my cards.
It's honestly heartbreaking. And insane.
Reading.
But I love that they're all getting exposed.
You
to
think they can read?
Yeah, in a game where
That's cute.
the entire thing is revolved around text. Why would someone read the cards?
So I like living life on the edge.
Did a tremendous job overseeing massive crackdown and crime across our country.
send someone to
Murder
my
plummeting at the
background.
lowest level since 1900. I don't really think Pam Bondi really gets. Anyway,
Oh, shit.
we love Pam, and she will be transitioning, but she needed an important new job in the private sector. That's right. She's getting.
He still washes his clothes.
They are kicking her ass out of the Department of Justice.
He's probably asleep
Right?
already.
They're not doing like the, oh, you're okay. We're gonna find you a Nathan Ward job, some other position in the government. Nope. They are booting her out. And it's to be announced at a date in the near future, and our Deputy Attorney General and very talented, respected legal mind Todd Blanche will step in to be acting Attorney General.
All right, can we get a deep dive on that guy?
I think this is great. I didn't like Pam Bondi for a long time, and I'll tell you why. Pam Bondi, in my opinion, lied about the Epstein files many, many times. First, she gets asked about the Epstein files, and she's like, "We are investigating. I have the Epstein files on my desk right now." And then she says, "There are no Epstein files." I think she should have been fired right after that. All right. Then she says, "Hate speech is a crime.
Let me go first.
We will prosecute
Okay,
you."
I
You're
was
doing
thinking.
fucking nothing to fraudsters. Now you want to prosecute hate speech? Sorry, bitch. Hate speech is illegal. You might not like it, but that's unfortunately a you problem, woman. Anyway. Anyway, that was the second strike. And the third strike, she goes out there and she's like, "You care about pedophiles raping children, but the Dow hit $50,000. Dude, this bitch needed to go a long time ago, but honestly, better late than never.
I didn't think it was gonna happen at all.
Pam, incredibly.
Hey, there's dogs
incredibly
here.
Soft way
Are
to
they
fire
friendly?
her, but she's gone. So Pam Bondi is out, and this was the breaking news.
Kaylee, I just got off the phone with President Trump. We have a big scoop. Pam
we do it like
Bondi
this.
will soon leave her
Are
job
you
as
guys
the Attorney
friendly?
General.
That's right.
She is going to get a different.
Okay, they're not attacking
You
me.
really hard enough. I don't know who. Look bad. I look bad. Look bad. You need a
Use it
hard
to get
ass to be
card
the
of the
attorney
same
general,
fucking
and I'm gonna get a nice lady. No nice ladies as attorney general. Okay, get the fuck out with that shit.
From the administration, it doesn't sound like there is any bad blood between her and President Trump, but
That was nice of President Trump.
they want her to go and do something else. And in an interim role, she will be replaced by Todd
Commit a crime in the city of Deletion while wearing what?
at the Justice Department. So
While wearing Deletion contribution armor? Fuck you! I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
I just got
I
here.
really hope so, because I think Blanche also. He's proven that he has.
Whoa, that shit looks cool. Is that what the armor looks like?
The DOJ. I think they need to get someone else too.
But President Trump soon will announce to the entire world that it is the end of Pam Bondi's time as the Attorney General.
Good. I'm really happy Trump is actually firing people. A lot of people were afraid he just kind of wanted to make believe that there weren't any issues and any hitches, and he just would move along.
Yeah.
No, he's shaking things up. I think he's
Mistakes
focusing
on my
now
end,
on
I guess.
side quests like Venezuela and Cuba and Iran. And I
Is
think he's
this
going to
a
get back to
win?
the actual main storyline here and take down some raid bosses in the United States.
Can
of
I only
America.
use that one?
And he realized that
Oh,
people
one
like
per
Christy
turn.
Nome,
Okay.
who was also fired, and
So we've
Pam
never
Bondi,
been
who
able to do
was
it
just
twice.
fired. I think he's realizing
Wait,
that
they
they have
got-
weak links. Right, and he's
That
gonna
was a
he's gonna
mistake.
replace them with some.
I didn't
fucking
know about
hard asses.
that.
You're gonna see. He's gonna replace them with badasses.
That she is a great person and
Sure.
that she did a good job.
Yeah, I don't care about if you're a good person. This is what people say to me all the time. Herb, you supported Donald Trump becoming president. Didn't you know he cheated on his wife? I'm not marrying Donald Trump. I don't care, quite literally, if he's a good person. I need him to be a good president. All right? I feel like so many people are, but did you know that Donald Trump? I don't care. I don't care, actually.
And he still wants her in the fold because she will still
True.
be an important part of the administration, he tells me.
Is he good at his job? That's all that matters.
Law enforcement officer of the United States.
Right, so that is huge breaking news, and I think it's really, really nice. Really fucking nice. Bondi, get the fuck out of there. Colossal W that Trump is actually willing to do this. Now, Trump's enemies are very upset about this because Bondi was a pussy. Sorry, she did fucking nothing. She didn't do anything. There was no major arrest that happened under Bondi. She was a failure.
Acquire the signet.
So I'm happy that she's getting replaced. And the CNN retards are very scared.
All of the signets. Okay, that's why they didn't let me sell the other one.
Tell me how you're looking at this.
I have one of them. I don't even remember how I got it.
The future of DOJ.
This means you're going to jail.
Yeah, well, that's really the most important question here, right? Because we know that Pam Bondi presided
Oh, the
over
aesthetic of this
essentially
village is really nice.
Of Justice.
I almost want to say I wish I was here at nighttime.
That's good.
Dozens of attorneys,
That's
many
good.
others quit because
Good.
of objections
Good.
to the directions that
Good.
the work was being pushed.
Good. I fully support firing as many federal employees as we can. I think the government needs to be a lot smaller than it is.
Basically,
Agreed.
gave up.
Like, I see people crying. People always, like, showed, like, the graph. It's like, there are actually more jobs lost under Trump than gained. Yeah, you're including, like, 50,000 useless government workers that were removed. And that's awesome, actually.
Notion that the department should be committed to the rule of law and should be independent of the White House. Completely
Scared?
sold out one of the most important tenets of the Department of Justice. And ironically, it seems that she has been fired for not doing that effectively enough, for not making the department enough of an effective tool.
That's right. That's right. She's getting fired because she didn't do enough to jail retarded leftists. That's correct, old-timer. Yep.
For the president and
Good.
his campaign
That's right.
of retribution and politically driven.
Retribution. I can't believe Trump is arresting criminals because the criminals don't like him, so it's retribution. This is retarded. All right, I love when people use these talking points, and this probably works. This probably works on, like, 40-year-old women in airports that catch CNN while they're, checking in their luggage. All right, but this doesn't work on real people. The reality is, if Tim Walz actually committed fraud, I don't care if he's an enemy of Donald Trump. I don't care if Trump will be incredibly satisfied putting this person in jail. This person committed fraud and needs to go to jail, right? My opinion is, I don't, like, whenever someone says, do you care about, like, political retribution, he's going after his political opponents, no. He's not fabricating evidence. It's real. It's like, why are you happy that he's arresting his political enemies? Because they committed crimes and they're now being held accountable to for their actions. Fuck you. So no, actually, I don't care at all. Like, this works on retards. Only retards actually care about arguments like this, but they're scared. They are really panicking over this. This is awesome. This is incredible. And Todd Blanche is the new acting attorney general right now, and he is.
Oh, I'm not even
admitting,
close. What the hell?
We are going to be cracking down on the fraud.
The fraud situation. I love the fraud czar. I'm thrilled that you guys are cracking down everywhere across the country. I know that Tim Walz is under investigation. Where does that stand?
Look, I will tell you this. You are right. This is an important and long overdue objective. Just
That's
today
right.
in Los Angeles, we had to take down 8 individuals were arrested for allegedly bilking over $50 million of intended loss from our taxpayer monies. And yes,
Fuck
this
them.
includes leadership
Destroy
in state
them.
governments. Our investigations do.
That includes leadership. I just creamed. Yes, sir. That's what I want. I want to see political prosecution. I don't care. I don't care. They get the fraud. They did the crime. They do the time. I don't care who the fuck they are. I'm a really simple guy like that. But don't you realize that this is him weaponizing the Justice Department to go after his political opponents? Go after. Are we fabricating evidence? No. You mean they actually did the crime? You're admitting they did the crimes. You're just mad because they're on your side. Oh. Okay, that's how it is. Interesting.
Because guess what? They are in many ways the actual conduit. They're letting it happen.
That's right. The actual Democrat politicians are the conduits to the fraud, largely by my group, the Democrats bring into the country. Do you see how this works? Oh, they really thought they were going to get away with this shit. Oh, it's fucking over.
Stop these individuals stealing from the American people. And so you're going to see this Department of Justice pour all of our heart and soul into fraud cases all over this country for the foreseeable future.
Good. And you know what? Every single citizen journalist that brings this attention to the government's going to get involved. All right, JD Vance is like addicted to Twitter. Okay, he'll see it. All right, they'll get involved. They'll do it. And they want big wins. Right now, I think it's a new Department of Justice. It's a new fraud task force. They want massive wins. And you know what? I want them to have massive wins too. What a fantastic alliance. The alliance between the retards and the YouTubers. The retards being the politicians in this case. Now, this is also pretty awesome. Another one of their top priorities is actually investigating the Act Blue contributions from foreign countries.
Stick to my ears, because we're sick of getting ripped off. Speaking of getting ripped off, I don't know if you saw the New York Times is saying the Democrats were taking millions of dollars in foreign donations and may have been lying about it.
Oh.
Are you looking into this?
I can tell you that that is a priority of this administration and this Department of Justice, and it's something that a lot of people.
But it's going after his political opponents. Well, if his political opponents wouldn't be doing fraud, we wouldn't have an issue. Like, I feel like this argument that I make, it works on everybody. Like, no one, there's no response to this. It's like, I can't believe Trump is killing terrorists. If they wouldn't be terrorists, Trump wouldn't be killing them. I'll just be real with you. I'll just level with you, right? I can't believe Renee Good is dead. Well, if Renee Good wouldn't have been trying to run over an ICE officer, she would still be alive. You know the reason why she was shot? She shouldn't have hit an ICE officer with a car. If she just wouldn't have been doing that at that moment, it wouldn't have happened. But she was, and now she's dead. I'm not gonna cry. Sure, I'm sad she's dead, I guess. I'm sad she was retarded enough to fall for the propaganda and commit suicide by cop. This line of argumentation works every time because it's just so obvious. I can't believe Trump is prosecuting political opponents for fraud. If they wouldn't have done fraud, we wouldn't be here.
I've been very worried about for a very long time, and you should rest assured that it includes the Department of Justice.
Good.
Oh, shit.
Right. Yes. I'm so happy, bro. I like this guy so far. We'll see what happens. Yes. DOJ actively investigating Act Blue getting foreign donations and lying about it.
Why? Why are you here?
Pam Bondi fucking, the House of Pam Bondi cards are falling
Hold
down.
on. Hold this.
The Dow hits $50,000. Get fucked, bitch. You were put in a really powerful position. You didn't arrest a single fucker of even remote importance. All right? We gave you a whirl. I gave you a chance. You flubbed it, and now you're replaced. You're fired. I'm a very simple man. I recognize we only have like 2.5 years to get shit done. If the Democrats win in 2028,
I owe
we might not have
you
a country.
this.
I would like to insulate us from that reality. This is an existential battle. Allegedly, Pam
Actually, I
Bondi
could just leave you on the floor and go shopping.
to Swalwell, a Democrat, allegedly about the DOJ's investigation into him being tied to Chinese.
Just thought about it. I don't have to drop you off right away. I could just leave you on the floor and then just go shopping for my
Imprisoning
blues.
these people, not giving them heads up because they're our buddies.
Let me take my tools, and I'll gladly go with you.
Eat my ass. Now stand there quietly.
You can count on me for perfect dye work.
There we go. The guy I've been looking for this whole time. The sky blue guy.
You can count on me for.
Wait, let me max out your fucking trust. Wait, what the fuck? Oh shit! So apparently I can't go shopping when I put him. Well, he's still right here. Now the vendor's gone. God damn it! Okay, this time I am gonna beat your ass. Stupid. Fuck. Making me fucking chase you down and shit. All I want to do is change my fucking color. Fuck twit. Is there a way to safely jump down here? There is. Fucking shit.
Are you not interested in a medicine that could stop all wars?
God damn it, I'm gonna have to fucking find a fast travel that comes back here.
What did I do? Tell me.
You exist. Royler, get the fuck over here.
Trials are necessary to complete my research.
Yeah, well, you'll have plenty of time to do your trials in jail.
You can help me build this world with joy. Come be my assistant. Had I finished, the whole world would be praising my name.
Well, how they'll just be praising your name in jail.
Trials are necessary to complete my research.
Whoa. This place looks so cool. This almost looks like... This has a bit of a Blizzard Land vibe to it. This is cool. Where the fuck are your jail cells?
And now, you've ruined it all for me.
This is for you. Go take a look. Impressive work. That's
Man.
the one. Lock 'em up.
Your color scheme is fucking atrocious.
We'll run out of cells at this rate. Still, you saved me some trouble. Thank you. If you find more scum in the future, bring 'em here.
Guys. Think I see a church? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm looking for fast travels and shit. Not threatening you guys. I'm really sorry. There's a mission back there. Where's the front door to the church? Whoa, are you the priest? No, you're just a regular guy. Ah, here you are.
May Solomon's light guide you. May all return. Heed the sacred word. I'm here for any who seek Solomon's grace.
Where the hell's your bell tower? It's not at the church. Oh, this is a really colorful place.
People like you.
Oh. Might as well mingle. Oh, there goes the bell tower.
Finally, someone found me. It was really dark up there. I was getting worried no one would ever find me. Thanks for finding me. I'll show you everything around here as your reward.
Oh, we talking about Jaffe's unhinged fucking bullshit? We'll get to it.
Fucking God, keep walking back in with goddamn.
Hey, what's up, guys? Right here. So this video is going to be a bit of a follow-up to something I covered a few days ago, where we had this very interesting collision of parties.
Oh, good, he's gone too. I can talk shit for you.
I'm about to say, I'm pretty sure he stepped away.
Franchises
Good.
and
Fuck that
YouTubers
guy.
as well. Today we're going to be looking at the continued
back, don't
attacks
trash with it.
on the
Including
author of
Chad's
Project
attitude.
Hail Mary, Andy Weir,
He tried to walk
who's
back here,
being
do the damn
called out
cutscene.
not only by activists on social
Get you
media for his non-political
They
views,
keep
but
pausing
also
at
we're
certain
looking
points.
at the continued cancellation of him because of his association with YouTuber Critical Drinker, who's being attacked on multiple fronts here by soy boy YouTubers trying to call him a chud that is cancer to work with, but also he's getting canceled from authors like this on your screen right now, who are trying to basically stab him in the back after having no problem working with him in the past because they want to impress Hollywood and gain virtue signaling points by doing so. But where did all this begin? Well, it started about 2 weeks ago when there was an announcement regarding Star Trek Starfleet Academy, which will be ending with its second season. This surprises nobody. This was an incredibly woke and just terrible show that cared way more about owning the chuds than providing entertaining content. And people in response to this were blaming everything but the showrunners.
Almost didn't even catch
and
that.
the actors involved, blaming right-wingers,
Trying to fleece me, motherfucker?
anti-woke people, YouTubers, anyone they could think of. And now it seems even
I don't
more
think I
obvious,
do.
if it wasn't already, why this show's getting canceled. Nobody watched. They
Hold
tried
on
to
a moment.
appeal to the modern
Hold on
audience,
to this.
and that's what they got. The modern audience. There is an allegation out there, a report,
But you will see
that
this.
less than 40,000 people watched each Starfleet Academy episode. Ladies and gentlemen, just wrap your minds around that. There will likely be more people watching this video than the average Starfleet Academy episode. And of course, with 10 episodes, the total views for the entire first season is around 400,000. That is painful, and honestly, it makes a lot of sense when you look at the latest involving the Change.org petition trying to get a third season of this show, because it has roughly 40,000 signatures. The modern audience, ladies and gentlemen. But things get even worse. Now you have actors from the show saying they're sad about the show getting canceled and that they have all these episodes left and they're just bummed that this didn't work out. Which is very funny to hear because just a few days ago, the same actor came out and said they're vowing to make season 2 gay as F and to go out in flames and to be even louder and even more annoying when it comes to representing his character. These people learn absolutely nothing and are doomed to fail any project they are associated with. But there's another franchise involved with this situation, and that, of course, is Project Hail Mary. Its author, Andy Weir, is getting a lot of heat from people in Hollywood and activists on social media, despite the enormous success this film is having at the box office right now. They're mad about some of his stances when it comes to politics and the projects he works on, where Andy Weir does not want to inject modern politics or a modern agenda into his works, and of course, that makes all the activists very angry, but they're also angry about his recent collaboration with Critical Drinker, where people from the industry are calling him out on social media and in other places for simply joining his stream, where they talked about many things, including Starfleet Academy, where Andy Weir described Kurtzman's shows and the modern Star Trek as garbage, as crap. And, well, for telling the truth, he made many people very angry. People were also pointing out some of his stances, again, when it comes to AI and putting real-world commentary and politics into fiction, and how he deeply misunderstands Star Trek, according to people like this on social media, that just yesterday, a post like this got 15,000 likes. And basically, they're saying that they dislike, this is Andy Weir, he dislikes social commentary, like he really hates it. When I'm reading a book, I just want to be entertained, not preached at by the author. Plus, it ruins the wonder of the story if I know the author has a political or social axe to grind. I no longer speculate
this guy's one of
about
us.
all possible outcomes of the story because I know for a fact.
Okay, I guess that explains why the movie's being well received.
Will conspire to ensure that the author's political agenda is validated. I hate that. I put no
We do
politics
too,
or
buddy.
social commentary into my stories at all. Anyone who thinks they see something like that is reading it on their own. I have no point to make, and I'm not trying to affect the reader's opinion on anything. My sole job is to entertain, and I stick to that. This quote from Andy Weir is making people upset. He is delivering what 99% of people want. An apolitical piece of entertainment that is not affected by personal agendas or something happening in modern politics. You would think people would be happy, but no. People like this on Twitter are crashing out. But here's some of the quotes criticizing this sort of a complaint. This person saying, in quotes, "I put no politics or social commentary into my stories at all. Anyone who thinks they see it, they're not reading it from me. They're reading it on their own." And they continue on reading the rest of the quote. And this user says, "This is exactly why the movie is so good." Here's another one mocking the original poster. "The fiction author is trying to entertain me instead of validating my stupid opinions." I know, shocking, right? I cannot believe someone writing fiction would want to entertain instead of validate people's political opinions and activism. Here's another one saying the amount of attacks on Andy Weir and the Critical Drinker have endured just because they like based movies is insane. Cancellations, death threats, and more. Just because you like good movies. I am never surprised anymore at the amount of people who really want you dead over not consuming The Message. Now, The Message is a bit of a joke, a run-on gag, or a phrase from Critical Drinker's content where he talks about the message, right? People trying to force modern politics into their stories, and someone's really upset about the message being brought up here, and that is Matt Jarbo. I'm discovering more about these individuals. There's a lot of very interesting players in this side of the internet. Matt Jarbo is a bit of a lolcow, as I can very quickly realize the more I look at this guy. And he was immediately calling Andy Weir a chud because of comments he made while collaborating with Critical Drinker. And anyone who says the phrase chud unironically, I mean, there's just no saving them at that point. But he has openly led a boycott against Project Hail Mary simply because Andy Weir went on a stream with the noted chud Critical Drinker. And of course, this guy got absolutely blasted in the comments. I mean, first of all, look at this, right? 336,000 views, 110 likes, 1,200 comments. That's how much mockery was directed this guy's way, because he clearly has an issue with Critical Drinker, and anyone who associates with him is immediately labeled a chud or a bad person and deserving of a boycott. But Critical Drinker would quote Matt Jarbo saying, "Oh no, how will this movie ever succeed without the Boulder King to support it?" And Matt Jarbo since then has been trying to take a victory lap because Andy Weir would apologize for his comments about Starfleet Academy and its executive producer, saying it was not supposed to come off as mean as it was received, which some people thought was an L. I think it was an L amongst a situation where Andy Weir was collecting a lot of W's, right? If he had 5 W's coming out of his commentary and his collaboration with Critical Drinker, he might have lost 1 point. Okay, he lost 1 W because of the backtracking, but, you know, who knows what he got in terms of a boss call from Hollywood or anything like that. But you can see Matt Jarbo saying last week, I pointed out how crappy it was that Andy Weir went on with the Dip Drinker, and everyone lost their minds, and my post blew up like crazy. Then Andy apologized for his comments made on the podcast. Now, Matt Dinniman is calling out Drinker and regretting working with him. Jarbodamus strikes again. And it's just like, this guy is immune to a well-supported take. But, yeah, we will see this Matt Dinniman individual trying to cancel Critical Drinker in just a second. But let's go back to the message. Okay, Matt Jarbo says, in quotes, "The message. That's the grift." Word that has completely lost all meaning. That's the Critical Drinker's entire business model summed up in a 2-word calling card. But it's not just him, it's Nerdrotic, it's Geeks and Gamers, it's the Side Scrollers podcast, which, by the way, I am a regular member of. I go on Side Scrollers once every 2 weeks, and we'll talk more about this probably in another video, but just know that they were mentioned, Sargon of Akkad, and the entire right-wing pop culture outrage ecosystem. They don't even have to define what it is, or, like most anti-woke reviewers, actually care enough to engage with the narrative mechanics of a movie or game. It's just a convenient straw man.
I got a bunch
The grift
down.
runs on this manufactured outrage. Instead of offering a real community to guys who miss the simplicity of the 80s and 90s, they offer a catchphrase. They blame a changing, diverse
You know what?
pop
Me and my
culture
buddy said
landscape
that the other day.
to keep you
What?
isolated in the
We were
dark.
talking about like, man, we're just so sick of fast food.
Yep.
Like it's just like we eat it so much and eat it all around. It's like, ugh, we're just done with it.
That's how it gets.
And honestly, when I eat like just baked chicken all week, I don't feel bad eating it. It feels great.
Mm-hmm.
Should I buy this one? I want to buy the 8-pound. Do we got an 8-pound bag? It's $12. You just that's why I bought an 8-pound bag. Fucking 4-pound is $12. Nah, fuck that shit. Get an 8-pound. I'm pissed too. There was a fuck ton of portion bowls on sale, and I couldn't buy them because I'm the one that marked them down. I was fucking mad. I hate working there sometimes. I hate detergent. Tide.
If you want something unique, I want to hear all about what my work has seen out there.
Big pot, big ass container Tide Pods. Yeah. If they had it.
Here we are. Much appreciated.
120 pods. We're about to move out soon too.
Who's we?
Like all of us, we're about to move to a house. And it's gonna be closer to my job, so the drive back there and back won't even be that brutal on me no more.
Good. That's great.
That's the main thing I'm gonna be happy about. And hopefully there's a store closer to home, so I don't have to fucking go to this damn hellhole anymore, deal with all this bullshit I'm dealing with. Okay, do I want chips? Damn, do I got rice? Yeah, I got rice. I want a bunch of water. I'm about a big ass jug of water. I got purified water. Those jugs of water are like the best thing ever. Just spend like $1, and I'd be just like drinking out of a jug all day, and people be just thinking I'm
Rise to
weird.
your heart's content, friend.
Well, I say people. It's mostly the old fucks, the old boomers that be working there.
Quality is guaranteed.
Fucking boomers. When I say boomers, I mean actual boomers.
Where to find me.
Mm-hmm.
Not just be memeing calling people boomers. One gallon. What the fuck? Where's the gallons? Oh, God.
Hunting for a reason to be angry
they got
at a
that water.
screen for
I'll take
2
that,
hours
too.
rather than just participating in society. Holy projection. This is a necessary cycle to break if you ever want to actually enjoy escapism again. Is the message a real,
I bet you money
fundamental
that I could have
critique
it. That
of
water's
modern
always out of
storytelling?
stock. Every
No.
fucking time.
But does it work to keep people angry and clicking? Yes, it does. The problem isn't with modern filmmakers, it's with all these outraged peddlers who do not have their fingers on the pulse of society at all. Give it a few years, and they'll all be relegated to third-rate, small-time comic conventions, sitting at
Oh, the
fold-out
research
tables
guy. What the
where
hell?
isolated guys
Oh, let me
pay
see
them
how many
$5
gaming
just
headsets on
to
sale.
say the line. I mean, are you getting any of these things that you're crafting in this hypothetical that one day they might lose? I don't understand how people like this think they have the pulse when their posts get zero support whatsoever. You can look at any critical drinker video. Typically will get around 1 million views and overwhelming support. So I think it's very obvious who's out of touch here. When it comes to the message and wokeness, which people can easily define, the message is a symptom of woke culture, where over and over again there is political agendas being forced upon people who are just trying to have some escapism, to enjoy whatever universe they're consuming. They don't want to hear about.
What brand is that? Aptico? I'm pretty sure.
Is that a rice?
That's a brand. The brand of this headset. It's literally it's a $199 headset, but it got put down to $24.
No, I'm not familiar.
And that's not like it's not like saying the brand is shit. I think it's bored my company bought too much bullshit and they're trying to sell it for a good deal on their website.
You should tell Ted about it. He was in the market for another headset. You should bring up the fact that he was going to buy another headset when he gets back.
I feel like it's a joke. Right
Nope. No joke. Just ask him about it. Bring it up. Bring up how he needs to buy a new headset when he gets back.
Okay.
And then tell him about that $24 one.
Well, I would have to buy it for him.
Well, still, bring it up to him. See what he says.
Try to buy this motherfucker myself. I just don't know that brand. I'm not familiar with it. And lately, I've been just buying Corsair headsets.
Yeah, I kind of hate the fucking hole I'm in with the headset stuff because I do genuinely like the way the Corsair stuff looks and like the Arctic ones look. I like there's quite a few of them that I like the way they look, but almost every single time I try to use anything that's not Astros, I do not feel comfortable with them on for very long. And Astros are like the only things that I wear where they have like no weight to them, and I don't feel like shit when I don't feel anything when I have them on like all day. Despite the fact that they don't have the best sound quality, the comfort is like maxed out on these.
Honestly, I choose comfort over sound.
Yeah, you kind of have to.
Hope you cook up something nice.
That's why I'm trying to get me some new headsets now. And unfortunately, since we don't sell any in store very good, and I don't want to buy them in other stores, I'd rather just go online and see what deals they got every once in a while. No, one thing, I stay fuck away from Turtle Beaches now.
She takes recipes? Hang on. Let me read these first. And then we can talk about giving these away.
Hey, bitch, do you got any Astros on sale on this bitch ass site? Anything I'm familiar with?
I'm still using A40s. And holding on to my shit's like Grim Depths.
What the fuck are these brands? JBL makes gaming headsets? That surprised me.
Oi, cheers for that.
Okay, this is gonna be a search for it, I think.
Oh!
Me and Taylor were supposed to do Palace of the Dead, but I think we both got sidetracked.
Well, yeah, you fell asleep and he had to find stuff to do, I guess.
You started playing Yu-Gi-Oh! before I went to sleep.
True. I'm not really like making excuses for him.
It's fine. I didn't really care for the weapons. It's just gonna be the experience.
The experience. Instead, now, it was just an experience of Ted not giving you the experience.
Yes, I got my levels on my own. That fucking dickweed didn't help me.
Oh, it's a rock, paper, scissors kid. Play me.
Let's play rock, paper, scissors.
Time is so long.
No crying if you lose.
Best
That's right.
Out of 3. Do your best.
Rock and rock. That's
Fuck.
a tie. Paper loses to scissors.
Shit.
I lose.
So if he throws paper next,
Scissors beats paper. I win.
which means he's gonna throw rock next.
Paper loses.
Oh
to scissors.
shit, he didn't.
I lose.
Fuck.
I lost.
Yeah, you just sold
I
the whole
should get
thing.
going now.
See you again.
Fuck you, kid. I'll see you tomorrow.
Good day.
Already done. Couldn't find that guy. This is an interesting town.
How are you?
Did you hear anything I happened? I feel like you didn't because you probably fell asleep while I was trying to tell you about it. Did you hear anything that I was trying to tell you earlier about the chicken event going on right in D4?
Yeah, I heard you.
Okay.
I'm all fall asleep. My day is off now. Like midday, I'll pass out.
Yeah, once I saw they had a title that basically gives you balk in the first and last name, I was like, yeah, I think Richie should play this. Embrace the meme. Balk, fucking balk.
Finer than a quiet day by the water.
Well, like, I gotta finish my reliquary.
You might want to do it before the event ends, so at least you can get some chicken stuff out of it too. I don't know how good the chicken weapons are, but the descriptions for them are fucking hilarious.
There's nothing finer than a quiet day. Drop by whenever you're in need of new gear.
I really want to know what the fuck this is.
Of all very
You'd be most kind.
Ah.
Oh,
Do
that
you
might
a
be a
rare
deal breaker.
favor,
I don't think they're
so don't
wireless.
waste it. Tell me what you need.
Yeah, Ted said he was looking into a headset all of a sudden because he realizes that he could put he can connect his PC to his new TV, so he wants to use his PC while sitting on a couch. And then he was asking about Space Marine again. It's like, how does it play on controller?
Good.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said exceptionally good, like it was made for that. That's like the de facto way to play. This is the one that I have. They're selling this? I had to earn this. What kind of bullshit is that? Ignores spirit consumption? No.
These are wireless to the field.
Can I trust you not to blab? If my name's mentioned, you never heard it.
Man, bro, there's so many good deals out there. Fuck you.
Maybe it's an Easter thing?
Nah, it's just flash sales that the website does.
Mm.
Your shit that been on sale for like almost 6 months. They're just trying to entice people to use the site more.
You'd be most kind.
But so I get it for free, yeah, it was like, whatever. Yeah, they say somebody said the review is comfortable.
You can't. I feel like you can never trust people online with those kind of reviews. Everybody always says everything's comfortable.
Which, damn, if there's any gamers in here, like anybody that's a gamer making a review.
Headsets, I think, are that unfortunate evil where you kind of have to just get one and judge for yourself because comfortable is subjective.
I'm gonna buy these. I'm gonna buy them. Fuck it.
Look around. Nothing but good stuff here.
It looked fucking cool.
Whoa.
I'm familiar with that brand.
Thanks. That one's particularly popular. Have a good... If you have time, feel free to browse again.
Let's see, how much of this shit is an upgrade for Roiler?
First, let me. Keep covering. Oh, trash bags. I want big bucket trash bags.
Yeah, that's the same. That's the same. Stamina 3. Okay, yeah, this is an upgrade. These go hard. For everybody else, they get the hand-me-downs. I should probably yank the fucking shit out. I didn't even think about it. I should fucking use that shit for myself. See what it looks like, and if it looks better, just use it for myself.
Your horse will receive the best treatment here.
Bryden, Brianto.
Your horse will receive the best treatment.
Oh,
See you again soon.
Is he really?
Calm down, right? Let me say hi before you call me out. Jesus Christ.
Okay, Richie, you're up.
Hey, Ted.
What's up, man?
There's some gaming headsets on sale on Walmart.com. Heard you interested. Hello? Ted? No, he died. He died.
You see, he definitely needs a headset. He can't even hear us.
I heard someone say, "I'm a huge faggot." I'm a huge faggot. That's all I heard. That's literally the only thing. Maybe there's a problem with my headset. That's exactly what I heard Richie say.
You know what? Sure, I sure did.
Hand wrestling? No.
Oh, he's admitting it to it.
Yeah, you think I'm calling you that word? That's like my religion to say it.
No, I was saying you were admitting to it. Okay.
Man, why is Richie catching a stray for nothing?
What is it you're after? It was a pleasure.
Word on the street is you do need a headset.
The fragmentation grenade. Ted?
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 Ted! 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 Ted!
Okay, let me get off the source before I kill somebody. Ten enemies in 30 seconds with a blaster without... Wait, what? I hope that doesn't say without reloading. Ten enemies, 30 seconds with a blaster without destroying any surrounding objects. Oh, so don't miss. That'll be easy. I never miss.
Cheez-Its.
More polished gems than usual have come my way today.
Oh, I'm always craving Cheez-Its. Ted, you got Cheez-Its?
Why don't you pick out some more?
Ted!
More. I'll be here if you ever need a lucky charm.
Oh, Jesus.
It's interesting. Well, he's just like, the more he doesn't talk, the more it's confirmed that he does need a headset. Because he'd be able to talk to us if he had a headset.
Gonna choke you.
No. Well, seeing as I heard no rebuttal, I'm gonna go back to my video. Back into my rabbit hole.
Eating fucking
Modern
peas,
politics.
please.
They don't want things
Huh?
ham-fisted.
Ain't no damn piece in this Discord chat. What the fuck?
Imagine how much more peaceful you'd be able to eat if you had a headset.
A good piece of furniture will never leave you with regrets.
Oh, this guy's got luxury furniture. Holy shit. I could buy a fucking couch. Oh, he's got a real bed. Ooh. I get a bigger table for all my trophies.
About sun chips. Whatever honey barbecue. I never tasted that one.
The secret. Leaving already?
Fuck.
That's a shame.
All right, finally. Let's go get that fucking these color changes. Okay, this time there's no midget to take to jail.
To add some, have a colorful day.
This is for you.
You can count on me for perfect. You can count on me for perfect dye work.
Oh.
Hey, should I get a case of Dr. Pepper? What's it say? It's Dormy. Hey, wait, should I get a thing of Dr. Pepper?
Sure.
What the fuck you say?
I said sure. Jesus, I said sure.
No, don't get it.
Right, I shouldn't get no soda.
Get a case of
You get a case of shut the fuck up.
get a case of Modelo's.
You said get some Modelo's.
I heard Modelo.
I don't need Modelo.
The Mexican version of lunch.
Jesus.
What, man? Have I said anything incorrect? My sister called me. That's why I walked away again, because she fucking talked my ear off for 40 minutes. Fucking need to schedule my calls with her so she does, so I know when, like, okay, I'm gonna dedicate this hour of the day to talking to her. Again, I love her, but she is a yapper.
Ben, we didn't do Palace.
You fell asleep half the fucking day.
Alright, babe. Oh.
Fuck you.
I was on a diaper.
Wait, what the fuck? What is he playing? Spirit with eyes blue. Okay, I'm just fucking doing this shit. You ain't getting that. Fuck you.
Justice.
Looking to add some. Have a colorful day.
Oh my god, it's True Light. Who the fuck knew you had True Light? You have a dark? No, you're good.
Wait. White lavender, blue lavender, 3
Is that Wishes for Eyes of Blue? Okay. I'm okay with that.
White lavender. Do we have 3 beetles? Stags. I have a 3rd, okay. Thank God I had extras. Okay, so where do I fight what? Where do I find? I walk by this shit all the time. White, lavender. Use any herb to make them not just white lavender? Yeah, but where do you find it? Fucking everywhere around Hernan? Thanks. Nope. Everywhere in the first city, all in this place. Thank you. Damn, there's no fast travel by this guy. Fuck. Alright, let's go back to Hernand. And here we go. Now looking at this right here. Wait, no. Oh, they mean right beneath the city? Oh, yeah, right here, right beneath the city. Oh, yeah, there is a big wide open field right there. Right here. Okay.
In a very unsubtle way into that content. So yes, when the message is something that is clearly present in these various forms of media, those forms of media typically fail. What's an example of that? Oh, the ground level for this whole thing, Starfleet Academy. They had the message all throughout it, and they will continue to have the message in the 2nd season, and that is why they are failing. But we did see this other mention of Matt Dinniman, who is the author of Dungeon Crawler Carl. And he's had some things to say about Critical Drinker as well. Saying in quotes, "I regret that my books have any association whatsoever with him. I hope one day to have his part in the book, in book 3, removed altogether. It's a distraction. And the only edgelord douchebag I want people to think of when they read my books is the AI itself. Why did he feel the need to do this? Asks the original poster here. Yeah, this is very interesting because Critical Drinker has a role, a small appearance in the audiobook of Dungeon Crawler Carl, which is a successful one, right? A lot of people really enjoy this IP. And Critical Drinker had a role to play in it, which it seems like years ago that wasn't an issue whatsoever. But now this person regrets any association whatsoever and wants him completely removed. And you can see this sort of tactic and how it is backfiring horribly. Here's the comments. Drinker is only getting heat because he is successful. What's the issue with Drinker? He's objectively based. I was curious about these books, but now I've lost all interest. Thank you for showing us who you really are. Wow, that sucks. I guess I'll just stop buying his books. Just finished the 3rd book as well. Hope this is all fake. Glad I read this. I was thinking about buying the book, and so on and so forth. But of course you have the Looney Tunes trying to go after Critical Drinker here, saying, Critical Drinker needs to get a job. He and his round table of clones are the modern audience. They're always ready day one with ticket in hand, ready to consume product, get mad and wait for next product. Stop simping for him because funny accent man make joke. F grifters. Again, it seems like all of these people have no idea what a grifter is. They don't even try to explain why they believe someone like Critical Drinker is a grifter. But yeah, they're going the next level of cope I've never seen, where they're accusing people like Critical Drinker of being the modern audience. The modern audience is now accusing the people critical of the modern audience
to the back rooms you go.
The modern audience. How did we get here? This is like the maximum level of cope. But Critical Drinker would quote this post right here saying, LOL, that's interesting since he was very excited to work with me and claimed to be a big fan when it benefited him. Now that he's trying to break into TV, suddenly he's filled with regret. Good luck sucking all that Hollywood D, buddy.
Our friendship
Hope it was
building
worth
a train, kid.
Yeah, there's a lot of attacks going on and so many authors going at each other, and it's providing some great content, ladies and gentlemen. I will say that, but it is interesting to see this guy once again in the middle of multiple franchises and IPs battling it out over some of the most stupid stuff I've ever seen. All beginning with Starfleet Academy, of all things, getting axed after its second season finally airs and completes. I mean, this is what Hollywood does. If you want to appeal to Hollywood, this is the route you go. And all it's doing for this author who's attacking Critical Drinker, all it's doing is hurting his reputation. It's hurting his product. This was a needless and baseless attack for
basically,
no reason.
the way this archetype works
it's going to
is that I take your cards and equip them to me.
They
don't do anything with their equipment,
to this IP
but they do just
because of the comments about Critical Drinker. And it's
the
not
bigger
a good
point, though, is that they no longer are in the other person's possession, though, right?
For now.
Yes.
That's going to also do it for this video. I hope
they do nothing for me, but they also do nothing for you.
Thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video.
I mean, if I get 3, they actually do something for me.
They do.
Oh, you can take their blue eyes. Take his blue eyes.
I can't take his blue eyes. Not yet.
Do it now, Ted.
I can't actually. He has to activate a monster effect for me to do that. Ah, he did the thing. Oh no, it's what's per turn. Never mind. I can't do that.
Well, I really have had like the full fucking everyday or daily life fucking MMO experience today. I have spent all day just kind of walking around exploring, chopping trees for fucking wood, mining ore for upgrades. And now I'm picking flowers for fucking color dyes. It's actually kind of nice.
Are you going to equip this fucker with something? I am mathing That doesn't math. This is this is less attack than this thing.
Oh shit, that's a second bat. Oh, I got a ton. Okay. Yep.
Look, I can now add Maxi to my hand.
Who the hell said add the Maxi to your hand?
Me.
Where's my blue lavender? Do I have a bunch of that too? That's regular lavender. Oh, I have 22. Okay, yep.
You don't have a monster effect to activate, so I can't use this card this turn.
Secure. Secure. Okay, so I think I'm crafting bright. Isn't there a cauldron right around the corner here?
You should only have one spell left. It should, or you can have Wishes
There
Rise.
you are.
I guess. That's honestly what you should be doing. Is Wishes Rise. Oh, you can't. The ultimate creature of. Oh, what does that do? Target one monster you control. Oh, you can't activate that this turn, though. See, I'm going to do a really funny thing and send your shit to the back groups again.
Yes. Steal him.
I found you. Last.
Yes.
He ordered me to pass along a message to you.
Oh my god. Okay, Ted, it looks like I'm going to finish the campaign with Viper.
The mines are running smoothly once more. The Count ordered that a portion of profits are given to you as a token of gratitude. Please accept it, and may good fortune be with you always.
To the back rooms.
And white lavender, 10 blue lavender, 3.
Oh, that's just kind of funny.
White, 10 blue.
I am quite enjoying myself.
3 longhorn. 1, 2, 3.
He set one. I don't know if I want to. He changed the turn. Interesting. He has the assault mode activate as his thing. So he's playing assault mode activate.
White, blue, 1 longhorn, 2 stacks. Oh, if I have enough flowers, I can do this right now and then be done with it.
I could set Doomsy change.
I think I do have enough. I hope I have enough. Improvise. This depends on how many stag beetles I have. Are these stags? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, I have enough. I have enough beetles.
Just no good way to get Medius the Pure. Actually, in our
Fuck. I died. Teddy! I got fucking burnt, Ted. Fuck. Anyway. We have no tank. Just realized that.
3 stacks. 1, 2, 3. Make.
I equipped it with an equip spell card. Yeah, I want to add this.
Crimson Desert has found a whole new kind of drama.
What card did I destroy?
What's
DD
happened
Warrior
now,
Lair?
you may ask. Well, somebody looked at a goblin in Crimson Desert and thought, you know what? Jew. And then somebody went online and decided to tell the whole world all about it. That somebody is David Jaffe, the creator of God of War, and the only question I have for him, the only question any reasonable person should have
I'm
is,
still doing that story
who
board shit, 'cause I
exactly
wanna
is
get
the one being anti-Semitic here? I am Lady
buy
Decade, and if you
some
like your gaming discussions unfiltered, then
So I can
hit
make some
subscribe,
money.
because
I can
today
make some money,
we
Ted.
have a lot of ground to cover. Let's talk about the newest and arguably most embarrassing attempt to drag Crimson Desert into more controversy yet. If you have been following the Crimson Desert situation at all, you will know that this game has been through it. I covered it at length on this channel recently, but the condensed version is this. Pearl Abyss, a South Korean studio, launched an enormous, ambitious open-world action RPG that sold over 2 million copies in its opening days, peaked at nearly 250,000 concurrent players on Steam, and was sitting third on Steam's most played list. The players loved it, but the Western Games Press, by contrast, managed to find something wrong with it at every turn. The AI assets, the review scores that placed it below games like Dustborn, and some which do not even exist anymore, like Concord. They have consistently framed a runaway commercial and critical success as some kind of failure of integrity. But, of course, we have been here before. We were here with Black Myth Wukong. We were here with Stellar Blade, and the pattern, the very specific pattern of a successful, ambitious East Asian game, is being subjected to scrutiny that Western games simply do not face. Is, at this point, impossible to ignore. If you want to experience the quality of Crimson Desert for yourself and make your own mind up without having to take anyone else's words for it, I strongly recommend that you do. Use my links below to get 28% off Crimson Desert right now, as well as discounts of up to 90% off thousands of other titles. Every purchase through my links directly supports this channel, and if you really love what I do here, you can join my Patreon for access to my behind-the-scenes costume library and a whole lot more. Most of the game's audience loves the title for what it is, but the latest round of controversy has arrived, and it is something else. David Jaffe, the creator of God of War, posted on X. He wrote, and I am quoting directly, "Loving Crimson Desert, but come on, Crimson Desert. This is some anti-Semitic or at least it sure feels as such, which, hey, that's your right. I support your right, but I don't gotta like it." What he was referring to was a goblin NPC in the game, specifically a goblin who was a member of a guild called the Gold Leaf Guild, and Jaffe's words were that it may as well be Goldberg. who gives you a quest called The Flames of Greed. Jaffe also pointed to the goblin's long, crooked nose to support his pattern recognition skills. David Jaffe presents himself publicly as a vocal progressive. He's loud about it. He is the kind of person who will come for Korean game studios making goblins while simultaneously going to the mat for Dragon Age: The Veilguard, an EA game from a Western studio with a massive budget that failed commercially in a historically public way. When Veilguard underperformed, Jaffe's reaction was not to examine the game's development, its gameplay reception, or the creative decisions that drove audiences away. His reaction was to blame YouTubers. In fact, he went online and said that gaming content creators, specifically critics who had covered the game negatively, were essentially responsible for the game's failure. And one of the YouTubers who pushed back on all of this was Vara Dark. Vara pointed out quite reasonably that Dragon Age: The Veilguard failed because of its uninspiring gameplay, its narrative, and the kind of forced identity politics that audiences have been vocal about not wanting for years. That is not a controversial take. That is the take of millions of people who either played the game or watched others play it, made after seeing the Veilguard in action.
Joke's on you, I
response to
summoned
Vara
from the
Dark
deck
was not
each
a
single
counter
time.
argument, it was a personal attack. He called her a mental lightweight. He compared her
want
intelligence
to
to a
do
spider he had
change?
killed in his shower. And then, and this is the part
I think I
that
actually played
is
this one.
particularly important, he said, and I am quoting from
Yes.
the transcript of his own stream here,
Gets me to spell her
"You
trap.
are in that chair,
I'll spell her
Vera,
traps.
because of your hair
this score.
and your face and your gender." See, I remember watching this content at the time, so a couple of things to note here. First, he repeatedly calls her Vera. Her name is not Vera, it is Vara. Not a small thing when the point of what he was doing was to dismiss and diminish her. Second, his core argument was that
card
a
in my hand.
successful female content creator does not deserve
I
her
special
success.
summon.
That it is the product of her appearance rather than her work. This is the same man whose voice is
I special
currently being
summon.
amplified by the
This
Western
one.
gaming press, who is now lecturing a South Korean game studio about their own sensitivity. I mean, talk about hypocritical. The person currently tweeting out whatever is in their head is telling Perlibis that their game reflects deeply harmful stereotypes about women, about Jewish people, is the same person who, in 2024, told a woman with a YouTube career built on analysis and commentary that she only has a platform because she is pretty. That is not a progressive position. That is the oldest, most reductive dismissal of female achievements there is, and it came from someone who wraps himself in the language of inclusion. So stunning, so brave. On the subject of spicy arguments on social media, if you've hit that join button, you can now access my full throttle clapback against the absolute cretin who tried to play the racist card because I dared to discuss cousin marriage statistics in my Streets 5 to 6 video. It's a masterclass in how buzzwords have been stripped of their weight by people who simply hate a particular set of facts and want to shut down a sensible debate. And to add to this, I've now uploaded an exclusive response to a confused American who accused me of producing a dissertation of disingenuousness, calling me a left-wing anti-conservative in the process. This was for simply explaining that the game Raise the Colours was designed to mock patriotism, not endorse it. I find it hilarious to be lectured for providing commentary on what is going on in my country by someone who thinks a game depicting a bumbling white van man on a council estate exists instead to make fun of the establishment. This is at the same moment when our sneering art class are using the term flag shaka to ridicule displays of working class patriotism. If you want to see me dismantle this clueless idiot,
Oh
become
shit,
a
I'm
member
fucking.
today.
I am afraid for my life right now.
Back on topic. Jaffe is happy to call out Crimson Descent, a Korean game made by a Korean studio operating in a Korean cultural context, for its depiction of goblins. Fine, let us accept for a moment that he is sincere in his concern. Let us ask the obvious follow-up question then. Where has this energy been directed? At Western media. Because goblins are everywhere in Western entertainment,
Kaiju-me?
and they have been for decades, as well as many other apparent Jewish stereotype-inspired characters. The Lord of the Rings, a work that Tolkien himself acknowledged, drawing on Jewish people as a cultural inspiration for his dwarves. Watto from Star Wars, the flying junk merchant with the hooked nose, the Yiddish-inflected accent, and the obsession with money and profit, was created by Lucasfilm, a Western studio, and was controversial for exactly these reasons at the time of The Phantom Menace's release. Scrooge from A Christmas Carol, arguably one of the most enduring portraits of miserly greed in the English
I'm about to give it a
language.
tank buster.
The Green Goblin from Spider-Man, created by Marvel, which is to say, created by Jewish writers and artists. Harry Potter's Gringotts goblins, running the banking system of the entire wizarding world, is the example we will touch on more later. But has Jaffe spoken out about any of these? Because if he has, I haven't seen it. And if he hasn't, which appears to be the case, then what we are looking at here is not a principled stand against anti-Semitic tropes in popular culture. What we are looking at is a Western industry insider applying scrutiny to an East Asian studio that he would never dream of applying to Western IP, Western publishers, or the Western franchises he has publicly championed and defended. That is a double standard, and when you place it alongside the treatment of Black Myth Wukong, Stellar Blade, and now Crimson Desert, it becomes part of a very clear and consistent pattern. Now, let us get into an article that attempts to prop up Jaffe's arguments, because this is where things get philosophically interesting. James Lucas, writing for The Gamer, uses the Goblin controversy as the jumping-off point for a broader piece about the anti-Semitic roots of the Goblin archetype.
There is literally nothing I could do with this hand.
European folklore,
I don't know
notes
what
the
you're trying
parallels
to get
between
out of here. I
depictions
don't
of
think
Jewish
Special
people
Spin
in
Monsters easier
14th
with
century
Illusion Gate.
Christian Europe, and the visual language of goblins as we know them today, and concludes with evident satisfaction that the parallels in Crimson Desert are obvious, regardless of intent. Some of the historical material in the piece is not unreasonable as background context. It is genuinely true that European folklore in the medieval period reflected the deep anti-Semitic culture of Christendom, and some of that imagery filtered into subsequent literary and artistic traditions. That is documented history, but here is where the article does something very strange. In the course of making this argument, Lucas quotes the UK campaign against anti-Semitism directly, and this is what they said regarding Harry Potter's goblin depiction, specifically in the past. The mythological associations have become so ingrained in the Western mind that their provenance no longer registers with creators or consumers. Those who continue to use such representation are often not thinking of Jews at all, but simply of how readers will imagine goblins to look, which is a testament more to centuries of Christendom's anti-Semitism than it is to malice by contemporary artists. Now, I want you to let that quote echo in your head, because I think the plain meaning of it is fairly clear. The UK campaign against anti-Semitism, the expert body in this country on this subject, is saying, yes, the ancient origins of this imagery were rooted in anti-Semitism, but that is not what is happening today. When a modern creator draws a goblin with a long nose, they are thinking about what readers expect a goblin to look like. They are not thinking about Jews. That is the point. That is what the quote says. So what does James Lucas do immediately after quoting them? He dismisses them entirely. Lucas wrote, "Nonetheless, the continued use of such stereotypes, not only in further Harry Potter media such as Hogwarts Legacy, which made them the villains, but more broadly in fantasy, draws ire so frequently that this defence is only getting flimsier with each example. More and more people are becoming aware of how the goblin archetype is rooted in anti-Semitic stereotypes, with those in Harry Potter controlling the wizarding world's banks and finances, much as conspiracy theories dating back centuries depict Jewish people doing that in the real world." So let's be very clear about what just happened. A journalist at a gaming website has quoted the UK campaign against anti-Semitism. The people who actually work on this issue, the people whose entire institutional purpose is to understand and combat anti-Semitism in Britain, and then positioned himself as a higher authority. He has looked at what the expert body said, found it insufficiently alarming, and overruled them in the next paragraph.
That is the floor.
Oh shit, I might be fucking. If you're going to do that, if you are going to assert that the recognised expert body on anti-Semitism in the United Kingdom is wrong, you had better have some very compelling evidence. But what Lucas offers instead is a citation to a blog post from a site called Jewwitches, and the claim that more and more people are becoming aware of the Goblin anti-Semitism connection. He does not provide any data on this. He doesn't quantify more and more. He doesn't demonstrate that this awareness exists beyond a very small number of extremely online commentators. Because if there are people who look at a fantasy goblin in a video game and think, that is a representation of a Jewish person, I would argue, with respect, that is a rather small and specific demographic, and one whose interpretation the vast majority of the game's now 4 million players would find completely baffling. There is something else going on here that I think is worth naming, and since the gamer is British, it requires a small detour into British media specifically. The Gamer is a British publication. It positions itself as progressive, much like Jaffe, loudly and unambiguously. And the piece by James Lucas drags J.K. Rowling and Hogwarts Legacy into the conversation as examples of the goblin anti-Semitism problem persisting in Western fantasy, citing Hogwarts Legacy as an example of the trope continuing with the goblins as villains. Now, I find this particular choice of example quite striking, because the editor-in-chief of The Gamer is a person called Stacey Henley, and in 2023, Stacey Henley appeared on BBC Radio 4 to discuss Hogwarts Legacy. During that segment, she accused J.K. Rowling of pushing transphobia and called her views nasty, and told the BBC's audience regarding Hogwarts Legacy that supporting this game continues to give J.K. Rowling a platform in which she can use to hurt people. The BBC would end up receiving over 200 complaints about the segment. The corporation subsequently apologised twice for failing to challenge the claims made against Rowling on air, with the BBC's own statement acknowledging that they
send Barone to the back
directly questioned the assertions made. So, The Gamer, the outlet, now publishing an article about the harm caused by anti-Semitic tropes in fantasy games, is led by someone who went on national radio and made unchallenged claims about one of the most prominent British women alive in a segment that generated enough public complaints for the BBC to issue a formal apology, which makes it completely unsurprising that they are now dragging J.K. Rowling into the anti-Semitism conversation. What's also worth mentioning in all of this is that although The Gamer is using this as an opportunity to once again attack J.K. Rowling, the greatest anti-Semitism scandal in British political life in living memory came from the left. It came from a Labour Party under Jeremy Corbyn that became so associated with anti-Jewish sentiments that the Equality and Human Rights Commission launched a formal investigation and found the party had unlawfully discriminated against its Jewish members. J.K. Rowling, for what it is worth, was one of the most vocal and consistent public critics of that. She has repeatedly and publicly condemned anti-Semitism, including specifically in relation to Corbyn's supporters. So, when a publication whose own editor-in-chief had a meltdown about J.K. Rowling on the BBC in a segment for which the BBC had to apologise, then uses Rowling's fictional goblins as a stick with which to beat a video game studio from Korea, I think you are allowed to ask some questions about the ideological coherence of the position being staked out here. There is also a basic logical problem at the heart of this entire argument that I want to draw your attention to, because I think it is the most important thing in this whole conversation. The article acknowledges through its own quoted experts that creators of goblin imagery are in most cases not thinking of Jews at all. It acknowledges that what people see when they look at a goblin is a goblin. It acknowledges that the folk origins of the archetype predate any individual creator by centuries. And then it concludes that Pearl Abyss, a South Korean studio operating in a culture where the specific history of medieval European Christian anti-Semitism is not a lived inheritance, is nonetheless responsible for perpetuating that anti-Semitism. There is also the small matter of the article's etymology. It mentions that goblins did not originate as a specific creature, but were any of the grotesque, small but friendly brownies in folklore, and that the term stems from the Anglo-Norman word of gobelin. The article does not clarify where this information comes from or whether this is Lucas's own paraphrase of folk etymology, just was dropped in and presented as fact. And the article's central claim that a Korean developer in 2026 made a goblin character with a long nose and named their guild the Gold Leaf Guild because of 14th century European anti-Semitic folklore requires you to believe that Perlibis was either consciously drawing on that tradition or so steeped in it unconsciously that it emerged in their work without their awareness. The first interpretation is absurd. The second requires you to apply Western European cultural history to a Korean development team as if it were their inheritance, which is not only logically confused, but is, I would argue, its own kind of cultural imperialism. The article even acknowledges this in a roundabout way, noting that the campaign against anti-Semitism's argument is that the malice belongs to centuries of Christendom, rather than to modern creators. And then it proceeds anyway. It proceeds because, regardless of intent, the parallels are, according to them at least, obvious. If a Korean studio cannot be given the benefit of the doubt that they were drawing a goblin because goblins are a standard fantasy archetype and not because they were reaching back through centuries of European Christian persecution of Jewish communities, then no fantasy creator anywhere is safe. Tolkien is implicated, D&D is implicated. Where is all of this cleansing supposed to stop? Despite all of the noise, I think what is happening is exactly what has been happening to every high-profile East Asian game that has crossed the Western game press's radar in the last few years. Crimson Desert was already having a moment before this. The AI assets controversy, the review scores, the framing, and now, because those previous angles have not stuck, because 4 million people bought the game and hundreds of thousands of players are actively playing and enjoying it right now, a new angle has been found. The game is now anti-Semitic. Well, is it? I don't believe it is. I do not believe that the people at Perlibis sat in a development meeting and thought about the persecution of Jewish communities in medieval Europe, and I do not believe that the vast majority of the 4 million people who bought this game have encountered the Gold Leaf Goblin and thought about anything other than a goblin who wants them to run an errand. And I think that the fact that you can look at a fantasy creature and think anti-Semitism with such immediacy and confidence says rather more about the person doing the looking than it does about the game. David Jaffe proved that himself. A player from the Crimson Desert community said it about as plainly as can be said. I don't see a Jew there. I just see a goblin. The fact that you would see that in a goblin is ridiculous. That means you are anti-Semitic. And that point is trivial one of the reflex association. The first thing in your mind when you see a long-nosed fictional creature is a Jewish person, then what does that tell us about whose mind is connecting those dots? This is not a defense of prejudice. This is a genuine question about who is actually trafficking these associations and why.
You know what they say, Richie?
So, to me, this continues to look like a reason, any reason, to undermine and discredit a successful game made by an East Asian studio that does not conform to the ideological expectations of a very specific corner of the Western games press. We have seen this before. The angles change because they have to. When one does not work, another is found, but the target and the underlying motivation stay consistent. What's particularly striking about this specific angle, though, is how self-undermining it is. The Gamer article quotes the expert's body on anti-Semitism in the UK and then overrules them. It acknowledges there is no evidence of malicious intent and then condemns the game anyway. It uses a piece of fantasy world building from a Korean studio as evidence of failure rooted in European medieval history, and it does this in an outlet whose own leadership was the subject of a BBC apology over claims made by one of Britain's most prominent authors. And the man who kicks this whole thing off is someone who, in the not so very distant past, told a female content creator that she only has her career because of what she looks like. That is the person setting the terms of this conversation. Normal people who are buying and playing Crimson Deserts right now are not thinking about any of this. They are navigating the world, fighting through the kinetic third-person combat, discovering the 40-hour depth of a game that keeps opening up in ways that surprise them, and they're having a brilliant time. And the fact that the brilliant time is still being treated as a problem to be solved, still being written about as a cultural transgression, still attracting this kind of breathless concern trolling from people who would not apply this framework to a single game from a Western studio. That is the story. That has always been the story. Look, I think that the Jaffe situation and the gamer piece represents something we need to keep naming clearly and publicly. It is the weaponization of progressive language, anti-Semitism, representation and harm as a tool to dismiss, undermine and culturally delegitimize products from outside their orthodoxy. It is the same reflex that's produced the Stellar Blade coverage, the same reflex that has been quietly hostile to East Asian development for years, dressed up this time in the language of historical scholarship and moral seriousness. The UK campaign against anti-Semitism told you exactly what they think is happening when people see a goblin in a fantasy story. They said people who look at a goblin think of goblins.
Hell yeah, I won.
That is the considered verdict of the people whose actual job this is. James Lucas disagreed with them. David Jaffe disagreed with them. And frankly, I am going to go with the experts on this one. If you want to experience the quality of Crimson Desert for yourself and make your own mind up without having to take anyone else's word for it, I strongly recommend that you certainly do. Use my Instant Gaming links below to get 27% off Crimson Desert right now, as well as discounts of up to 90% off of thousands of other titles. Every purchase through my links directly supports this channel, and if you really love what I do here, you can join my Patreon for access to my behind-the-scenes costume library and a whole lot more. I'll see you all again soon.
I specialize in transforming garments.
I have Amathea I can use. Finish my Ash Blossom. I'm stupid. It's fine.
Yeah, you are.
It's fine.
Tell me where, and I'll handle it. You can. Looking forward to your return. I specialize in transforming.
We sent it to the back rooms.
I'm waiting to send him to the back room.
Well, activate a card effect, fucker. I want to see somebody go to the back rooms.
Isn't this once per turn? No, it's not once per turn. Interesting.
What was the time?
No, it's not. Not time. No back room yet. What is this? This guy's. Okay, I'm fine with this. They have to use polymerization. Okay, keep going. I don't mind. You've done nothing? Got scary yet? Then when? You're a monster from your deck of graveyard? Nope. Card? Of course I equip a card.
First, try to run ahead of everybody to get the mission started. It's the one that died. Awesome. That job stupid.
I think I would have been fine if I didn't fuck this up.
Yeah. Time to play some Space Movies.
I could have.
What's important is you sent something to the back rooms.
Yeah, and my life points are going to be sent to the back rooms in a second.
A little more reason to get a headset.
I have a headset. What the fuck are you talking about?
It was just where you be dancing. You be dancing with death sometimes.
Like,
man.
well, like...
He be dancing with death sometimes. I appreciate it. But God damn it.
Like, let's hear it.
I think maybe he fucked up. Maybe he won't get fucked.
Gonna add mass change. No, I'm getting fucked. They didn't fuck up. He's gonna go mass change and then banish this card. Actually, no, because when he goes into Duskcrow, I can't use these cards in my hand. You know what? Actually, I'm okay with this. So far, I haven't seen anything that's really scary.
Checking a mirror today?
Well, that's always scary, but you know. Okay, Wonder Driver. What the fuck does this card do?
It does your mother.
Sure. If a hero monster is normal or special summoned to your Sotoga.
Who's this music over here, by the way?
What music? I'm not in the dungeon with you. I don't know.
I'm not even playing Final Fantasy. I'm playing your game. Like some
has no
fucking,
music.
It's like a goddamn guitar going on in the background. Oh wait, am I still tapping into Final Fantasy? Yep, that's why. Don't you dare say it.
Here we go. I hate you. Using polymerization. Look at that card, Richie.
No, it's not classic.
What's he special summoning? Contrast Hero Chaos.
I gotta be a contrast. Hello?
I don't know why it has to be contrast.
How many fucking hero decks they put in these damn game?
This isn't bad. Mash change is gonna go Duskcrow. I don't really care about the cards in my hand. Dark Law, or whatever.
Are we, how you say, fucked?
No, I think any card sent to your opponent's graveyard is banished instead. I might be dead. I'm definitely dead.
Oversoul 10. Wait, that is all Oversoul, right?
No, that's a
Miracle Fusion.
Miracle
That's Jaden's other fucking card.
Yeah, I'm about to. He's about to show me how. Yep, here we go. He's about to show me his elemental hero.
Jesus. You're taking so many wrong ways.
Yep, and he's about to do Destiny Hero, whatever the fuck it's called again. Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer. Yep, here we go. I am so fucking dead. What are you negating? I'm not sure what there is to negate here. There's no effect I can do. The only effect... yes, you're negating the effects of Elemental Hero Flame Wingman. Don't worry, he has no effects. Okay, I'll surrender. Oh man, you don't have to sit there and attack me. I get it, I lose. That was your elemental hero combo, okay? You win.
I said I wasn't happy with it. Did you use Neos?
I fucked up anyway. You didn't use
Did he have
Neos.
Neos? No, he did.
I don't even think he runs. I don't think that deck runs Neos. They run Neos, Spacey, and Aqua Dolphin instead.
You can count on me. Have a colorful day.
They don't run the evil heroes either. Okay. I can do it like this. We activate this effect. Do not maxi my ass.
I was taking to work on this fucking part of the battle pass too. Get all these
I
damn
specialize in transforming
going
garments.
tracks done.
I don't really care. This maxi is actually useless. You get what a fucking special summon. I think I will do this, right? Are you gonna Dominus Purge me? Fuck it then. This is the end of the turn. I don't care. 4. That's it. If you have Ash Blossom, then well, you can't use Ash Blossom. You can't use Ash Blossom. He has fucking Herald. He said he has Herald. Why does he have Herald of the Arclight? Oh.
We're not gonna glaze over the fact you said ass blossom at first.
I'm proud of him. My work is done.
He tried to correct himself. Man, it was too late, buddy. It was too late.
Oh my god, we get one shot by fucking yummy combos. Cup C yummy way. Cup C yummy way. I mean, that card is so stupid. Unless I have Ash Blossom for Cup C yummy way, can't do anything. Fucking yummy is like top tier deck, and then he also has perfect fucking hand too. His Dominus Purge in hand. Crazy. What cards I got?
Kids being yelled at in the room.
Good.
Kids. Hashtag fuck them kids.
Rainbow Bridge, sure.
Double
Yeah,
rainbow. Ew.
It resolves. He has Ash Blossom.
You even leave it?
No.
No. No bashes. No. Still, you will never get promoted again. Never again.
I don't care.
Oh yeah, I can see my order being wait, it's already here? Walmart is already here. Nice.
Tell me where. Have a colorful day.
Crystal Beast. Oh, is he trying to summon Rainbow Dragon?
I'm just doing this. I feel like this is the right play. You're right. He is trying to summon Rainbow Dragon.
Anyway, I gotta grab a Walmart order. I got frozen stuff down there.
End phase. One card kills his entire combo. Look at all those cards in the back groups, and then it's mine. He hit the back group.
Something bad happened on the war front. One of our planes were taken down and the pilot is still missing. And something very bad is about to happen to Iran if they don't make a deal. Domestically, we've discovered $146 billion of fraud in California. Migrants are going wild. Mass deportations seem to be back on the table. There is so much to dive into, and I'm very excited to talk about it. So lock in, subscribe, and let's just dive right in. Every day, another deep dive. The grind don't stop. Today, Donald Trump tweeted, "Remember when I gave Iran 10 days to make a deal or open up the Strait of Hormuz? Time is running out. 48 hours before all hell will rain down on them. Glory be to God." All right, I'm not gonna put words in the man's mouth here or anything. All right, I'm not gonna do that. I'll just, you know, say it myself. If you are a goat effing PDF file that mass killed people protesting against your tyrannical rule, I hope you die. And leftists will disavow me for saying this while simultaneously pray for the murder of Donald Trump or celebrate the murder of Charlie Kirk. Your boos mean nothing to me. I've seen what makes you cheat. All right, well, we got so much to do, so locking in, Marco Rubio dropped a nuke. This is probably the greatest tweet I've ever seen. All right, and this is insane. Until recently, Hamideh Soleimani Afshar and her daughter were green card holders living lavishly in the United States. Afshar is the niece of the deceased Iranian Major General Qassem Soleimani. She is also an outspoken supporter of the Iranian regime who celebrated attacks on Americans and referred to our country as the Great Satan. This week, I terminated both Afshar and her daughter's legal status. They are now in ICE custody, pending removal from the United States. The Trump administration will not allow our country to become a home for foreign nationals who support anti-American terrorist regimes. Assad, my guy, I'm kidding. The reality is, this is setting a phenomenal precedent. It's something I've said from day one of Trump's turn. You gotta remove every single green card, every single visa, and denaturalize every single citizen who came to this country promising to abide by our rules and our laws, to be to fight against enemies, domestic and foreign. If they support a terror organization, they violated quite literally their immigration, for sure their immigration oaths, but also they've absolutely they don't need to be getting a green card from the government or a visa. We can revoke those at any time, and they've proven themselves to be a threat. So honestly, I think we're going to see this as a precedent moving forward. We're going to be seeing a lot of deporting terrorist supporting people, probably largely in colleges and shit. This is literally a step in the door. And who could disagree with him, right? Who could disagree with him that we should be deporting people who literally cheer on a regime that is killing us as we speak? All right, honestly, this is absolute cinema. Colossal Rubio W. Now, that's not the only colossal W we've been taking. So Donald Trump made this tweet. Many of Iran's military leaders who have led them poorly and unwisely, true, fact check, true, are terminated along with much else in this massive strike into Iran, President Donald J. Trump. All right, so this is the strike, as you can see. Can't really see much, but this is Tehran. It's dark, and kaboom. And apparently that took out a whole lot of Iranian leaders. Pretty diabolical.
You cannot add any cards to the hand of the deck without except by drawing.
It, honey? It's 3 past Ayatollah. It's three Ayatollahs past 2. Alright, anyway, so
yeah, that's what this card's effect is.
Currently trying to do
this
their absolute best to back the wrong
cards
horse.
cannot be added from
They're
main deck to your opponent's hand except by drawing them. If this card is destroyed, that card affecting target will face a monster on the field.
Population they imported, and now they have to appease and, you know, to get their votes. Alright, they are literally backstabbing not only a true ally like the United States, not only someone who makes up 70% of all of Europe's military defense, but also someone who has the power to say, fuck off, I don't want to have anything to do with you anymore. And Rubio is saying just that.
When we need them to allow us to use their military bases, their answer is no?
Excuse me?
Then why are we in NATO?
Crystal Beast right now.
Why are we in NATO? This is signaling something really big.
A question, why do we have billions and billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars, over the years, trillions of dollars, and all these American forces stationed in the region, if we can only use, in our time of need, we're not going to be allowed allowed to use those bases.
Excuse me.
So I think there's no doubt,
Excuse me.
unfortunately, this conflict is concluded.
That's right.
We're going to have to re-examine that relationship. We're going to have to re-examine the value of NATO and that alliance.
Yes, we will.
Ultimately, that's a decision for the president to make.
Oh, no, not the Black Rose Dragon, actually. No, Ted, don't do it.
Achieving our objectives on all of these things that I've outlined, but I do think, unfortunately, we are going to have to
Ted, don't take the Black Rose.
Or not, this alliance that has served this country well for a while is still serving that purpose.
Fantastic point, Mr. Secretary of State Marcus Rubio, the first of his name. The reality is, these Eurocucks have taken advantage of our good graces for a very, very long time.
Snake Eyes.
And unfortunately for the Eurocucks, we don't want to be pushed around and milked like your personal little cow, all right, to give you infinite money for your wars and your bullshit.
You can do that.
Right? Like,
you can make this a continuous trap.
We give $350 billion for the Ukraine war, which we didn't get any benefit from. Meanwhile, all of Europe is lobbying us to give even more money to this
we
Ukraine
understand
war,
you cannot
while
read.
Europe,
It's
who doesn't
fine.
have any fuel 'cause they're so fucking woke, they've killed themselves, are buying fuel from
Apparently
Russia. They are
nobody
getting
wants
us
to read this
pay
card's
Europe
effect.
While they to pay Ukraine while they pay Russia. We are funding the fucking conflict here, all right? Because Europe is so fucking gay. All right,
Dude,
that's the reality.
everybody's like,
A lot of people don't like reality these days. I mean, they say men could be women, and then they tell us about how we're leading our life wrongly. But unfortunately, we don't need to become slaves to this lip-cuck empire. All right. Now, in fact, Macron, the president of France,
you beat that card besides Ragetti.
Macron criticizes Trump and calls on allies to unite against U.S. This is fucking massive.
I mean, there's a lot of ways to beat it. Somebody just took control of it.
France really thinks that all the
I've literally lost because somebody got the
saying,
card and
oh,
took
actually,
control
yes,
of it.
Trump is a fascist. We need to backstab the United States. We gain basically nothing from being part of NATO right now. I fully love the idea of the American empire being fucking awesome and badass, and I do believe that our policies need to be America first for Americans first. Not for NATO first, not for Europe first, and not to be used and abused like a fleshlight by these Eurocucks that while they import their own demise into their own countries, they force us, because they've crippled themselves, they force us to be their defense. Sorry, bitches. Shit's done. Alright, so France, China, and Russia are blocking the UN plan to authorize military action against Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. This is also fantastic.
He's playing fucking...
literally just putting your name with China and Russia. Like, holy shit, France. This is really gonna backfire.
By the way, do you like how I have the same once per turn spell card?
Our actual allies, it seems, doesn't like what our cuck allies are doing. Oh, and not just Israel. Breaking, the United Arab Emirates had withdrawn from the €5 billion Rafale F-5 fighter jet project with France. It is unbelievable the levels of fucking around and find out these people are actually receiving.
That's cool.
And of course, Ayatollah Ali Reza Arafti, the second highest leader of Iran, responsible for making the anti-women law and killing thousands of Iranian women for not wearing burqas and hijabs. Remember exactly what the leftists are fighting for right now. Leftists, both in our country and around the world, are chanting for Iran to be victorious against us. All right? Just understand. He was killed overnight by U.S.-Israel strikes. All right, so these booms, that is one less Ayatollah, ladies and gentlemen. That is correct. I'm glad we are keeping track. Absolutely. That is one less Ayatollah. You love to see it. And of course, you got Mehdi Hassan. I love how the communist Islamist alliance is going really well. Where are the big anti-war marches and protests this time around, both in America and globally? There were some pretty big marches in Iran a couple months ago, but he seemed to have missed them, true. But the reality is, it's actually really simple. It's because it's really, really hard to do like these anti-war marches when we are objectively just doing a good fucking thing for the whole planet. Like, this has been such a mask-off litmus test, it's insane. So many supposed empaths and based people just losing their minds, completely folding to third world pressure, or in the case of Mehdi Hassan being a third worlder himself, and crying and screaming about how, no! Leave the innocent goat-raping, pedophile, mass-killing rapist alone, please! Please! The Ayatollahs, they didn't do anything wrong! Aside from abuse a generation of children and goats and women. And Iranians. Aside from that, they're like fantastic people. This is a violation of international law. The national sovereignty of Iran comes way before protecting the children getting raped by them. You know, like, again, I don't actually give a fuck about these people's opinions. And the reality is, you're not going to have a big anti-war march when you're literally arguing against fucking nothing. All right, understand. Now, just in, Strait of Hormuz traffic reaches highest level since the war began. So for those of you paying attention, that means the IRGC Navy has lost total control. That means that the strait is opening up. It's looking really, really bad for these motherfuckers. Now, just in, U.S. and Israel bomb petrochemical facilities in Iran. People don't realize how big this winning is. All right, people are like, oh, it's a relatively close fight. Iran is actually winning. Holy shit. The level of Iran destruction that's happening is honestly monumental. Like, it's so big. All right, now, a second U.S. plane, an A-7 Warthog, was downed by Iran today near the Strait of Hormuz.
I'm just doing it so I can do that.
And thank God everyone was rescued. You know, everyone was, thank God, rescued. And we will cover this in just an instant. But first I have to show more explosions. There it is. God damn. You have 40. I love how you have like the one Iranian citizen literally just coming in the background while this is all going down. Anyway, bro, this is insane. Holy shit, look at how many Ayatollahs were just killed. All right, so breaking news. Israel received approval from the U.S. to strike Iran's energy assets. Wow, Israel getting approval from the U.S. before doing things? Damn, can't believe it. Bro, this is insane. This is honestly crazy watching it happen and unfold in real time. Just these people fucking up dramatically again and again. Child soldiers. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps launches a recruitment drive targeting children as young as 12 for combat and patrol roles, human rights groups say. Wow, fantastic stuff. Look at what the leftists are defending, man. Actual child soldiers. This is perfect. Like, I love how just cartoonishly evil Iran is. They bomb their own people. They bomb their neighbors. They massacre their own protesters. They like literally get child soldiers. They are cartoonishly perfectly evil. The leftists running to defend them and the Islamists running to defend them. Make it very obvious what side of civilization they're on.
To be fair, I don't know what his deck was. It wasn't good. I can tell you that. Or he just got really unlucky with Lightsworn, which can happen too.
Father Chad Ripperger spent his life as an exorcist. It's clear to him that demons are in charge of parts of American politics. Really glad we could have a serious journalist address the fact that Americans run by
this
demons.
card, I don't think it's good.
I'm really glad that we were able to have this going on. Guess if he ties it back to Israel. Anyway, just to show you the level of propaganda that we're dealing with on a daily basis, this is a tweet with 110,000 likes.
He has blue eyes.
This is the West Bank.
What is the Fable blurry
It's the West Bank.
Golden sarcophagus?
No war, yet attacked like this daily by settlers backed by the IDF.
Does he have tutors?
By the United States. Savagely violent.
Yeah, he did. I saw him too.
This is
no, it needs to be a synchron specifically.
That happens a lot, you know, because most of them are.
This might be a bot. I don't think there's a synchron
in the region are actually run by Palestinians. They're just an incredibly violent people.
No, but he has a Psyframe drive.
I mean, Israel
He's a dark magician.
Execute terrorists that murder people, and the UN was like, no, this is racist against Palestinians. What do you think that
he doesn't have a
says
tutor, but he has 2 copies of Tutor.
All right, now again, they do this too. Concentration extermination camps for Palestinians.
I know he has a tutor. Sorry, he doesn't have a synchron, which is what you need. Because this is not considered.
They are untouchable.
So many people do a fucking vortex.
As they please. We are subhuman to them. Today is Palestinians. Tomorrow it could be you. The Zionists, look.
There's another group doing vortex.
Look what the Zionists did to Palestinians. Oh my God. Anyway,
you know
actually, that video is not Palestinian concentration camp. Fact checkers have determined it shows patients from the Awaz Drug Rehab Center in Pakistan from 2024. This is literally every day.
This is the deck I was looking to build for a while.
And we have to deal with shit like this every single day. These are the people, by the way. These are the retards that are telling us that Iran is winning the war. All right, but speaking of, we have to look at what happened. Tragedy happened. They shot down a plane, and we don't know where the pilot is.
So they did shoot down an F-15. I did see this. The missing F-15 jet pilot.
There's a funny card I can get in here.
Wow, dude. Because right now, even the Iranians like that hate their government might find him too. For all you know, he's going to be found by like actual like Iranian like militias that hate the Islamic regime.
I'll make a voice.
So there are 2 people in the jet.
Termination.
With well-placed sources that one of the crew members of the F-16E has been rescued and is safe at this moment in time.
Like, I'm gonna be real. I'm surprised this hasn't happened more. Like, they've done like what 10,000 fucking bombings. So keep the oil anyway. What does that even mean?
That there were two search and rescue helicopters that were being refueled mid-air in daylight. That would suggest, again, an urgency to that search and rescue mission.
I mean, if the Iranian media, like, what they want right now is they want to be able to get that pilot so they can parade him around. That's what they are.
No, they love hostages. What are you talking about? The Houthis take hostages, Hamas takes hostages, Hezbollah takes hostages. Of course they want hostages. By the fact that we don't know where he is, it means that the Iranian, the IRGC doesn't have him. I mean, I think that's pretty obvious.
Already did. Remember whenever they captured those guys, like whenever Obama was president, and then Obama gave them a bunch of money, it seemed like it was probably like a random.
Obama gave them $1.8 billion, totally not to free the hostages, because he doesn't negotiate with terrorists. He just did it at the same time that they released the hostages.
And some, that's probably what they'll try to do again.
Now, Iranian state TV put out a request that if anyone found these pilots, they would offer a reward of $60,000. That's $10 million.
Like finally pay the wrestling content.
That's it?
Yeah, they're broke as fuck. What do you mean that's it? The people protested because they're broke, because they spent all their money on terrorism.
Iranian state TV claims a U.S. fighter jet went down and the pilot ejected. Provincial law enforcement announced the enemy American Zionist F-35. Okay. Apparently it wasn't F-35, but okay.
This is
the
fine.
pilot or the pilots of this fighter may have landed in two of the places, I guess, in Iran. All tribespeople and villages are requested to cooperate. Dear and honorable people, please turn this guy in. Please, if you capture the enemy pilot or pilots alive, hand them over to the police. This is you getting paid. You will receive a precious prize. Wow. A U.S. Black Hawk conducting combat search and rescue was hit by Iran during their mission to locate a downed F-15 pilots. The crew is accounted for and safe.
We're so crazy. Look at the way our soldiers go to try to find one man. This is one man. And people are going on these dangerous missions trying to rescue him because our people actually matter to us. Because human life actually matters to us. And we're dealing with a regime that massacred 40,000 of their own people, like, in a couple days. Like, it's just unfathomable that we're dealing with a death cult. And we have the left siding with the death cult. The humanitarians and the empaths are all siding with the death
just surrendered? They're playing K9 Relinquished, man. I don't think you need to surrender.
So does surface fire mean like they just shot a machine gun at them or like an AK-47? Or does that mean that they actually
equip a card? I got a title, Richie, for equipping a card called Show Off.
Well, like, yeah, probably.
Like, you know, anti-air missiles.
I don't think they have any.
Iranian police firing small arms at a pair of USF searching for the dead. Oh, this is them shooting at them.
Bro, they're shooting at a helicopter with
Like gold ones.
Yeah, I mean, if you go down in ranks every season.
Load the donkeys! We make for war!
What is it, like a monthly season
We
thing?
march at dawn! We ride at dawn! Get the camels in gear!
Hold on, here we go. Show off unfathomable.
Probably good
look at the casual one.
Good job, guys.
This is like the episode of Dragon Ball Z with the fucking farmer with a shotgun goes up against Saiyan aliens, you know? Like, alright, dude.
Arms can't reach. Oh, there's another one. Shoot at him again. I wonder if it really does any damage to those airplanes. I mean, I would assume not, right? I mean, think about, like, you're Iran. You somehow, a plane goes down. Maybe you shot it down, maybe you didn't. Let's assume you shot the plane down. This is your big chance to capitalize.
Yeah.
All hands on deck.
I mean, to be fair, this is literally just we're obliterating them in real life, and they're using, like, this AI alternate reality to convince Pakistanis and leftists that they're actually winning.
Bring the RPGs, get the fucking lawnmowers, fly them up there. Like, if I was them, that's what I'd do. What is this? The pilot made contact? Oh, shit. This apparently this just happened.
These pilots, one of them has been rescued, and the other one, it's possible, has been rescued, and there's a delay in us getting information.
Yeah, they're probably not going to say if he's rescued until they have all the other airplanes and everything else gone out of the airspace.
They want to make sure that all the pilots who are flying much lower, that they are all the same as before they tell us what exactly is going on. So
yeah, I think that makes sense.
Army of the Dead is so dog shit.
Expect something soon.
God.
Still waiting on that, which tells us that it's
still probably going on.
Fuck it, I don't give a shit. So stuff is going on. Very deep words. Anyway, breaking. White House calls a lid, meaning President Trump is not expected to appear publicly for the rest of the day. All right, all of a sudden, everyone is like, "Oh my God, he's dead!" Because Biden disappears for like 6 months, and everyone's like, "All right, whatever. He's just doing things. We don't care." Trump literally is like, "Yo, I don't want to talk to reporters for like 4 hours," and everyone thinks he's dead. Anyway, he was confirmed not dead. Fantastic news. Love that. But also, this means something big is fucking happening. Because my guy
breathing or
likes
scratching?
making threats,
Scratching.
and he likes
Sound like old man scratches the beard.
Time is running out. 48 hours
Nope,
before
my
all
arms.
hell will rain down on them. Glory be to God. I mean, to be fair, he did warn them. He did want to make a deal with them. They refused. This is a skill issue on their part. I know this is going to be a controversial take, but I think killing terrorists is actually fucking awesome. One important note, though, and I think not enough people are addressing this the way it is, it's very, very likely that all these peace talks were kind of a ruse. It means, what I mean by that is, it seems like all these peace talks are like, I want to make peace with you, and then the list of demands is just like absolutely unreasonable. Now, if they agree, then hell yeah, they agree to unreasonable demands, and if they don't agree, it means we get to say that, oh, well, we tried to make peace, they refused, now we're going to blow them to hell, and Trump is using all this time to position the military to blow them to hell. I feel like both of these are very likely realities and scenarios, and I guess time will tell. Time will tell if we blow them to hell. Very excited to see leftists and third worlders screaming, no, leave my rapist, pedophile, terrorist government alone.
You need to stop sending your own cars back.
You're fighting on behalf of the whole
They don't like
world
it back
now.
there.
Hassan Piker and
Maybe
Snow having a suicide pact going on, losing their mind. All right, this is gonna be awesome. Pray for our troops. Now
Where are the
let's kill some
chickens
fucking
at?
terrorists. Now, we have a terror issue on the inside, too. All right, make America safe again. Donald Trump made this tweet. If you import the third world, you become the third world. Oh my God, this is like literally a quote from my videos. Like, I'm telling you, man. Orange Man, if you can hear me. If you can hear me, Orange Man. Hassan Piker.
There's certain places to find the chickens in the world.
In the United States of America, as long as I am president, President
Where are you
Donald
looking
J.
for
Trump.
chickens?
Pretty good stuff.
Must
All
be
right,
chickens,
listen,
right,
man. If you
right.
import the third world, you become the third world. You know.
I just don't know where they're at.
Netanyahu, if you can hear me, I have information that Hassan Piker is only
Okay,
2 weeks
we'll
away
have
from
space for
developing a
one
nuclear
thing to go
bomb.
to the backgrounds.
If you can hear me, Netanyahu.
You have to do this in specific order.
Breaking news. Seems like one of the most
Otherwise, we'll have space
diabolical
for the
maneuvers
backgrounds.
ever was just unleashed. All right, you see this line? You see this line of clearly straight white men? Right, so they're all getting deported right
Actually,
now.
never mind, I'm
ICE
stupid.
pulled a slick mass arrest ploy at Pennsylvania today, tricking dozens of illegals to come to the DMV under the guise of renewing their CDLs. That's right, we're renewing your driver's license, guys. You must come to the DMV. As soon as they came, they were arrested.
I think I will be doing this.
Now, I see a lot of leftists are really mad at this. You mean you lied to the third worlder rapist pedophiles that are coming into our country and torturing our people? Fuck, yes, we did. Absolutely, we lied to them. What are you talking
there a
about?
sorcerer running around?
Abraham notably lied to the Egyptians to protect himself and his wife. Lying to protect your country is biblical. And there's nothing nothing is more of a protection for your country than literally deporting people that came into our country illegally. Like, I see people always crying about it and stuff. The reality is, we have borders for a reason. We need to know who's coming into our country. We don't know who these people are. For all you know, these are the worst fucking people on the planet. And why take that chance? You know, so once again, Marco Rubio made a diabolical tweet that he's deporting, removing the green cards and deporting family members of the Iranian leadership and Soleimani, a terrorist that Trump eliminated, because they're supporting terrorism and they're supporting the other side. So he revoked their green card and he's deporting them. This has broad appeal. 7 million views, 220,000 likes. This is massive. And as I mentioned, this is a huge precedent. All right, because we are going to start we're going to start revoking shit. All right, we are going to be revoking visas and green cards and temporary protective statuses on people that support terrorism. And that's so awesome because so much of the issues that we actually have in this country stems, in my opinion, from foreigners.
Wow, you are
subverting
the
us.
luckiest man alive.
Coming into
No doubt.
colleges, organizing these protests, manipulating
He
retards
does.
to think that actually it's empathy to support terrorist organizations that rape
I'm just gonna
Americans.
do this. You're
You
not
know,
doing
like, and
doing
we
this
don't need to
shit.
live like
I
that
don't give a
anymore. We
fuck,
can
bro.
actually just get these people the fuck out of our country. We can actually just do things, it seems. You know, and the reality is, this is actually happening. Marco Rubio actually finally did that, and we're going to see it. Now, there are some massive immigration shit shows that have been going on. This guy is running. This guy
You
is
have this
running right
fucking
now
stupid
for
rock on your
Congress
field,
in
so,
New Jersey. All right, tell me if you notice anything from his advertisement.
हम देसी कम्युनिटी न्यू जर्सी के सबसे बड़े कम्युनिटीज में से एक हैं। मेरा नाम जय वांगनकर है और मैं जून 2 को कांग्रेस के लिए इलेक्शन लड़ रहा हूँ।
Do you notice anything? Do you notice the fact that he doesn't fucking speak English? Did you notice that? We need to get rid of these motherfuckers. Like, this is the ultimate sign of, hi, I would like to get elected. I will do nothing for any Americans, but I will do my best to import more third worlders to make sure that I stay in power forever. You know, I will make sure that we all have the right to vote, to take money from people that work for a living and give that money to retards that invaded our country. Like if that's not the most obvious compelling sign, I don't know what is. This shit's insane.
Oh no.
So revoking visas, that is the moderate position. All right, deporting all these dumb fucks, that is the moderate position. We gotta protect our country here. We gotta protect them. Now, I'm not a radical myself. I am a moderate. Well, so I want to deport every single illegal alien and also remove the citizenship of all the the foreigners that didn't assimilate. The radical position is doing something a little more permanent, and I'm not there yet. So anyway, this is London. Yep. That is not a river in India. This is London, England. Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, deporting them is the moderate position. I just want to make that clear. You have two options: get called racist or get ethnically cleansed. That's what you got, bro. These are your two options. So someone out there is getting ready, you know, rolling their sleeves up to type a massive comment about how I'm a huge racist. You would never complain if this was all white people.
Yeah.
This wouldn't be all white people. I'm sorry. Where our culture comes from, this is not acceptable. This is not fucking normal. All right, but yeah. So anyway, the reality is we have to make believe this is totally awesome. And if you do call me racist, I have something important to note. I don't fucking care. I don't care what you call me. Your words mean nothing to me. All right, this is a British man arrested by the UK after a Muslim mob tried attacking him for calling Muhammad a pedophile.
That Prophet Muhammad was 50 or 53 years old when he sexually penetrated Aisha.
Literally just true.
No. Aisha, she was 9 years old.
Literally just accurate. Why are they all offended? He's just quoting their holy. This is their holy book. This is their holiest man. Shouldn't they be proud of his actions? And the police just take him away. And I love how I'm so justified by the Palestine flag thing. All right, because Palestine really is just a Trojan horse. It's a Trojan horse to overthrow the West.
Wow, that's crazy.
But look at all these
I
Muslims.
can't even react.
Look at all these Muslims in Palestine. They started a war and lost miserably. It's so heartbreaking. Look, man, I'm really sorry that there was collateral damage to the war that you started. But that's what happens when wars happen, and you started it. So that really fucking sucks, and it's your fault.
He literally only could play the game because of the fact that he got lucky.
None of these people care about the Palestinians. It's just such an obvious fraud situation. It's insane. No,
we didn't
probably had one copy of that card in the entire deck.
Has to reassure us that he is totally on our side. Pretty good. Anyway, so England is going well. 3 people have been charged over the arson attack on the Jewish community ambulances. All right, if y'all remember, this happened like 2 weeks ago. You know, everyone freaked out, called it a false flag. Well, let's see who did it. It was Hamza Iqbal, it was Ridnan Khan, and it was 17-year-old dual British-Pakistani national. Another guy who they didn't name because apparently he's 17, so they can't obviously name him or anything. It's a false flag, bro. Trust me. The thing is, every single Jew knew that this wasn't a false flag. Every single white person knew this wasn't a false flag. Every single Muslim knew this wasn't a false flag. But they said it anyway.
Where the hell are they?
They said it anyway. Yeah. So this was a terror attack actually on UK soil, and this was from an Iran-backed terror organization, as they've already confirmed. It's honestly heartbreaking that we need to live like this, apparently, but we just do. Now this is the British. Let's see if the British is going to freak out more about Muslims bombing ambulances or about this. Well, this is just police protecting leftists cutting down Union Jacks. Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice? Look at this. Isn't that nice? Wow, look at that. Isn't that beautiful? That's so beautiful. I'm so happy that we live in a culture that protects us and loves us so much. Anyway, let's see what let's have some insight into what our third world brethren, our based right wing red pill trad guys like this guy has to say.
Good back, bro. George Galloway is the first interview where I think
he's a communist.
We align out of everybody I've interviewed, I think we align the closest politically.
He's a communist.
And
communist pro-Islam.
Logically, I think he is saying exactly what I've been feeling, thinking this entire year. especially like his point,
That was starting
perspective
next
on
turn.
left.
Anyways.
Yeah, so
Perspective on left-right politics was spot on.
that's right. So he is a communist Islamist, but that's all cool. Isn't that nice? Anyway, it's pretty insane. Sneako's a Muslim communist who could be yes. It's like it's all of them. It's like it's so crazy because the actual Islamic values in Sharia law are not communist values. They don't at all support communism. But you know what they do support? They do support conquering Christian civilization. You know, so yes, communism is a really effective way to overthrow the government.
Just not doing this,
communism is also a really effective way to basically say, hey, you see that guy who works really hard for a living? Well, let's just take that shit and give it to Somalia, right? So that's essentially what why they all support communism. It turns out. Anyway, Sneako, look how happy this child is to die for your religion. Look how happy this child is to die for your religion, Sneako. Look. This is just Muslim parents putting a suicide vest on a child. I'm sure someone in my audience is watching this disgusted. Why are you disgusted? He's just this is a lucky kid. He's gonna be able to blow himself up for Allah and then have sex with children for eternity in heaven. Isn't that the dream? This isn't child abuse. Look, he loves it. He's gonna go to Jannah.
I think when Gift of the Tree comes back, I'm actually gonna make a.
Totally fucking ridiculous, man.
Anyway, this is insane.
I'm still playing
this is
this.
not
I'm gonna
compatible
make
with
a
our
road,
civilization.
'cause there's
Of course,
a-
Germany
the
decided to
heart
crack
seeker
down
build
on everything
actually
in the
not
opposite
finger
of how they
killer.
should have. All
I
young men
remember that
between the age of
setup.
17 and 45 are no longer allowed to leave Germany for more than 3 months without permission. That's
I ever see
right.
Death Trap's the top
Free
tier. I would
Germany, am I
immediately
right,
go on that
guys?
motherfucker
Based
on the
liberal
bridge.
democracy. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful?
Barb's
This is
dead,
awesome.
throw him
So you're
on the
telling me
bridge,
Mohammed
dude.
can
I
go on
can't
vacation
find
and
these
leave his own country,
chickens.
Afghanistan, but I, a German, can't leave? Correct. You are cattle. You are cattle to exist until you are replaced by a new superior race. From Afghanistan specifically. So Bukele, this is the guy in charge of El Salvador who rescued and saved the entire country by jailing retards and getting rid of fucking judges. But remember, they live in a full democracy and we live in a dictatorship. I'm sure the people who made freedom and democracy indexes will be updating them immediately. Absolutely, this is fantastic news. Absolutely fantastic news. I really love that the British government's doing this to their people. Wow, great stuff. The Germans, obviously the right-wing Germans, are fucking tired of it though. Islamists out there screaming in the streets. Yeah, that's massive actually. Holy shit.
This is
I
cool.
mean, it really is. And of
Matt
course, I
doesn't
don't blame them because
show
this is
you guys
literally-
killing
This is
this.
literally on the German news.
This card's negated. You can't do
aber
shit.
offenbar
man.
so viele, dass die Hamburger Schulsenatoren jetzt
yeah,
zusammen
exactly.
mit
My
christlichen,
thoughts
jüdischen
exactly.
und muslimischen
Crispy schnitzel, wieder schnitzel, schnitzel, Wiener. Anyway, so what he was saying is essentially the German schools will no longer.
I'll be right back.
Yep, and I get my.
Did he just say something? Fuck him if he did.
Are there any disruptions here? So I'm just gonna do this.
So many fucking paladins in there.
My card is shiny. If you haven't perm, I can't fucking do anything. You just have disruptions for every start I have. you just have super poly, I can't do anything then. Oh, yeah. It's over. Oh, look, it's a gimmick puppet. My back room is filled, Richie.
I see that.
What the fuck is this? Golden Castle. This doesn't do anything right now. No, wait, this is Eldritch, I'm pretty sure. I don't like this.
This doesn't do anything for me. This is a small world.
Back in there. Thank you. Still didn't get anything on the head. So your back room is so fucked right now.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I clean it up.
Where's the super back room guy yet, though? There he is.
Yeah, I found out what you're supposed to be doing is summon it on your opponent's turn so you can get an extra back room on his turn. Look at that. Now look at that. You see all that? Look at that back room.
Damn, Ted, he just put that out. How dare you?
Yeah, you know what he was playing? You see that? Dodo Warrior?
Oh no. So you know what deck that is, Ted? Can't let him do it. You let him do it. What?
Yeah, it was funny.
What? He dead?
I think I could kill. Yeah. Oh. What did I do? Do this one. So first off, I'm gonna do this thing. So very funny thing, Richie.
No, I want to come back, Ted. I want Gaga Geeko to come back.
I don't think that Kagagito is back. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, nobody's playing the shitty ass last this season. Oh, this sucks.
Okay. Ready for this, Richie?
You saw me 2?
Yeah, why not?
And back rooms are but he might be fucked too.
I think he's more fucked. Can I just not do that? Am I just stuck? Can I just not win? Oh no. Yeah. These cards negate destruction once per turn. I'm good. Yeah, that's fine.
Musical education because they don't want to affect the Muslim population. They don't want to offend them because, you know, in Sharia law, music is not allowed because they are some of the most deeply unhappy people of all time. Anyway, so let's take a look-see into how immigration has enhanced our country. Illegal immigrants charged in 75% of this year's murders in Fairfax County. All right, this is literally this is the official Department of Homeland Security study. 75% of murders 75% are illegal aliens. All right, and we have to make believe that this isn't like an issue, that they're not actually negatively affecting our society. They're just looking for a better life. They're looking for a better life where they could rape and get away with it, I guess.
Yep, and he's gonna banish like 10 fucking cards from the top of his deck.
They're also involved in some of the
phase.
fraud shit in the universe.
These raids took place in California. Will we be seeing them nationwide in other states?
Nope. You can't do that.
For sure. I happen to be in South Florida right now. There are twice as many durable medical equipment suppliers here in South Florida than there are McDonald's.
Wow.
If you do that, I will send your ass to the back.
McDonald's. We have rampant fraud here, and we believe the Cuban government might be
involved. It's actually happening. The fraud task force is moving. These people are getting fucked. I don't think we even realize the extent of the issue.
It's not really that toxic.
But now we can
It's less toxic than a lot of things.
Like, wait a second. I'm noticing a lot of Somalis with
I do not.
It's
It's just nobody knows how to play against it because nobody plays it.
And it's like, yes.
Involved in this effort. I was in Flushing, Queens.
Don't worry,
New York,
2 years this deck is
Chinese
going to be the best.
in a program that is defrauding that state with these adult social daycare centers, which are basically
Wow, Chinese people doing fraud, interesting.
Centers for fraud. Again, the state's looking the other way. They don't appreciate these problems. And here's the big question for a lot of viewers right now:
they don't appreciate the problems, or do they get kickbacks? Or an even better question: do they literally want to make the society welcoming to foreigners by letting them get away with fraud to import more people to
Man, what
votes?
a fucking shitty starting hand to go first with.
Of their program.
That's the question. There it is.
Alara, if I get Alara,
is it
I
a
have to
feature
go
or a bug?
SWAT officers swooping down to take out these criminals. It sends a very clear message. Don't walk from this problem if you're a criminal. You run away.
That's right, because these people are getting fucked.
can go.
And it's
No,
finally
I don't want to go
happening.
to the
In fact, it's finally happening so much that this is just absolutely.
Wanna go into this?
All right. There's outrages after Islamic communities are surging in Arkansas that actually enforces Sharia law and makes everyone sign Islamic bills of assurance.
Assalamu alaikum, my brothers.
I've heard enough.
And sisters in Al-Islam. My name is Tahid Salam, and I am one of the coordinators, facilitators for the development of a new masjid here in Little Rock, Arkansas. We are going to have a few pictures that you can look at. We, the Muslim community here in Little Rock, Arkansas, has been and have been working on a small Muslim believing community called New Africa in the western part of our city.
Sorry, New Africans. If you love New Africa so much, why don't you fucking go there, New Africans? You don't need to come here to look at New Africa. I'm sorry, we really like being America. We like being not Africa, specifically. Out of all the fucking places, not Africa is one of the highlights, okay? So
you gotta respond to it, bro.
Come here and make New Africa, where you follow fucking barbaric rules. You brush your teeth with sticks and shit. All right, we don't need to do that, actually. We don't want that here. If you like it so much, and if it's so fucking good and successful and great, why don't you go to old Africa?
We have 5 houses that we've already built in that community thus far.
If you have cross out, then fuck you too.
Putting and building our anchor institution.
That would explain why you have
and we
all
are
this shit.
inviting all of the community of the Prophet Muhammad, the prayers and peace.
Oh, we're inviting exclusively Muslims while we slowly but surely have 47 children each and expand and conquer the planet. Yeah, we know. Anyway, so that's where it is. And don't worry, guys. Everyone will be forced to follow Sharia, a much better way of life than the degeneracy of the West. Stephen Miller says we spent substantially less on Apollo 11 just for inflation than the cost of welfare recently stolen by the Somali refugees in Minnesota. That is fucking brutal, dude. That's absolutely
Honestly, I think
insanity.
I actually
because, by the way,
am
leftists
fucked.
were really mad.
I think
at
this
space
card
launch,
literally
which I
just
think
beats
is
my
awesome.
card.
Crying about it, being like,
oh no, he can't target my card.
Actually going to school teachers, and it's like, I actually don't fucking care. This is fucking awesome. Shut the fuck up.
Anyways, let's talk about the chickens yet.
No.
Well, one of them is the big one is the world boss. That's why.
Oh shit. Let me find when did the world boss one.
It's a ginormous fucking chicken, and he has a bunch of chicken loot.
Fuck. Why do I not see the world boss on the map?
Remember, it's timed.
Yeah, I thought I'd at least see it on the map when it's gonna spawn.
I got you. I always have this fucking website favorited. This didn't activate. This didn't update to the Chickon, I think it's called. But there is a world boss spawning, a Shava spawning in an hour and 44 minutes.
Fuck that.
I don't know. That could just be a Shava. I don't know if that's like they change it to the chicken. Excuse me, the Chickon. But yeah, that's where it is. You got to just keep an eye out for the rotation.
I am equipped with a dark magician.
While you are turning a blind eye to Somalis defrauding us, all right, you don't have the right to complain about anything at all, actually. Your opinion can be nothing. And it gets even better because you thought that was bad. Get a load of this one.
In America's fraud investigations bring us to the Golden State of California. Look at this number, $146 billion.
For the record,
well, I think he needed a dark magician to do anything, and now he's kind of like trying to figure out what the fuck to do.
This is approximately 7 times the amount.
And the other thing is I have a negate still, and he can't. This card is funny because it says cards cannot be added to the main deck to your hand.
Wow, dude. That's insane.
Even with Magician's Rod, the way it works is like card like Golden Sarcophagus. What does it do? It adds a card to your hand without drawing. It like searches a card.
A single state.
That card is like literally tells you cannot search cards.
This isn't.
That's why. That's what that card. The trap card is the toxic part.
Newsom's done. He's fucking cooked. He's going to jail. Right? People don't understand the level of finding out that these people are finally reaching. Mamdani now also gets
exactly. And if you have a floodgate that says you can't search
for shooting at a 7-year-old girl.
Need anything?
A 7-year-old girl shot to death.
Like what can this deck do versus
scum.
Exodia? Absolutely nothing. You just lose.
It's unfathomable. You know, like it's really insane if you think about it for even like half a second. My guns never killed anyone, and it's like just the absolute irony of this. I mean, he comes from the most blood-soaked religion in the last 1400 years by